Chapter 1. Brother, I beseech you, cease your sucking. Stop sucking. A piercing cry reverberated through the air. Yi Lintian opened his eyes to find his elder brother, who resided next door, fervently siphoning his spiritual energy. Smack! With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap. Stop it right now. Yi Lintian did not hesitate and took action. Yet, the embryo seemed oblivious, its mouth resuming its voracious consumption. I see that it's been a few days since I last taught you a lesson. It appears you've grown a bit too mischievous. Bang! Bang! Inside his belly, Yi Lintian unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Day 203, if I calculate correctly, there are still about 100 days to go. Once the assaulted embryo quieted down, writhing in pain, Yi Lintian finally regained his composure. Indeed, he was a transmigrator. However, unlike the vast majority of transmigrators who emerged in Rome, transformed into demigods, and embarked on an endless journey of glory with luxury cars and countless beauties surrounding them, he had returned to the primordial state. Had he not been swift enough, he might have met his demise the moment he set foot in this world. After managing to survive, he was now plagued by this foolish creature beside him, who drained him of his energy daily. His parents were revered saints from the realm of celestial beings, possessing noble bloodlines, and they had begun their cultivation from the moment of conception. Yet, in the present moment, even with his early awakening of consciousness, he could not compete with the rotund and pig-like creature beside him. In fact, if Yi Lintian had not awakened just in time to deliver a kick, he might have suffocated from a lack of oxygen. Such a grievous and dire predicament naturally compelled Yi Lintian to impart some lessons to this foolish being. Nevertheless, regardless of how he chastised this foolish creature, the most opportune moments for absorbing spiritual energy had already passed. He could neither expel it nor had he learned the art of siphoning energy. Yi Lintian felt a deep sense of anguish. Suck! Suck! Damn it, here it comes again. Yi Lintian heard the sound and turned around. He saw that the little rascal, having recovered from its pain, was stealthily attempting to pilfer his spiritual energy once more, prompting Yi Lintian to deliver another kick. The thought that this fool was the child of destiny made Yi Lintian unable to restrain himself from kicking again. As a transmigrator, Yi Lintian had come here to assume the role of the protagonist. Yet upon opening his eyes, he found this fool adorned with an array of halos. Luck boosts, immortality enhancements, combat power augmentations, and beauty attachments. All of these left Yi Lintian utterly dazed. I wonder how many years I can keep punishing you, you little rascal. Imagining this foolish creature absorbing the world's spiritual energy after birth, becoming a celestial emperor, adored by millions, with countless beauties and spiritual pets at its side, made Yi Lintian's teeth grind in frustration. Damn! Recalling the painful memories, Yi Lintian delivered a flying kick, sending the embryo tumbling before finally relenting. You brat may be the child of destiny, but I shall be the dark villain. Yi Lintian pointed at the embryo and unleashed a torrent of curses. Then, he heard a voice, cold and almost frigid, echoing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the Destiny Villain system. Skill matching in progress. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Ultimate Devouring system. What the hell? Yi Lintian replayed the system's chilling voice in his mind, his gaze shifting from confusion to fervor. Of course, as the destined villain, one must embody the essence of a true villain. If he were to take on the role of a villain, he ought to possess some extraordinary abilities. If his entrance did not exude an overwhelming aura, it would be utterly unjust. In his view, this ultimate devouring system was perfect. He need not cultivate, he could simply devour the cultivation of others, and with a powerful being of the human race lying beside him, a future supreme entity in this land. Possessing this system was akin to reclining in comfort. Rest assured, brother, I shall pursue you from behind. What destined villain? He was merely a beloved younger brother, cherished by family and friends alike. Yi Lintian laughed heartily. The thought of his blood-sucking, demanding elder brother, who would one day rise to prominence and accumulate a lifetime of resources, only to have half of it devoured by him, filled him with an exhilarating sense of justice. Moreover, envisioning his meager physique compared to the plump and rotund creature filled him with immense satisfaction. In Yi Linshan's strikingly contrasting eyes, a fervent ambition burned brightly, igniting a desire that could not be contained. He had awaited this moment. He had endured for 203 days. This foolish creature had robbed him of 203 days' worth of resources. At long last, it was time for him to reclaim what was rightfully his. A manic smile spread across Yi Linshan's lips. His diminutive frame quivered with excitement. As he pondered how to verify the system's capabilities, he noticed the embryo below him, once again attempting to siphon his energy. Suck! Suck! Let me teach you a lesson. A sly smile crept across Yi Linshan's face as he extended his fingers towards the oblivious embryo. Chapter 2. I also wish to be low-key, but my strength does not permit it. In the past, due to this foolish creature's privileged access to resources, Yi Lintian had been unable to seize even a trace of spiritual energy. He could only indulge in his hands, taking advantage of the creature's lack of sentience. Daily life consisted of eating, sleeping, and beating up the foolish being. Advancing in cultivation was merely a distant dream. But now, everything had changed. He had unlocked the potential to let this scoundrel experience the taste of retribution. Brother, rest assured, I will only take a little. Yi Lintian did not even grant Yi Linshan a chance to refuse. He immediately followed the system's instructions, attaching himself to Yi Linshan and beginning to voraciously consume. If Yi Linshan's absorption of spiritual energy was akin to stealing with a plastic straw, then Yi Linshan's current method was akin to using a water pump. Huff! Suck! Taking a deep breath, feeling the spiritual energy swirling within him, Yi Lintian experienced a rush of delight. It seems my dear elder brother still has some utility after absorbing my energy for so long. It is time for him to regurgitate a bit from me. Kik. For the first time, Yi Lintian unleashed an uncontrolled villainous laughter. One must admit, sometimes being a villain is quite exhilarating. Amidst this frenzy of energy absorption, Yi Linshan's once emaciated body gradually began to fill out, and the principles of the Tao surged exponentially around him. First, he felt a wave of warmth surging within his abdomen, followed by an intense sensation of consolidation, eventually transforming into a golden elixir. As if that were not enough, with further deepening, Yi Lintian discovered that the golden elixir within his lungs began to crack open, releasing torrents of energy. A day later, Yi Lintian noticed that his body began to emit a faint golden glow. 3 days later, upon opening his eyes, he had transformed into pure gold, his blood taking on an unusual hue, and with the embryo still in its transparent state, it appeared as though he were made of gold. 1 week later, Yi Linshan's transformation intensified as the golden hue dissipated. It was replaced by a faint white glow. At that moment, feeling the abundant spiritual energy within him, accompanied by a painful sensation of expansion, Yi Lintian reluctantly withdrew. Yet this alone was enough to leave Yi Lintian somewhat astounded. After all, even after absorbing so much, the foolish creature beside him showed no signs of change. It remained as it was, with its golden glow repressed. One could only wonder how much spiritual energy this so-called child of destiny had consumed. But this was for the best. A continuous supply of energy wasn't it a portable power bank for his cultivation journey? Without further thought, feeling the surge of energy within, Yi Lintian began to meditate. What Yi Lintian did not know was that while he cultivated within his mother's womb, the external world was undergoing a tremendous transformation. With each breath he took, the heavens and earth manifested extraordinary phenomena. Thunder rumbled, and crimson clouds filled the sky. A tide of spiritual power surged and gathered unnaturally. This celestial phenomenon left the prominent families of Wangu City restless. Next door to the Yi family, the Wang family. The head of the Wang family scarcely dared to close his eyes that night. Which ancestor of the Yi family has broken through this time? This kind of celestial phenomenon likely indicates a rise to sagehood. I must climb the wall to take a look. In Wangu City, the Zhao family. The head of the Zhao family fiddled with a string of white pearls, sensing the celestial phenomenon drawing nearer, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Smash! A white jade pearl, a first-grade spiritual treasure. In the mortal realm, it could bring life and death to countless individuals, enhancing cultivation effectiveness tenfold at that moment. It was crushed by the head of the Zhao family. Why do all good things belong to the Yi family? The prominent families across Wangu City were filled with trepidation. Had this celestial phenomenon occurred in any other minor family, it could have led to catastrophic consequences. Yet, it was flourishing within the Yi family. At this moment, the Yi family was bustling with activity. Having sensed the emergence of the phenomenon, the elders of various families concluded their seclusion and rushed to investigate. One could only imagine, even in a state of non-existence, such extraordinary potential. What kind of strength would they possess upon their birth? Esteemed guests, I am in good health, and my child is also well. Bai Linger, Yi Linqian's mother, spoke in a subdued tone, seemingly aware of the intense gaze from the crowd. However, within her, a remarkable child was developing, one capable of invoking celestial phenomena of saintly caliber, even in its embryonic state. It has long been said that a mother is elevated by her child's greatness. Despite her desire to remain modest in the presence of her extraordinarily gifted son, it seems that her son has no intention of allowing such humility. Chapter 3. It seems that the young master is unwilling to come out. Ha ha ha. Truly, he is my son. At this moment, Yi Lintian's father, Yi Mo, strode in from behind the crowd. The phenomenon triggered by his own son was evidently a celestial event of saintly proportions, indicating that his son might very well be a naturally born saint. This matter had already reached an 80% conclusion, so how could Yi Mo not feel elated? It is well understood that in their realm of gods and demons, attaining the status of saint marks the commencement of a formidable life. Beneath the saints, all others are but insignificant ants, easily extinguished with a mere wave of the hand. Thus, the evaluation of a family's potential for greatness hinges upon whether they can produce a saint of merit. The Yi family stands tall in the entirety of Eternal City, bolstered by the presence of 4 concurrent saintly elders and their reclusive great ancestor. For an ordinary family to challenge them head-on is nothing short of absurd. Moreover, with his son now inciting a saintly phenomenon, it is highly likely that another saint may soon emerge from the Yi lineage. As the head of the Yi family, how could Yi Lintian not be thrilled? It appears that the prosperity of the Yi family rests heavily upon my son. With the celestial phenomenon now manifesting and thunder rumbling, my son evidently possesses extraordinary talent. However, out of respect for the ancestral name, I shall name him Lin Tian, Yi Mo solemnly declared, to the resounding approval of the elders present. Excellent. The young master is born with innate wisdom, a natural saint destined for a boundless future. It is astonishing that our Yi family is poised to welcome another saint under such circumstances, which is indeed fortuitous. With an additional saint, we may even elevate ourselves to the ranks of the third-tier families of Tiandao Prefecture. The elders cheered in unison, stirring the attention of Yi Lintian, who was still in meditation. A phenomenon. What does that mean? Yi Lintian's mind was filled with questions, but he quickly grasped the situation. Through snippets of conversation among the elders, such as thunderous roars, crimson clouds, and the crescent moon parting the heavens, Yi Lintian began to comprehend. In essence, he had just triggered a celestial phenomenon, and it seemed to have caused quite a stir throughout the city. Becoming common knowledge? Oh my! He was acutely aware of the perils in this world. He occasionally overheard news from his father that spoke of killings and annihilations. Even a powerful family like the Yi family often faced assassination attempts. Though they had never succeeded, such occurrences left a profound impact on the young mind of Yi Lintian. He preferred the safety of his mother's womb and had no desire to emerge. Especially now, having incited a celestial phenomenon, it was likely that someone would soon take notice and plot against the Yi family. The probability of such a threat was not only high but exceedingly so. Just as Yi Lintian mused, that familiar voice returned to his ears. Damn it, how annoying! At that moment, Yi Lintian realized that his troublesome elder brother was attempting to absorb his energy once again, seemingly in a vengeful frenzy. With this thought, and recalling that nearly 10 months had passed, Yi Lintian's mind raced, and he delivered a powerful kick. In that instant, a brilliant idea struck him. After all, his elder brother was destined to be born slightly before him. Now that he had triggered this celestial phenomenon, it would be perfect to send him out to shield him from the impending thunder. This troublesome fellow was indeed a handful, so he would kick him out first and emerge only when he felt secure. Bang! Thus, he aimed a kick at Yi Linfan's head. Husband, it hurts. Bai Linger, still basking in joy, suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen and collapsed onto the bed, unable to bear it. Madam, what has happened? Emo halted his laughter, concern flickering in his eyes. His gaze darted as he grasped Bai Linger's hand to check her pulse. Husband, I am fine. I believe I am about to give birth, Bai Linger gasped. About to give birth? Upon hearing this, Emo's expression brightened, and he hurried outside in search of a midwife, while the elders waited discreetly in the courtyard. Within her womb, Yi Lin Tian continued to grapple with Yi Lin Fa, and it was evident that his elder brother was reluctant to detach from their mother, intent on absorbing as much energy as possible, which instinctively led him to engage in a struggle with Yi Lin Tian. However, Yi Lin Tian had a clear memory and was not easily swayed by his foolish elder brother. Furthermore, during their tussle, Yi Lin Tian managed to absorb a wave of energy, effectively replenishing his own spiritual strength. Meanwhile, Yi Lin Fan grew weaker with each passing moment, until he was ultimately kicked out by Yi Lin Tian. Brother, you go out ahead for a few years. Your good little brother will rest, bang. With that kick, Yi Lin Tian finally took a deep breath and settled down. Having resolved this nuisance, he was ready to focus on his cultivation. Although he had been trapped here for nearly a year, he yearned to see the sun of this so-called realm of gods and demons. However, considering the dangers of this world, it was quite possible that he would face retaliation upon his emergence. It was far safer to remain within his mother's womb for the time being. He would venture out once he felt adequately prepared. Outside the world, Master, it's time. It's time. It's a boy, with the jubilant exclamations of the attendants. Everyone rushed into the room. Wah? It was unclear whether the cries were due to having lost Yi Lin Tian in their struggles, or simply the child's inherent inclination to wail. But upon birth, the cries were heart-wrenching. After the child's cries subsided, it was Emo's turn to weep. Gazing at his frail son, he carefully checked the pulse, and his smile vanished in an instant. Master, what has happened? What is wrong? As Emo sank into despair, the crowd clamored. Why does this child only possess the cultivation of the Xinhai realm? Emo's smile turned into a bitter grimace. One must understand that the earlier celestial phenomenon was undoubtedly a sign of saintly potential. It was inconceivable that a child born under such circumstances would only possess the Xinhai realm. This was an insurmountable blow to Emo. The Xinhai realm was merely a trivial level within the human realm. Now, with the celestial phenomenon and the child's birth drawing widespread attention, to reveal that his son was merely at the Xinhai realm would render him less impressive than some lesser families. As this realization struck him, Emo's expression changed. Just then, the midwife exclaimed in astonishment, Master, the lady is carrying twins. One of them seems reluctant to come out. Chapter 4. Something is decidedly amiss. What? Emo tossed Yi Lin Fan onto a seat and hurriedly rose. After a brief examination, a smile finally graced his face. Yes, this is it. This is my true son. Emo knelt and laughed uproariously. This overwhelming twist of fate was enough to stir even the stoic Emo's emotions. In this tidal wave of joy, even as he glanced at his firstborn, who appeared to be a failure, a hint of mirth emerged within him. Though you are the elder brother, your strength pales in comparison to your younger brother. Your realms are destined to differ. Emo lifted Yi Lin Fan, continuing, but rest assured, as a son of the Yi family, I will mold you into a formidable force, allowing you to rise above mere mortals. You shall be named Yi Lin Fan. After naming Yi Lin Fan, Emo intended to leave to attend to family matters. Just then, the family steward approached cautiously and said, Master, I believe we should hold a grand celebration for the eldest son's birth. Uncle Wang, what are you saying? Emo paused, taken aback by the steward's words. This steward, known as Uncle Wang, had served the Yi family for nearly 4 generations and wielded considerable influence, often surpassing that of some elders. Emo typically refrained from contradicting the steward, given his extensive experience in Eternal City. However, the steward's proposal left him perplexed. Uncle Wang, you have seen it. This boy is merely an ordinary child, lacking any semblance of the Yi family's prestige. If that is the case, so be it. Emo pondered briefly before continuing. Yet the celestial phenomenon that just transpired was unmistakably indicative of saintly potential. All the major families must have sensed it by now. If I were to hold a celebration for him now, would it not invite ridicule from the 4 major families of Eternal City? Emo spoke earnestly, Yet the steward shook his head vigorously. Wrong, 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 master. You must understand that throughout the years, there have been countless assassination attempts on our Yi family's heir. Even with our numerous defenses, those assassins remain unstoppable. The old steward paused momentarily, surveying his surroundings with his spiritual sense before continuing. At present, nobody, including the esteemed elders, is aware that there is, in fact, a second child, a young master, growing within the lady's womb, which has triggered such an extraordinary array of phenomena across the heavens and earth. Therefore, for the safety of both the lady and the young master, it is imperative that the grand banquet for the eldest young master be held in a most splendid fashion. As he spoke, the old steward cast a glance at Bai Ling's abdomen and added, "The matters concerning the young master should indeed be kept confidential." Upon hearing this, Yi Lin Tian, nestled within, began to clap his hands. After all, how could one not admire the prowess of the Yi family's chief steward? His skills in discerning the hearts of men were truly remarkable. The old fellow was someone Yi Lin Tian had grown fond of. In the future, he must find a way to bring him under his tutelage. But for now, it was best to focus on his cultivation, remaining within his mother's womb for another few years. 3 years later, Yi Lin Tian once again opened his eyes after a period of meditation. This time, his gaze shone with a brilliant golden hue, radiating an aura of boundless sanctity. Clearly, in comparison to his brother, who was still wetting the bed in the attic, he had made tremendous progress. However, after 3 years in his mother's womb, he had reached a plateau in his advancement. Any further progress would necessitate a sacrifice from his mother, which he could never bring himself to do. Thus, Yi Lin Tian, with a deliberate kick, nudged his mother's abdomen. "Ouch!" Someone, Bai Ling, feeling the stirrings of her unborn child, cried out in a flurry. Soon, the midwives arrived, and Yi Mo hastily returned from the borders. Once again, the core elders of the clan gathered, each grasping various rare treasures. Over the past 3 years, they had speculated that the grand banquet for the eldest young master was merely a fade. It was evident that Yi Mo believed he had concealed this well. With his tempestuous temper, if he truly became like this, anyone who dared to speak out would have long since lost their life. How could such a commotion become common knowledge? Thus, upon hearing the infant's first cries, the gifts prepared over 3 years were swiftly revealed by the crowd. This child was undoubtedly destined to become a formidable figure in the family. Perhaps even the next leader. Feeling the warm hands reaching for him, Yi Lin Tian instinctively grasped them with all his might. In an instant, he was expelled from Bai Ling's body, taking in his surroundings. Within the resplendent palace, spiritual energy flowed freely. Unlike the amniotic fluid of before, this purest essence of heaven and earth invigorated him with every breath, filling him with a refreshing sense of euphoria. Upon entering this new world, Yi Lin Tian's gaze immediately fell upon his mother. She was fair-skinned and strikingly beautiful. Even after carrying a child for so long, her figure remained unaffected. Her eyes sparkled with warmth, and her every movement exuded the grace of a noble lady. This feeling resonated deeply with Yi Lin Tian. From this moment forth, she would be his mother, he murmured to himself. Then, his gaze wandered to other corners of the palace. He spotted a little brat scratching at the wall, undoubtedly his brother, the so-called son of destiny. Indeed, some destined individuals began their journey by neglecting their cultivation, opting instead for mischief. Once he had honed his skills and was able to stand, he would surely teach him a lesson. As his eyes roamed, he noticed the midwife who had assisted in his birth, a little maid anxiously awaiting nearby, and a rather unattractive uncle with a rather disheveled appearance that made Yi Lin Tian feel slightly nauseous. Just as he turned to look back, he found himself being cradled by the midwife, moving towards the ugly uncle. This was not right. It felt overwhelmingly wrong. Sensing the lack of control over his body and the midwife's firm grip, Yi Lin Tian felt tears welling up. "Come here, Lin Tian, let your father cherish you," Yi Mo beckoned. Despite Yi Lin Tian's struggles, he ultimately fell into the clutches of his father. Chapter 5. Ancestor, behold, boom. Indeed, for his grotesque father, he was indifferent to Yi Lin Tian's fate. He immediately began checking his pulse, assessing his cultivation level. "Wow, you may be ugly, but your heart is even worse." Yi Lin Tian couldn't help but voice his disdain. Before he could react, a sharp, monkey-like face loomed close to his own. "Come, let your father give you a kiss," he said. This sensation lingered for 7 or 8 minutes, and for Yilin Tian, it would become a haunting nightmare, impacting him for centuries. If he had any control over his body, he would have wished for death. "Truly, my son." Yimo, oblivious to the turmoil in his son's heart, felt a surge of exhilaration upon sensing his son's vigorous pulse. "Excellent, excellent. It seems our Yi family truly has hope for rejuvenation." Overjoyed, Yimo cradled Yilin Tian and brought him back to Bailing, proudly showcasing his son before departing. At the entrance, Yilin Tian could still distinctly hear Yimo proclaiming, "Everyone, align your gaze upon me. I have an announcement to make." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a sudden thud. The culprit who had so brazenly insulted him was met with Yimo's wrath. But as he raised his eyes, he felt an overwhelming wave of power that rendered him frozen in place. The esteemed saints present were likewise suppressed, unable to move. Even Bai Ling's body stiffened. And Yilin Tian could sense it. "Ancestor." The younger generation pays respects. Soon after, the oppressive force dissipated, and the sounds of reverent kneeling echoed throughout. Yet, amid such a heart-stirring scene, Yilin Tian felt no trepidation. Instead, he was struck by a curious revelation. Their ancestor was a woman? And what a beauty she was! With skin as fair as snow and a visage that could make the moon envious. Clad in white garments that accentuated her frosty demeanor, she left Yilin Tian utterly captivated. "Mother!" Yilin Tian blurted out, unable to restrain himself. "Lin Tian, you can speak now?" Her surprise was palpable, realizing the gravity of his words. Yilin Tian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Before he could gather his thoughts, Bai Ling, overwhelmed with joy, embraced Yilin Tian tightly, leaving him no room to escape and steal a glimpse of the ancestor's long legs. "Ancestor, why have you emerged from seclusion?" Yimo hurriedly knelt in reverence. "Am I not allowed to come here?" The woman inquired, gazing down at Yimo. "Of course, you may." Yimo quickly nodded, abandoning his earlier arrogance. The reason was simple. This ancestor was not a member of the Yi family. It was said she was a princess from the divine realm named Ji Mingyao, who had fortuitously fallen into their Wangu city and had been rescued by the 26th patriarch, remaining in the Yi family to cultivate in seclusion. Now, she had reached the realm of a great sage, just one step away from the coveted realm of refining void. Yimo could hardly dare to defy her. If she wished, she could extinguish him with a mere thought. "Ha!" The woman remarked coldly, observing Yimo's sincerity. "Rise. I did not come here to seek you out. It holds no interest for me," with a flick of her gown. Ji Mingyao continued, "I am here to see our Yi family's naturally gifted little saint." With the ancestor having spoken, Yimo had no grounds to refuse, quickly bowing low. "Ancestor, please, after you." Inside, Yilin Tian not only managed to lock eyes with Ji Mingyao, but also found himself nestled against her chest. Feeling the soft, fragrant embrace, he was reminded of something and instinctively opened his mouth to take a small bite. "Ouch!" Yilin Tian acted on impulse, which elicited a gentle gasp from Ji Mingyao. Had he not been so small, it might have led to more than just a fleeting moment. "Ancestor, please forgive him." Yet, the child was unperturbed by the gravity of his actions, while the parents were a different matter. Seeing his son committing such an audacious act, Yimo hurriedly knelt. Before he could finish his words, Ji Mingyao interrupted. "This child is quite amusing. I wish to take him back to the palace for a while. Do you have any objections?" Ji Mengyao's tone was frigid, devoid of any semblance of negotiation. Conversely, Yimo, despite harboring a twinge of reluctance to part with the child, found himself unable to defy Ji Mengyao's words. Meanwhile, Bai Linger responded with a bright smile, saying, "Our esteemed ancestor possesses boundless magical power and immense capabilities. It is an honor for my child to receive your guidance. I, a humble servant, have no objections." "Humph. At least you are perceptive." Ji Mingyao smiled gently, and Yilin Tian was utterly enraptured. For the Yi family, having their newborn child taken away was akin to a thunderbolt striking them. Yet for Yilin Tian, he had not only escaped from the clutches of his foolish brother, but also from his unappealing father and the dim-witted members of the Yi clan. Of course, these were not the main points. The crux of the matter was that he was about to ascend the mountain with the stunningly beautiful ancestor before him. How could he be accused of betraying his mentors, After all, he was destined to be the antagonist. Engaging in such acts was entirely reasonable. Furthermore, he had clearly heard that those present were not of the Yi family by blood, indicating that the ancestor was merely a nominal figure. By offering himself in service to the ancestor, he was, in essence, contributing to the Yi family. With this thought, Yi Lin Tian beamed and clapped his hands enthusiastically. "Ancestor, wait for me until I turn 18. A mischievous grin crept onto Yi Lin Tian's lips as he feigned tears, lunging towards Ji Mengyao's bosom. Surrounded by the sweet fragrance, he could only utter one word: bliss. During this time, Yi Lin Tian was astonished to find that the power emanating from his ancestor was overwhelmingly potent. He longed to stealthily nestle against her chest and absorb a little of it. Suckle, suckle. Mimicking his foolish brother's past antics, Yi Lin Tian began to suckle fervently at the snow-white bosom in an instant. An immense surge of spiritual energy flowed into his lungs. From the corner of his eye, he could clearly see Ji Mengyao's cheeks flush with color. Indeed, the once icy beauty had become bashful. Hee, how intriguing, quite intriguing indeed. Chapter 6. The serene waters of Yaoqi burp. After indulging for a while, Yi Lin Tian finally released a small burp of satisfaction. He could not consume any more. Pushing his limits would surely lead to discomfort. If Yi Lin Tian's current capacity for absorption resembled a super pump, then Ji Mengyao's spiritual energy was akin to a mighty dam, with an abundance of resources. "Master, you have returned." Before long, Ji Mengyao touched down with Yi Lin Tian, and two graceful maidens approached. "Oh my, master, you have brought us a new junior sister," exclaimed one maiden in azure attire, who, upon reaching Yi Lin Tian, instantly paled. "Master, why have you brought back a boy?" "A boy." Hearing her sister's exclamation, another maiden clad in white also approached, her eyes widening at the sight of Yi Lin Tian. "Oh dear." The white-clad maiden quickly covered her face and stepped back, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Hee, I did not expect my little brother to possess such striking allure." Witnessing the scene, Yi Lin Tian felt a surge of delight. "I shall personally instruct him. Henceforth, he shall be your junior brother." "Master, how can you take a boy as your disciple?" "Indeed, master." At this moment, the two maidens were baffled as to why Ji Mengyao would accept a male disciple. "In due time, you shall understand." "Yes, master. Yes, master." With their master's decree, the two maidens acquiesced, and Ji Mengyao led Yi Lin Tian to her quarters. The born sage. Who would have thought the Yi family could possess such fortune? It appears my initial choice was indeed correct. As Ji Mengyao gazed at Yi Lin Tian, her fondness deepened. A naturally gifted sage was hard not to cherish. Remembering the delightful sensation from earlier when Yi Lin Tian suckled, a blush crept across Ji Mengyao's face once more. This icy beauty, frozen for millennia, was unexpectedly shy. A delightful twist. At that moment, Yi Lin Tian lay swaddled, appearing utterly innocent, yet his thoughts were those of a seasoned libertine. Should his ancestor discover this, Ji Mengyao might very well reduce him to a mere pulp with a single slap. "Having brought you here, I must ensure your proper upbringing. First, I shall teach you to harness your strength." Ji Mengyao began attempting to help Yi Lin Tian channel the meridians within him, aiming for him to quickly master his own cultivation. "Control my own strength? You cannot be serious. I can barely manage my own limbs, let alone wield power. Is this woman truly as naive as she seems?" Within, Yi Lin Tian fervently critiqued Ji Mengyao while casting a playful glance her way. After a day and night of effort, it became apparent that Yi Lin Tian was still too young and had yet to practice any techniques, making it exceedingly difficult for him to grasp control over his own strength. Although Ji Mengyao did her utmost to aid him, her endeavors ultimately proved futile. "Oh dear, you truly are dim-witted. Just wait a few months. Once I can move, it will be much simpler." The prolonged effort had exhausted Yi Lin Tian, causing him to lose sleep. Perhaps a dip in the Yaoqi would be beneficial. It would expedite his growth and allow him to begin cultivating. For now, Ji Mengyao could only wait for him to mature before teaching him the techniques to harness his power. Yaoqi? Celestial bath? Hee. Upon hearing Ji Mengyao mention these, Yi Lin Tian's face lit up with mischief. However, Ji Mengyao paid it no mind. Who would associate the giggles of a mere 2-day-old infant with lewd intentions? "Take me there. Take me there. I cannot wait another moment." It was as if Ji Mengyao had heard Yi Lin Tian's thoughts. She swiftly transported him to the Yaoqi. "Disciple, pay your respects to the master." "Disciple, Pay your respects to the master. At this moment, many of Ji Mengyao's disciples were present, practicing their skills. Although the Yaoqi was shrouded in mist, Yi Lin Tian could still vaguely perceive enchanting scenes, a veritable paradise on earth. He is your junior brother, Yi Lin Tian, just 2 days old. Please keep an eye on him for a while. After gently placing Yi Lin Tian into the Yaoqi, Ji Mengyao vanished. The waters of the Yaoqi were not ordinary. They were infused with the essence of heaven and earth. However, Yi Lin Tian found himself more intrigued by his elder sisters. Gui. At present, Yi Lin Tian was unable to control his limbs, merely managing to wriggle his body a few times. With this minimal movement, he could awkwardly swim through the Yaoqi. As he swam, he reveled in the breathtaking scenery around him, truly a poetic vista of beauty. Oh my, elder sister, look, he seems to be bleeding. Huh? Where? As Yi Lin Tian inched forward, a crimson mark trailed behind him. Oh dear, he appears to be genuinely bleeding from his nose. The elder sister swiftly scooped Yi Lin Tian up, only to find his little nose dripping blood. However, as she wiped it away, the once gentle trickle transformed into 2 streams that shot forth. Hee. At this moment, Yi Lin Tian was oblivious to the amount of blood he was losing, completely absorbed in his enjoyment. His gaze turning increasingly lewd, coupled with his expression of bliss, it was enough to make his elder sisters feel quite uncomfortable. Elder sister, look at his eyes. They seem strange. Indeed, he resembles a lecher. Oh, while speaking, the maiden hurriedly covered her bosom. The elder sister quickly glanced at Yi Lin Tian, whose lewd grin and gaze were unmistakable. Thud. The elder sister dropped him back into the water, exclaiming, "This will not do. I must report to the master." She had never anticipated that a mere 2-day-old infant could display such lewdness. "Master, this is the situation. It seems the junior sisters are somewhat concerned." Upon arriving before Ji Mengyao, the elder sister recounted the events that had transpired in the Yaoqi. "You are overthinking it. He is merely a child, his mind not yet fully formed. How could he comprehend matters of intimacy?" Hearing Ji Mengyao's words, Yi Lin Tian nodded furiously in his swaddling, though his inability to control his body rendered the gesture quite abstract, resembling a wriggling caterpillar. Take him back to stay a while longer. He should acclimate eventually. Ding, new task triggered. Sleep in the same room as the elder sister. What? Such a task exists? Upon receiving this new task, Yi Lin Tian was utterly flustered. There was no way his elder sister would permit him to share a room with her, given her apparent disdain for him. Chapter 7. A sword severing time and space. Moments ago, the senior sister expressed her disdain for Yi Lin Tian's demeanor, which he had already witnessed. Who knows what might transpire if he were to share a room with him? The host possesses no authority to refuse tasks. What kind of flawed system is this? Is it not excessively tyrannical? The host verbally chastises the system. Oh, you keep count, do you? The system warns the host that it reserves the right to revoke all privileges. Very well, I accept. This is utterly outrageous. When others traverse realms, the system behaves like a subordinate. Yet, in my case, it assumes the role of a master. Yi Lin Tian can only obediently accept and fulfill the tasks assigned. By the way, what reward awaits upon task completion? Classified information. Since Yi Lin Tian currently has no means to decline the task imposed by the system, he must proceed as directed. However, one cannot help but wonder if the frequency of future tasks will be excessively high. Should that be the case, it would indeed pose a dilemma. Returning to the real world, master, may I refrain from bringing him back? The senior sister is truly reluctant to escort Yi Lin Tian, as his previous lascivious grin and lewd gaze haunt her thoughts. Is she now disregarding the master's words? Very well, I shall comply, master. Initially, the senior sister intended to protest further, but upon witnessing her master's impending ire, she had no choice but to carry Yi Lin Tian back to her room. Alas, what should I do? Once back in her chamber, the senior sister gazed at Yi Lin Tian, and once again, his previous lecherous smile resurfaced in her mind. No, this won't do. I must cover his face to avoid recalling that unsavory image. With no other recourse, she hastily grabbed a garment from her bed and draped it over Yi Lin Tian, concealing him completely. It smells delightful. Yet, unbeknownst to the senior sister, the covered Yi Lin Tian was greedily inhaling the fragrance of her garment. No, what if I inadvertently suffocate him? After pondering, The senior sister concluded that covering him was indeed unwise, and thus, she retrieved her clothing once more. Just as she lifted the fabric, she caught sight of Yi Lintian beneath, desperately gasping for air, looking even more lascivious than before. Curse it! The senior sister could no longer contain herself and unceremoniously hurled Yi Lintian, swaddled and all, out the door. Bang! Thud! Yi Lintian first collided with the railing outside, then bounced heavily back to the ground. Had he not attained the cultivation of a sage, this fall might have proven fatal. This woman is utterly insane. To throw out an infant like me? What a pervert! How absurd! I must admit, Yi Lintian's resilience is remarkable. Compared to the senior sister, his actions are undeniably more depraved. Oh no, she has cast me out. How am I to complete my task now? Yi Lintian cursed the senior sister in his heart, only to suddenly remember that his mission entailed sharing a bed with her. Now that he has been thrown out, fulfilling the task seems impossible. I must devise a plan. Anxiety began to creep in as Yi Lintian realized his predicament. However, regardless of how he strategized, he remained merely an infant, having been born just 2 days prior, and was incapable of controlling his limbs. Even if he wished to crawl back to the senior sister's room, he would be unable to do so. What shall I do? Yi Lintian found himself immobilized, though he would have been frantically pacing if he could move. At that moment, Yi Lintian's nascent mind whirled in search of a solution to this predicament. Aha! Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him, and no matter how cold or twisted she may be, she is still a woman. Every woman possesses a degree of maternal instinct. Let me evoke that nurturing side from her. With this thought, Yi Lintian took a deep breath, inhaling deeply before opening his tiny mouth and letting out a wail. Unlike an ordinary infant, whose cries would scarcely travel far, Yi Lintian's voice, bolstered by his sage cultivation, resonated through myriad mountain ranges, echoing throughout the entire Yaoqi celestial realm. Naturally, Ji Mingyao heard the cry and appeared beside Yi Lintian in an instant. What is happening? Upon seeing Yi Lintian sprawled on the ground, Ji Mingyao swiftly scooped him up and began to soothe him, causing his wails to gradually diminish. Master, what brings you here? When Yi Lintian's cries resonated. The senior sister had already heard them. However, just as she stepped outside, she witnessed Ji Mingyao cradling Yi Lintian in her arms. At that moment, Yi Lintian appeared as an innocent infant, with tears streaming down his face. What on earth is going on, master? You mustn't misunderstand. Silence. I have told you, he is merely a child. What does he understand? Take good care of him, and should such a situation arise again. Do not blame me for being merciless. With that, Ji Mingyao handed Yi Lintian back to the senior sister and vanished once more. Yi Lintian's scheme had succeeded, and he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Although he had not drawn out the senior sister's maternal instinct, he had successfully tapped into Ji Mengyao's nurturing side, which yielded the same effect. How unfortunate! Why must I be the one to care for him? Reluctantly, the senior sister was compelled to bring Yi Lintian back to her room. I must remain vigilant. After placing Yi Lintian back on her chair, the senior sister set up a barrier to obscure sight and sound around him. With such feeble cultivation, you dare to shield my sight and hearing? What a joke. Initially, the senior sister believed that after establishing this barrier, she would be free from worry. Yet, the problem lay in the fact that Yi Lintian possessed sage-level cultivation, rendering her feeble barrier utterly ineffective in his presence. The scene before Yi Lintian remained crystal clear. The following day. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of sharing a room with the senior sister. Spare me the pleasantries. Where is my reward? Congratulations, host, you have received the level technique. One sword cuts through eternity. What level is this technique? Why are all the details obscured? Host's cultivation is too low. Technique level currently not visible. I am too low level? Yi Lintian was taken aback. As a sage, could my rank still be inadequate? Just how extraordinary is this technique? Host's cultivation is too low. Technique level currently not visible. Alright, enough with the repetition. I understand my cultivation is lacking. However, Yi Lintian pondered, if my sage level cultivation is deemed too low, it implies that this technique must be extraordinarily powerful. After all, in this world, a sage is fundamentally the foundation for any prominent family's existence. To possess such a technique while still being considered low level is a testament to its unparalleled might. I must uncover what makes this technique so extraordinary. Yi Lintian opened the interface for the technique, revealing a figure clad in a blue robe, wielding what appeared to be an ordinary iron sword. Behind him lay a desolate wasteland, where countless beings gazed skyward in despair. Opposite him stood innumerable monsters brandishing various weapons, each seemingly formidable. At that moment, the figure in the blue robe slashed the air behind him with his sword. This seemingly unadorned strike bore no visible power, yet as the blade traversed the air, a massive chasm appeared behind him. Upon closer inspection, Yi Lintian realized that this strike not only cleaved through space, but also sliced through time itself, forcibly dividing one realm of existence into two, allowing him to confront the multitude of monsters alone. What an extraordinary technique! One sword cuts through eternity. Yi Lintian was profoundly moved. He had never imagined that a single sword could wield such power. How long would it take for me to cultivate to such strength? At that moment, Yi Lintian envisioned himself possessing similar prowess, effortlessly cleaving through time and space with a mere flick of his wrist. I wonder if I can attempt to replicate that now. With that thought, Yi Lintian entertained a wild idea. That stunning strike was indeed captivating, so he began to channel the technique within him in an attempt to emulate it. However, after several attempts, he discovered it was simply unfeasible. It seems my meridians, and such have yet to fully develop. How unfortunate! I must continue to wait. At this moment, Yi Lintian found himself in an unfortunate predicament. For he had only just entered the world 3 days prior. It was not merely the prospect of unleashing such a formidable technique that eluded him. Even the most rudimentary task of circulating the spiritual energy within his body for a single cycle was beyond his reach. After all, having lingered in the womb for such an extended period, what was a few more years of waiting? Thus, Yi Lintian could only solace himself with such thoughts as he pondered these matters. His senior sister unexpectedly approached him. Indeed, Master spoke the truth. You are but a child, and I have been overly concerned. After a night of reflection, his senior sister came to realize that her previous thoughts regarding Yi Lintian were somewhat excessive. She then gently lifted him and carried him back to the Yao pool, where she immersed him in the jade-like liquid. This time, unlike the previous day when he was absorbed in admiring the majestic mountains on either side, Yi Lintian fervently absorbed the spiritual energy from the Yao pool, eager to hasten his growth. Dear elder sisters, once I, Yi Lintian, have matured, I shall gather you all into my harem, he vowed silently, focusing intently on absorbing the spiritual essence to nurture his fragile form. As Yi Lintian voraciously consumed the jade liquid, the level of the Yao pool's essence began to visibly diminish. Senior sister, what is happening? Why is the jade liquid decreasing? He exclaimed. Indeed, senior sister, please investigate this matter. Upon hearing her junior sister's urgent call, the senior sister rushed to the edge of the Yao pool. The jade liquid continued to plummet at an alarming rate. Alarmed by the situation, she swiftly drew her sword. Who dares to cause a disturbance in the Yao pool sanctum? Her immediate instinct was that someone was causing chaos. After all, the jade liquid had remained unchanged for millennia. How could it possibly decrease so rapidly? Look, it seems to be his doing, one of the junior sisters exclaimed, pointing at Yi Lintian, who floated atop the jade liquid. Though he had only been born for less than 3 days, he appeared as serene as an ancient monk, meditating as the essence flowed into him like rivers merging into the sea. This is not good. He poses a threat. Quickly, gather around. The senior sister commanded her fellow disciples to retreat from the Yao pool. Fearing for their safety, she soared above Yi Lintian, attempting to pull him from the liquid. A powerful force emanated from him, pulling her closer. Oh no, I am being drawn in. Hurry, summon Master, she cried out, feeling her own spiritual energy being siphoned away. Desperate to halt this unsettling trend, she could do nothing but send one of her junior sisters to fetch Ji Mingyao. Understood. I will go at once. Everyone, stay back and keep your distance. The senior sister, acutely aware that her master Ji Mingyao was on her way, knew that until her arrival, no one could approach Yi Lintian. Moments later, Ji Mingyao appeared beside the Yao pool, effortlessly lifting the senior sister from the jade liquid. Yet, Yi Lintian continued to absorb the essence with fervor. Master, please stop him. If he continues to consume like this, the jade liquid will surely run dry. Fear not. Let him absorb it, Ji Mingyao replied nonchalantly. But master, This liquid took you millennia to gather. Gathering it was for the purpose of use, whether by you or your junior brother, it matters not. As they spoke, Yi Lintian had completely consumed the entirety of the Yao pool's jade liquid and lay at the bottom, burping contentedly. I feel so full. When he awakened, he instinctively stretched his limbs. Yet, something felt amiss. He realized he could control his arms. Opening his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a room, lying on a soft, snow-white carpet. To his left sat a woman of striking beauty, one he recognized all too well, Ji Mingyao. He then looked at his hands, confirming he indeed had control over them. Testing his legs, he discovered he could move them as well, and with a swift motion. He sat upright. I cannot believe I can control my body so soon. The sensation of having a physical form is delightful. After Yi Lintian sat up, he attempted to wave his tiny fists, discovering that he encountered no issues whatsoever. Subsequently, he rose directly from the ground and kicked his legs a couple of times, finding no problems there either. How splendid! I can finally move. Hee, sisters, here I come. At this moment, with his hands and feet finally able to move, the first thought that crossed Yi Lintian's mind was not to test his current strength, but rather to fantasize about using his hands to touch something soft. Indeed, he was quite the pervert. You're awake. Just as Yi Lintian was lost in his fantasies, a voice as melodious as silver bells reached his ears. It was none other than Ji Mingyao, Didi Lily Dada. Just as Yi Lintian was about to proclaim himself a disciple, he suddenly realized that he was merely a newborn baby, having only been born a few days prior, and thus should not comprehend such things. He promptly began to hum. Of course, the tunes were from the 21st century, which Ji Mingyao naturally could not recognize. Come here to your master. Clearly, Ji Mingyao did not perceive Yi Lintian's predicament. Instead, she beckoned him with a smile reminiscent of a doting aunt. Oh, mother! Upon witnessing this, Yi Lintian instantly reverted to his rather perverse instincts, pretending to stumble forward while pointing at his mouth, indicating that he was hungry. He then attempted to leap into Ji Mengyao's embrace to savor a hint of sweetness. Bang, however, before he could land in Ji Mengyao's arms, she tapped his head with a finger, causing him to wince in pain, clutching his head in a futile attempt to soothe it. You were born at the pinnacle of the sage realm. How could you have such cravings? Although Ji Mingyao had never raised a child, she understood that as Yi Lintian was at the initial peak of the sage realm, he could not possibly feel hunger. Thus it was out of the question to feed him. I am not your mother. Once you grow a bit more, you may descend the mountain to meet your mother. As Ji Mingyao had tapped Yi Lintian's head, she had also imparted some knowledge of this world into his mind. Chapter 10. The unknown technique. Even if Ji Mingyao had not provided Yi Lintian with knowledge of this world, he already knew some things. However, Ji Mingyao's teachings were far more comprehensive, enabling Yi Lintian to fully grasp the language and script of this world in an instant. Previously, while he had mastered the spoken language, he had still lacked in literacy. Now, that gap had been filled. Additionally, he acquired various other types of knowledge, which was far more convenient than relying on the system. Disciple, thanks, master. May I inquire how long I have been cultivating? At this moment, if Yi Lintian were to continue feigning ignorance like a child, it would not suffice. Ever since you absorbed all the jade essence from my Yao pool, 3 years have elapsed. 3 years? Upon hearing Ji Mengyao's words, Yi Lintian was taken aback. He recalled that when he absorbed the jade essence in the Yao pool, he had only just been born on the 3rd day. Yet now, 3 whole years had passed? Time certainly flew. Indeed, you consumed all the jade essence that took me a millennium to gather in merely 3 years. Hee. Yi Lintian felt a bit bashful upon hearing this, chuckling awkwardly while scratching the back of his head. What's wrong? Are you not satisfied? Of course, disciple is satisfied. Satisfied? Would you like another pool? Perhaps not. Just as Yi Lintian was about to say he would accept another pool, he caught sight of Ji Mingyao's eyes nearly blazing with fire. From this day forth, your task, aside from cultivating, is to assist me in collecting another pool of jade essence. Huh? Where am I to collect it? Master? Although Yi Lintian's strength was already considerable within the realm of gods and demons, he was still merely a 3-year-old child. Where could he possibly gather jade essence? I care not. You shall find a way. At this moment, Ji Mingyao was like a spoiled girl, completely disregarding the feasibility of the task at hand. All right, then. Since Ji Mingyao had spoken, Yi Lintian had no choice but to comply. Master, where shall I reside in the future? Will I stay here with you, or at my senior sister's? Reside in your own quarters. Hearing Ji Mengyao's response, Yilin felt a pang of disappointment. He had thought he would be able to stay in Ji Mengyao's room or that of his senior sister. Though you are merely 3 years old, your strength and intellect surpass that of a typical child. However, it would be best for you to temper yourself in front of your senior sister. It will be beneficial for you. Disciple understands. Why Yilin knew that although he had attained the sage realm and his mental faculties were far beyond that of a 3-year-old, if too many people became aware of this, it would not bode well for him. Thus he must learn to conceal his true capabilities. Good. As long as you understand. Ji Mengyao nodded, then tossed a jade slip towards Yilin. Take this technique and cultivate according to the instructions within. Thank you, Master. Yilin casually accepted it and glanced at the technique inscribed within. Merely a celestial level technique. How unimpressive! Yilin mused, deeming it nothing more than a worthless celestial level technique, and had no intention of practicing it. However, upon further consideration, he realized he had yet to acquire a cultivation technique from the system, and it was uncertain if he could procure anything superior from there. Thus, it might be prudent to practice this for now. Even if he later obtained a better technique, he could still present this celestial level technique publicly, making it easier for him to hide his true strength and play the fool to catch the wise. As he pondered, Yilin stowed the jade slip away. Upon reaching the sage realm, he could easily create a small space within his body to store items. Disciple takes their leave. After exiting Ji Mengyao's chamber, Yilin relied on the knowledge and locations she had imparted to arrive at his own quarters. This place is quite nice, with beautiful scenery and ample space. Yilin arrived at a mountaintop that had never been inhabited before. However, various rooms had already been constructed, equipped with everything one might need. Most importantly, the spiritual vein here was exceptionally vigorous. The spiritual vein on this mountaintop was remarkably strong. Cultivating here would be far more effective than in other locations. I must quickly attempt to procure a cultivation technique from the system. With this thought, Yilin summoned the system once more. System, do you have any techniques available for me? Host may exchange points to acquire techniques. Points? How many do I possess? Upon inquiry, the host has a total of 100,001 points. 100,001. Why is there a fraction? Where did this extra 100 come from? The host activated the system's default 100,000 points and completed the task of sleeping in the same room as the senior sister, earning an additional 100 points, totaling 100,001 points. Yilin was left speechless. He had not anticipated that completing a task would yield only 100 points. That was rather paltry. I wish to exchange for items. Show me the exchange interface. Host may select items for exchange on this interface. Before him appeared a screen divided into 3 main categories: techniques, skills, and weapons. There were numerous items available, and Yilin first clicked on the techniques category. The Supreme Fist of the 6 Directions and 8 Wastelands, Earth Level Technique, 10,000 points. The 10 Kills Palm, Celestial Level Technique, 20,000 points. Upon seeing this, Yilin calculated that the technique Ji Mengyao had bestowed upon him was merely worth 20,000 points. He could not be bothered with such low-tier techniques any longer and directly sought out those of higher caliber. Reincarnation Sword of the 6 Paths, Emperor Level Technique, 60,000 points. Heavenly Emperor Fist, Immortal Level Technique, 80,000 points. Upon viewing these 2 techniques, Yilin felt quite tempted. One was Emperor Level, the other Immortal Level, both superior to the Celestial Level technique he currently possessed, and he could afford them. However, he restrained himself from exchanging them and continued to search for even more advanced techniques. Another question mark? At that moment, Yilin stumbled upon a technique titled Unknown Technique. Strangely, its level was marked with a question mark, similar to the one sword cuts through eternity he had previously acquired. Yet it required a staggering 100,000 points. Good heavens, does it know that I possess 100,000 points, and is it deliberately setting this up? Yilin then perused the skills and weapons sections, discovering an array of impressive items, yet he still felt it prudent to prioritize obtaining a technique first, leaving skills and weapons for later. Then I shall exchange for this unknown technique. Chapter 11. The frustrating system. Although the preceding martial arts techniques boasted impressive ranks, none could rival the enigmatic cultivation method before him. Yilin had previously witnessed the formidable power of the one-sword severing eternity technique, which held a similar rank to this mysterious method. Its classification was shrouded in ambiguity, suggesting that it too was extraordinarily powerful. Please confirm whether to exchange for the unknown cultivation technique. Confirmed. The item has been credited. Please check your inventory. Let me see just how extraordinary this unknown technique truly is. Upon opening the text, Yi Lingtian's anticipation for mastering an invincible skill swiftly turned to bewilderment. What on earth is this? Displaying prominently on the page were the words, Unknown Human-Level Cultivation Technique. System, take a good look at this. What in the world is this? The host has raised a query regarding the system's rewards. Conducting verification now. I don't care whether you're verifying or not. Just provide me with an explanation. I spent 100,000 points for this technique. What is this nonsense? At this moment, Yi Lingtian was livid, having exchanged a substantial sum for what he deemed a worthless technique. Had he opted for the Supreme Heavenly Emperor Fist, he would have still had 20,000 points left to acquire another heavenly technique. Due to a system error, the actual reward is an unknown human-level technique. Are you aware that you sent me the wrong item? Either provide me with a technique commensurate with my 100,000 points, or refund my points immediately. I don't wish to waste time with you. Suppressing his fury, Yi Lingtian demanded compensation from the system. I'm sorry, once the system's rewards are issued, they are non-refundable. Is there no fairness in this? This is clearly your error, yet I must bear the consequences? Yi Lingtian found himself at a loss for words. It was utterly unheard of for the host to face repercussions for a system malfunction. I'm sorry, this is beyond the system's authority to know. You must compensate me. There's no room for negotiation. I'm sorry, this is beyond the system's authority. It seemed that the system intended to be obstinate. Regardless, Yi Lingtian could not allow this to slide. After having squandered 100,000 points on such a worthless technique, he was determined to pursue this matter. I demand compensation, or I will take drastic measures. I want to see if your system will be erased on account of the host's demise. Understanding that reasoning with the system was futile, Yi Lingtian resolved to employ threats as leverage. The host is threatening the system. The host is threatening the system. Enough of the chatter. Just tell me whether or not you will provide compensation. Did the system really think it could evade responsibility? As the system remained silent, Yi Lingtian placed his hand on his forehead. I will give you 3 counts to deliberate. If I do not receive compensation after 3 counts, I will take my own life. After issuing his threat, Yi Lingtian began to count. Point 3. No response from the system. Point 2. Still nothing. Point 1. Yi Lingtian deliberately prolonged the final count while applying more pressure to his forehead. Due to a system error, the host has experienced inconvenience. We ask for your understanding. I do not require your apologies. I demand a compensation plan. What good were the system's apologies? The points Yi Lingtian had lost were all too real. Compensation plan is being formulated. Please hold. Upon hearing that a compensation plan was indeed forthcoming, Yi Lingtian finally felt reassured, lowering his hand as he awaited the system's proposal. The compensation plan is as follows. The rank of the unknown technique will be adjusted to allow for evolution, with the specific evolution progress linked to the host's realm and comprehension. Please take note. Is there no additional compensation? Host, that is sufficient. Hearing Yi Lingtian's persistent demands for further compensation, even the system seemed taken aback. Very well, very well. Consider this a begrudging concession. Although the unknown technique remained classified as human level, a fine print indicated it was evolving. This suggested that its rank could increase in tandem with Yi Lingtian's growth in realm and comprehension. Upon reflection, Yi Lingtian realized that while the technique was indeed subpar at the moment, its potential for future evolution was promising. Theoretically, it could surpass the rank of one sword severing eternity in the long run, even if that day seemed far off. Regardless, he resolved to begin practicing it, as he anticipated that the initial evolution would be completed swiftly. Once the evolution was complete, he would discover to what rank it could ascend from human level. Following the system's adjustments, the unknown technique commenced its evolution. Although the remaining time was not displayed, Yi Lingtian speculated that the first evolution would not take long. With that in mind, he turned his attention to the heavenly technique gifted to him by the Ice Beauty. Currently, he was unable to practice the unknown technique due to its low rank. While he may have initially dismissed the heavenly technique, it was undeniably superior to the human level one, prompting Yi Lingtian to begin his training. It seemed that this technique was more suited for female practitioners. Would it transform me into a delicate flower if I continued? After circulating the technique for a full cycle, Yi Lingtian noticed an unsettling change. The yin energy within him had intensified, subtly altering his demeanor to appear more refined and delicate. Given that Yi Lintian was merely a 3-year-old child, his gender was indiscernible. Thus, if one were to judge solely by his aura, he might well be mistaken for a girl. It appeared that he could not delve too deeply into this technique. Otherwise, he might encounter unforeseen complications. Yi Lintian had no desire to become effeminate, so he resolved to limit his practice of this technique to a short duration, if only to appease Ji Mingyao. How could the Ice Beauty, knowing he was male, bestow upon him such a technique? At this point, Yi Lintian could only silently criticize Ji Mingyao, wary of revealing his thoughts, for he was no match for her at present. With that, Yi Lintian closed his eyes and resumed his training with the technique. 7 days later, little junior brother, where are you? A sudden voice, feminine in nature, pierced the silence. Chapter 12. Your mother misses you. For the past few days, Yi Lintian had been diligently practicing the technique bestowed upon him by Ji Mingyao. Albeit cautiously, fearing the transformation into a delicate persona. Despite his reservations, his progress was swift. He had reached the 6th layer of a total of 9. Just then, one of his senior sisters arrived in search of him. Sister, I'm here. Upon hearing the call, Yi Lintian hurriedly made his way towards her. Is something the matter? Sister, why have you come to find me? He wore a harmless smile as he approached the beautiful senior sister. Little junior brother, you must go see Master. She seems to be looking for you and sent me to fetch you. Master? What does she want with me? Yi Lintian calculated that he had only just returned from Ji Mingyao's side 7 days prior. Why was he being summoned again? I'm not sure. You should go and find out. I believe you'll understand once you see her. All right, I shall go at once. Thank you, sister. After expressing his gratitude, Yi Lintian flew toward the mountain where Ji Mingyao resided. Arriving shortly thereafter, greetings, master. Upon seeing Ji Mingyao, Yi Lintian bowed respectfully. My senior sister mentioned that you were looking for me. May I inquire what matters you wish to discuss? How has your training with the technique I imparted been progressing? I have attained the 6th layer. Yi Lintian was somewhat perplexed. Was he summoned merely for this? The 6th layer? Your progress is somewhat rapid. You must proceed with caution, avoiding haste. A solid foundation is essential for advancing to the next layer. Do you understand? Hearing Yi Lintian's claim of reaching the 6th layer, Ji Mingyao was genuinely astonished. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable, considering Yi Lintian's innate talent as a prodigy. Thank you for your guidance, Master. Is there anything else you wish to discuss? If not, I shall return to my training. Yi Lintian was eager to leave. He feared that prolonged exposure to Ji Mingyao would lead him to display foolish expressions, inviting trouble. Your progress with the technique is merely one reason for my summoning you. There is another matter at hand. Upon hearing Yi Lintian's inquiry, Ji Mingyao pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to disclose the situation to him. Oh, what is it? You have been with me for 3 years now. It is high time you return home for a visit. Return? Where to? Yi Lintian momentarily found himself at a loss, unable to grasp Ji Mingyao's intent. Kill your home, the Yi family in Wanggu City. Oh, right. If not for Ji Mingyao's reminder, Yi Lintian might have forgotten he had a family. Moreover, he had parents and an elder brother who had nearly been drained by him. It was indeed time to pay a visit. When I came here with my master, I was still an infant. Now, 3 years have passed. I am sure my parents have long awaited my return. Although Yi Lintian did not possess a strong sense of belonging to the Yi family in Wanggu City, he did harbor some feelings for his parents, especially his mother. After all, he had resided within her womb for several years. Such a debt of gratitude must be repaid. Indeed, it is time for you to return and perhaps take this opportunity to travel a bit. Normally, once one joins a sect, returning home would be a matter of at least a decade or two. However, Yi Lintian is different. He was born a saint. Although he has made some progress in the past 3 years, should he continue to cultivate in solitude, his advancement may be painfully slow. Thus, Ji Mingyao understood the necessity of allowing him to descend the mountain and explore. Perhaps this would expedite his growth. Very well, I shall prepare to depart for Wanggu City today. Yes, you may set off at any time. After Ji Mingyao nodded in agreement, she casually produced a weapon and handed it to Yi Lintian. This Ice Soul Sword, though merely a 3rd-grade spiritual treasure, has accompanied me in battles across the land in my early years. It shall serve as a fine means of self-defense. Consider it a gift. Yi Lintian examined the sword. It measured 28 inches in length, slender and entirely ice blue, resembling a solid block of ice. A truly exquisite piece. Although it was somewhat short, It sufficed for self-defense, especially as a third-grade spiritual treasure. Thank you, Master. While Yi Lintian did not hold the sword in high regard, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. The system offered many powerful weapons, but alas, he had no points for exchange. What a pity! As he contemplated the Ice Soul Sword, he could not help but grumble, while Ji Mingyao mistakenly believed he was admiring the gift, though not reveal this sword to others, lest it incite conflict in the martial world. From Ji Mingyao's perspective, the sword she gifted Yi Lintian was already of considerable rank. If exposed, it would undoubtedly stir up bloodshed. Despite Yi Lintian's current status as a saint, his youth and lack of combat experience rendered him vulnerable should he encounter an opponent of equal standing. I shall heed your command. Although Yi Lintian might not utilize this sword, he could not voice any objections given Ji Mingyao's instructions. Should you encounter an adversary you cannot handle upon your return, feel free to use our sect's secret techniques to notify me. I shall arrive post-haste. Thank you, Master. After expressing his gratitude, Yi Lintian soared towards the direction of the Yi family in Wanggu City as recalled from his memories. Wanggu City, Yi family, Madam, please return to rest. You have been waiting here for a day and a night. Since learning of Yi Lintian's impending return, Bai Linger had been gazing at the sky at the entrance, eagerly anticipating his arrival. Not yet, dear husband. Tian'er will be home soon. I shall wait a little longer. If he loses his way, I believe he will recognize this as home upon seeing me, my lady. Ever since Yi Lintian was taken away by Ji Mingyao, Bai Linger had been missing him dearly. This sentiment was entirely understandable, as he was, after all, a piece of her flesh. It was impossible not to long for him. Seeing his wife in such a state, Yi Mo could no longer contain himself. He sought counsel from the elders of their clan, inquiring whether Ji Mingyao could permit Yi Lintian to return for a visit. To his surprise, he received an affirmative response immediately. Chapter 13. Returning to one's roots. My husband, is that Tian'er? Upon hearing his wife's words, Yi Mo followed her gaze. My lady, our Tian'er is only 3 years old. He cannot possibly be so tall. For the past 3 years, Bai Linger had been yearning for Yi Lintian. When she learned he would be returning, her longing intensified. Observing this, Yi Mo felt a profound ache in his heart. Yet he understood that allowing Yi Lintian to follow their ancestor was undoubtedly the better choice. That should be Wanggu City up ahead. Our home appears to be over there at that moment. Yi Lintian had reached the skies above Wanggu City and quickly pinpointed the location of the Yi family. A saint approaches. Yi Lintian, having not concealed his aura upon arrival, inadvertently alerted the saint of the Yi family as he hovered above. Esteemed friend, may I inquire your identity? Just as Yi Lintian was about to descend, an elderly man with white hair and a similar cultivation level to Yi Lintian's appeared before him. Surely you must be one of the 4 saint elders of the Yi family? Indeed, I am. What is your purpose here, friend? Upon hearing Yi Lintian's question, the elder furrowed his brow, pondering whether this was a prelude to an assault on the Yi family. No. You misunderstand. I am not here to cause trouble. I have come to visit family. At that moment, Yi Lintian sensed the elder's rising hostility and wished to avoid conflict. Visiting family? When did the Yi family acquire such kin? Indeed, my parents reside in the Yi family. Yi Lintian intentionally refrained from directly naming Yi Mo and Bai Linger, opting instead for a more ambiguous reference. Your parents? The elder's confusion deepened. Given their cultivation level, it was improbable for anyone of their generation to still be alive. Indeed, they are my parents. May I inquire their names? Yi Mo and Bai Linger. Yi Lintian chose to reveal his parents' names at this juncture. The elder momentarily froze, then swiftly realized, his expression transforming into one of joy. You are Lin Tian? Indeed, elder, that is correct. Haha, it seems our family's innate saint has returned. Upon Yi Lintian's introduction, the elder rushed forward and embraced him. You startled me. I thought we were under attack. I was merely playing a joke on you. Elder, did I truly frighten you? Yi Lintian had indeed intended to play a prank, and he could have made it even more startling. However, he ultimately decided against it, considering the potential for a real confrontation. You nearly scared me to death. Come, let me take you home. Your mother has been waiting for several days. Thank you, elder. Yi Lintian did not break free from the elder's embrace, allowing himself to be carried directly to Bai Linger and Yi Mo. Yi Mo, Linger, greetings, elder. Greetings, elder. Although Yi Mo and Bai Linger recognized the elder, they did not know Yi Lintian. However, Bai Linger felt an inexplicable connection to him and bowed to the elder first. "Do you see who this is?" "Who is it?" Yi Mo, still perplexed, could not recognize Yi Lintian. Tianer? Bai Linger suddenly realized and rushed forward to take Yi Lintian into her arms, but was halted by Yi Mo. "Ah, young man, you should hurry to your mother." The elder observed this interaction and gently set Yi Lintian down. Unfilial son Yi Lintian pays respects to his father and mother. Had Bai Linger not been present, Yi Lintian might not have treated his father with any warmth, as his impression of Yi Mo was far from favorable. Furthermore, Yi Mo's rather unsightly appearance evoked a hint of disdain within him. Quickly rise, let me take a good look at you." Bai Linger hurriedly approached and helped Yi Lintian to his feet, ultimately lifting him into her embrace. Although Yi Lintian often harbored somewhat lascivious thoughts, at that moment, cradled in Bai Linger's arms, he felt not a single impure notion. Instead, he was enveloped by a profound warmth and a sense of tranquility. It seems that the 10 months of gestation truly impart a unique bond. To be frank, Yi Lintian did not possess a deep emotional connection with Bai Linger as his mother. Yet, when she held him, this body instinctively felt an overwhelming sense of security. "Well then, you three can reunite. I shall not intrude any longer," the elder remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the tender scene before him, and thus took his leave, bidding farewell to the elder. Subsequently, Yi Mo also offered a respectful gesture to the elder. "Come, my dear, let us not linger here. Let's step inside and converse." "Indeed, that sounds good with that." The trio entered the room. Once inside, Bai Linger incessantly inquired about how Yi Lintian had fared over the past 3 years, eager for him to recount every detail. Yi Lintian patiently narrated his experiences during those years, though there was not much to tell, for he had devoted the entirety of that time to digesting the essence of the Yaoqi Jade liquid. "Ah? You completely absorbed the ancestral Yaoqi Jade liquid?" Yi Mo was astounded upon hearing this. He understood the immense value of the Yaoqi Jade liquid left by their ancestor, Ji Mingyao. "Indeed, I drained it entirely, and now the Yaoqi is quite empty." Yi Lintian confirmed. "Did the ancestor not punish you?" Yi Mo inquired, intrigued by the fact that Yi Lintian had consumed the entire pool of Yaoqi Jade liquid without facing any repercussions. "Well, it's not that I wasn't punished. My master instructed me to replenish the Yaoqi Jade liquid in the future, but he did not set a deadline. That's a relief. We shall wait for your father to assist you in gathering this Yaoqi Jade liquid." Bai Linger's first instinct was to have the family help Yi Lintian resolve the predicament he had created. "Mother, it's unnecessary. My master has not made things difficult for me, since he did not specify a time frame. I can replenish it whenever I wish." Restoring the Yaoqi Jade liquid would indeed be a formidable task. Even with the resources of the Yi family, it would likely take 2,000 years to gather enough. Considering it took a millennium for the mighty Ji Mingyao to do so, everything truly all right, my dear? If anything troubles you, remember to speak to your mother and father. "Everything is fine, mother. You need not worry." Yi Lintian hastily reassured Bai Linger, alleviating her concerns, which in turn eased Yi Mo's anxiety as well. Otherwise, if Ji Mingyao were to hold them accountable, they might find themselves in a precarious situation. "Father, mother, I have returned to it." That moment, a youthful voice echoed, and Yi Lintian turned to see a 7 or 8-year-old boy entering from outside. "Fanner, you arrived just in time. Come meet your little brother," Bai Linger exclaimed, prompting Yi Lintian to realize that he indeed had an older brother. Had it not been for Yi Lintian awakening his system, he might have been drained by this brother at birth. "Little brother?" Upon hearing Bai Linger's words, Yi Linfan stepped forward, circling around Yi Lintian. "Are you the little brother who was taken away right after birth?" Observing his somewhat foolish demeanor, Yi Lintian felt an urge to kick him once more, for he had never had the chance to confront him since birth. However, he maintained his composure. "Yes, brother, I am indeed Yi Lintian, the one taken away immediately after birth. Haven't you cultivated? I sense no power within you," Yi Linfan remarked, having sensed Yi Lintian and finding no discernible level of strength. Thus, he pondered whether Yi Lintian was incapable of cultivation. "No, I possess strength. It's just that my power." Regarding Yi Lintian's prowess, both Yi Mo and Bai Linger had received directives from the clan, strictly forbidding them from divulging such information, even to Yi Linfan, who was still but a child. Revealing this to him could potentially lead to the leakage of sensitive information, placing Yi Lintian in danger. Your younger brother's strength is somewhat lacking compared to yours, which is why he cannot perceive your abilities. just as Yi Lintian was about to disclose his true level of power. Yi Mo promptly interjected to prevent him. Upon witnessing this, Yi Lintian furrowed his brow slightly but quickly grasped the implication. Yes, my strength is indeed rather weak, hence you cannot detect it. Yi Lintian hastily aligned his response with Yi Mo's explanation. I see, but little brother, fear not. Your elder brother is here to protect you. Hearing Yi Lintian's words, Yi Linfan approached and patted him on the shoulder, declaring his intent to safeguard Yi Lintian. To his surprise, Yi Linfan had already reached the threshold of a half-step great being. If he progressed further, he would attain the status of a great being. Yi Lintian was astonished by Yi Linfan's current strength. It was truly remarkable for a 6-year-old to achieve such a level, although it might not invoke much awe among adults. Yet, for a child of his age, it was indeed extraordinary. Truly, the disparity between individuals is stark. While I was nearly drained by him, he has managed to attain this level of power at just 6 years old, which is infuriating. Yi Lintian, feeling somewhat indignant, mused that while Yi Linfan's achievements were impressive, they paled in comparison to his own innate potential as a being born a saint. If Yi Lintian were akin to a diamond, Yi Linfan was but a grain of sand. Indeed, even less than that. Yes, you must protect your younger brother in the future. Tianer, once your strength increases, you too must look out for your elder brother, understood? Bai Linger expressed her approval of Yi Linfan's protective sentiments while affectionately ruffling his hair before turning her gaze toward Yi Lintian. Yi Lintian comprehended Bai Linger's intent. He did not need to wait, for he had already reached the realm of a saint and could protect Yi Linfan at present. Understood, mother, Yi Lintian replied. Though inwardly he wished to discipline this brother of his first before considering protection. Protect him? Had he not snatched so many resources from me, I might have already attained the status of a great saint upon my birth. Yi Lintian's thoughts were mere fantasies. In reality, had Yi Linfan not provided him with sustenance, Yi Lintian's initial strength would have been even weaker. Well, since our family is finally gathered together, shall we not prepare a feast? Yi Mo suggested. Indeed, my husband, I shall head to the kitchen at once. At their level, the act of dining had lost its significance. They could replenish their energy by absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. The act of eating had become more of a ritual, an embodiment of the occasion. Then, my dear, I shall trouble you. Husband and Fanner, Tianer will wait here. I shall return shortly. With that, Bai Linger set off to prepare the meal. Leaving only Yi Lintian, Yi Linfan, and their father, Yi Mo Tianer. What realm have you reached now? Yi Mo inquired curiously, eager to learn about Yi Lintian's current level of cultivation. I believe I am at the peak of the early saint realm. Just half a step away from great perfection, and 1 step away from the mid-saint realm. Yi Lintian did not conceal this from Yi Mo, as there was no need to hide such information from his father. Upon hearing this, Yi Mo gasped in astonishment. Yi Lintian had only been at the early saint realm at birth, and now, merely 3 years later, he had reached the peak of that realm. Truly unbelievable. It seems you have indeed gained much from our ancestor. Indeed, Yi Lintian affirmed, acknowledging the significant benefits he had reaped under Ji Mengyao's tutelage. When he was first taken to the Yaoqi, he had absorbed an abundance of its essence, subsequently draining the pool entirely. Without such experiences, he would not have achieved the peak of the early saint realm so swiftly. You must be sure to repay our ancestor in the future. She has rendered great favors to the Yi family. Upon hearing Yi Lintian's words, Yi Mo felt an even deeper gratitude towards Ji Mengyao. Chapter 15. A Matter of Concern. Soon, Bai Ling brought forth the dishes she had prepared, and the 4 of them sat down to enjoy their first family reunion dinner. With the evening still young, Yi Mo suggested, Fan and Tian, why don't you two go out and play? Your father and mother have some matters to discuss. After the meal, Yi Mo set down his chopsticks and ultimately issued a gentle dismissal to Yi Lintian and Yi Linfan. All right, fathered. Yi Lintian did not respond, but Yi Linfan was quick to reply, taking Yi Lintian's hand as they exited. Madam, there is something you must understand. Once Yi Lintian and Yi Linfan had distanced themselves, Yi Mo turned to his wife, Bai Ling with a serious expression. Husband, are you referring to Tian? Having lived with Yi Mo for many years, Bai Ling could intuit some of his thoughts. Indeed, I believe you should grasp the fact that Tian's future holds boundless potential. Yi Mo stated, to which Bai Ling nodded in agreement. His future accomplishments may very well surpass even that of the ancestor. Is it truly that remarkable? Bai Ling Er questioned, a hint of skepticism in her tone, for Ji Mingyao, as a great sage, was already extraordinarily formidable. A great sage is sufficient to instill fear across any region of this continent, only ascending higher, never lower. While Yi Mo's own prowess may not have been particularly extraordinary, his vision remained exceptionally lofty. Tian Er was born into the realm of saints, and merely 3 years have passed since. Yet he has already reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of saints, standing just a step away from the great perfection of the initial stage, and only a single step from the mid-stage. Yi Mo proceeded to relay the information he had just gathered from Yilin Tian to Bai Ling Er. Tian Er has already reached the pinnacle of the initial stage of saints? Indeed. Yi Mo nodded. The clan's grand elder has only attained the great perfection of the late stage of saints, and barring any fortuitous encounters, he may well remain at this level for life. Yet, Tian Er is but 3 years old. Husband, I comprehend your meaning. At this point, Bai Ling Er had already grasped Yi Mo's implication. It is good that you understand, for you must also prepare yourself mentally for what lies ahead. Though Yi Mo did not articulate it plainly, his meaning was crystal clear. As Yilin Tian's cultivation continues to ascend, he could not possibly remain in Wangu City for eternity. He would inevitably venture beyond its borders. Such an expedition could extend for hundreds, even thousands of years, and in that time, Bai Ling Er would have to endure the anguish of longing, perhaps even until the end of her life, without the chance to see Yilin Tian again. Rest assured, my husband, knowing that Tian Er is destined for greater heights brings me joy. Upon hearing Bai Ling Er's words, Yi Mo embraced her. And in that moment, a solitary tear escaped Bai Ling Er's eye, cascading down her cheek. I in the streets of Wangu City, brother. What do you do for fun outside every day? Yilin Fan inquired as he led Yilin Tian away from the Yi family residence and into the bustling streets. What else is there to do? Not much fun, just cultivating. Yilin Tian replied, his hands clasped behind his head, following closely behind Yilin Fan. His gaze flitted across the shops lining the street, searching for anything that piqued his interest. Is it merely cultivation? How dull. Not dull. It's quite enjoyable. Though Yilin Fan was 3 years older than Yilin Tian, his youthful disposition rendered him unable to compare with Yilin Tian's maturity. While Yilin Tian's body resembled that of a mere 3-year-old child, his soul had already matured into that of an adult. You must not have experienced true fun. Come, let me show you something exciting. Yilin Fan, upon hearing Yilin Tian's words, felt compelled to prove that his brother had yet to encounter genuine amusement. He seized Yilin Tian's hand and began weaving through the streets. After navigating several twists and turns, they finally arrived in front of a shop. Brother, look, this is where I often come to play. It's incredibly fun inside. Yilin Tian looked up to see a sign that read Guming Pavilion. What kind of place is this? A tea house, a tea house, Yilin Tian exclaimed in surprise. After all, he was merely a 6-year-old child. What business did he have in a tea house? Indeed, it is a tea house. But we do not enter to drink tea. You'll understand once you're inside. Without further explanation, Yilin Fan pulled Yilin Tian into Guming Pavilion. Young Master Yi, welcome. Upon their entrance, a staff member immediately recognized Yilin Fan and approached them promptly. And who might this be? However, the staff soon noticed Yilin Tian. This is my younger brother. Yilin Fan hesitated, realizing he had yet to learn his brother's name. What is your name, brother? Yilin Tian. Ah, yes, this is my younger brother, Yilin Tian. Yilin Fan introduced his brother to the staff member. Ah, so you are also a young master. My apologies for not recognizing you. The staff member's awareness of social etiquette was commendable. It's quite all right. I am merely accompanying my brother for some fun. Very well, please follow me, young masters. The staff member, astute in his understanding, knew that the Yi family's influence in Wangu City was unparalleled. With 2 young masters from the Yi family present, he was obliged to provide them with exceptional service. Young Master Yi, shall we head to your usual spot? Precisely, and please bring forth your finest ancient tea. I wish to treat my brother. Of course, young Master Yi, please wait a moment. Subsequently, Yilin Tian and Yilin Fan ascended to the top floor of the tea house, where only the elite convened. While the lower levels catered to the common populace, isn't this the esteemed young master of the Yi family? Back for more tea, are we? As they reached the top floor, a sharp voice echoed through the air. Zhao Cheng, today, I brought my brother back. and I intend to enjoy tea with him instead of engaging in conflict. Yilin Tian turned to see the speaker, though he did not recognize him. It was evident that Yilin Fan was familiar with this individual. Not in the mood for a fight today? Afraid of losing? Humph, with your lot, who could possibly rival me? We may not be your match. But my elder brother has just emerged from seclusion. He will arrive shortly, and then you shall witness what true strength entails. Yilin Tian was taken aback by their exchange, clearly understanding that these individuals were targeting Yilin Fan. Did they not fear retaliation from the Yi family? Among the younger generation, sparring is permitted as long as it does not result in crippling or death. Families typically do not intervene, I see. Chapter 16. Another talent. In a wonder these individuals dared to brazenly provoke Yilin Fan. It seems there existed such an understanding. If that were the case, regardless of how severely they were beaten or how grievously injured, as long as they were not permanently harmed, there would be no repercussions? Theoretically, yes, but regarding his elder brother, Yilin Fan nodded in response to Yilin Tian's query. However, when the topic of Zhao Cheng's elder brother arose, Yilin Fan's demeanor subtly shifted. What is the matter with his elder brother? Noticing Yilin Fan's expression, Yilin Tian deduced that his elder brother was likely a formidable opponent. Yet, considering Yilin Fan's current strength, he should be capable of handling most individuals. Could it be that there were peers more powerful than Yilin Fan? His elder brother has already reached the realm of great powers. And I am no match for him. Great powers? How old is his elder brother? Yilin Tian finally grasped the situation. In a wonder, even Yilin Fan appeared apprehensive. It turned out that his elder brother had attained the level of great powers. This revelation left Yilin Tian astonished. Another genius, and one even more formidable than my elder brother. I believe he is nearly 10 years old now. That explains it. Initially, Yilin Tian had presumed that his elder brother was exceptionally powerful. But it was simply a matter of age. However, upon deeper reflection, attaining the realm of great powers at such a young age was already an extraordinary feat, likely comparable to his elder brother. Though Yilin Fan was merely 6 years old and on the cusp of becoming a great power, it remained uncertain whether he could take that final step. If his cultivation were to stagnate at this level, he would merely be another of the many who failed to fulfill their potential. What are you two whispering about over here? Planning how to surrender? In my opinion, Yilin Fan, you might as well concede now. By the time my elder brother arrives, you won't even have the chance to admit defeat. Upon observing Yilin Tian and Wang Laojia engaged in conversation, Zhao Cheng, situated across from them, could no longer contain himself and began to mock Yilin Tian and Yilin Fan. Who said we are afraid? My elder brother is eagerly awaiting your elder brother's arrival. He has claimed he will send your brother tumbling downstairs. While Yilin Fan remained silent in response to their taunts, Yilin Tian, however, called out with a voice that lacked authority, rendering the situation rather comical for those listening from the opposite side. Little one, have you weaned yet? If not, perhaps you should return home for your milk. This place is hardly suitable for your play. Laughter erupted as they teased him further. You dare speak of my brother in such a manner. Unable to tolerate the mockery any longer, Yilin Fan unleashed his own formidable presence. I am well aware that I cannot match you, but it is not I who will be fighting today. It is my elder brother. If you possess any courage, wait for him to arrive before making your move. Humph, let your elder brother come. I am not intimidated. Zhao Cheng, noticing the anger in Yilin Fan, hesitated slightly, recognizing the potential consequences of provoking him further. After all, with Yilin Fan's prowess at the half-step grandmaster level, he could certainly hold his own, especially against a mere transformation realm practitioner. Very well, I shall await your brother's arrival, Zhao Cheng retorted defiantly. Yilin Fan, caught in the thick of the situation, realized retreat was no longer an option. Should he show any sign of cowardice now, his reputation would be forever tarnished. Brother, if a fight ensues, remember to flee at once, Yilin Fan cautioned. What is it, elder brother? Once settled at their designated seats, Yilin Fan discreetly transmitted a message to Yilin Tian. I am certain I cannot contend with Zhao Cheng's elder brother. His strength is formidable, far beyond my capability. If you are present, he may very well target you as well. Therefore, if you wish to avoid a beating, it would be wise to make a hasty exit. Yilin Fan understood his own limitations and the dire consequences of engaging in a confrontation with Zhao Cheng's elder brother. That is not certain, elder brother. I believe you can defeat him, Yilin Tian countered with a smile, which only elicited a faint chuckle from Yilin Fan. who shook his head in response. I have faith in you. I am certain you will prevail. Yi Linfan felt a surge of joy from his brother's unwavering belief. Yet he knew that mere optimism would not suffice against Zhao Chong's elder brother. Elder brother, you have arrived. Just as Yi Linfan contemplated how to navigate the impending confrontation with Zhao Chong's elder brother, the latter made his entrance. Upon hearing Zhao Chong's voice, both Yi Lintian and Yi Linfan turned towards the staircase, where a young man clad in black attire, exuding an air of confidence, descended. Elder brother, please take a seat. I have procured the finest ancient tea for you, which will aid in your cultivation, Zhao Chong offered. Demonstrating a level of deference to his sibling, the elder brother, upon seating himself, paid little attention to Yi Lintian and Yi Linfan. Ah, this tea is delightful. Are you Zhao Chong's elder brother? Yi Lintian's voice cut through as the elder brother savored the tea. Indeed, I am. And you are? Elder brother, this is Yi Lintian, the second son of the Yi family, a rather unremarkable individual. The one beside him is his elder brother, Yi Linfan, the half-step grandmaster I mentioned earlier. Zhao Chong's elder brother turned his gaze towards Yi Linfan and Yi Lintian, who were unfamiliar to him, but Zhao Chong quickly provided an explanation. So, you are the renowned Yi Linfan. I have heard tales of your genius, achieving half-step grandmaster status at merely 6 years of age. Indeed, that is I hear you seek to challenge me today? With Zhao Chong's elder brother now present and seemingly intent on confrontation, it appeared an altercation was inevitable. Chapter 17. System Achievements. Yi Lintian had sensed the strength of Zhao Chong's elder brother upon his arrival. As Yi Linfan had indicated, this individual was indeed of grandmaster caliber, an impressive feat for a child under 10. However, in comparison to Yi Lintian's innate gifts, he paled in comparison. A fight, you say? Zhao Chong's elder brother regarded Yi Linfan with skepticism, glancing at Zhao Chong for clarification. Yes, elder brother. This Yi Linfan boasts of being unmatched among his peers. I asserted that you surpass him, and he challenged you. A mere glance from his elder brother sent Zhao Chong into a state of panic, compelling him to concoct a hasty lie to extricate himself from the situation. Is that so? Unmatched among your contemporaries? A mere half-step grandmaster daring to utter such claims? I never made that assertion. It was your brother who stated such. Though Yi Linfan was unafraid of Zhao Chong's elder brother, he refused to bear the brunt of his siblings' exaggerations. Regardless of who made the claim, today I, Zhao Ling, shall experience the prowess of the Yi family firsthand. It was evident that Zhao Ling was no stranger to conflict, as he seemed eager to engage in battle over a simple remark. Yi Linfan, recognizing the necessity of responding, stood resolutely. Very well, allow me to witness your strength as a grandmaster. Despite knowing he was outmatched, he prepared to face his opponent, enveloping Yi Lintian in a protective aura to spare him the brunt of the confrontation. You dare to shield your incompetent brother? It seems you are quite audacious. As Yi Linfan shielded Yi Lintian, Zhao Ling intensified his own aura, causing Yi Linfan to feel the crushing weight of pressure. Am I not the archetype of a villain? How is it that this adversary appears more villainous than I? Yi Lintian felt a strange sense of disbelief, realizing that the true antagonist seemed to be Zhao Ling elder brother. You must confront him. I have faith in your abilities, Yi Lintian urged, gripping Yi Linfan's hand and shaking it fervently. With renewed determination, Yi Linfan unleashed a powerful strike, fueled by his brother's encouragement. Mere trifles. Zhao Ling remained seated, extending a hand in a futile attempt to block Yi Linfan's onslaught. Boom. If one were to compare their strengths, a half-step grandmaster attacking a grandmaster should not yield such a result, even if the grandmaster were entirely unprepared. Yet, the unexpected transpired. Yi Linfan's strike sent Zhao Ling hurtling backwards, crashing through the tea house's railings and landing in the street beyond. Elder brother. Zhao Chong stood agape, unable to fathom how his sibling had been so easily dispatched. While he had anticipated Yi Linfan could hold his own against Zhao Ling, he never imagined Yi Linfan possessed such strength to send a grandmaster flying. What sorcery was at play? At that moment, Yi Linfan too found himself questioning his own abilities, staring incredulously at his right fist. How had he managed to unleash such power? Despite exerting effort, he could hardly comprehend how he had struck down a grandmaster. Brother, you are incredible. You are truly remarkable. Achievements unlocked. Mastermind, wounded Zhao family prodigy, low-key operations. After Yi Lintian showered Yi Linfan with praise, a cacophony of system notifications erupted, inundating him with numerous achievement alerts. much to his annoyance. Are there no rewards for merely achieving these milestones? Yi Lintian perused the achievement notifications while conversing. The achievement rewards have been distributed. Please check. Host. At that moment, a system prompt chimed in, prompting Yi Lintian to hastily open and review it. Not bad indeed. Send me more points, he mused. Upon inspection, he discovered that the reward for achieving these feats was, in fact, points. However, for Yi Lintian, these points were quite valuable, as they were essential for exchanging for techniques and weapons. After that series of achievements, he had accrued nearly 30,000 points. It turned out that acquiring these points was not as difficult as he had thought. Had he known earlier, he would have infused more power into his elder brother, directly vanquishing the opponent. The reason Yi Linfan was able to send Zhao Ling flying with a single punch was not due to his own strength, but rather the power Yi Lintian had stealthily imparted to him while shaking his arm. Thus, Zhao Ling did not merely receive a blow from Yi Linfan, but rather from Yi Lintian, a peak early-stage sage. Although the strength exerted was less than a fraction of Yi Lintian's own, it was certainly sufficient to incapacitate Zhao Ling. You have violated the rules. Zhao Chong rushed down to check on his brother Zhao Ling, who was gravely injured, to the extent that his recovery was questionable. How has my elder brother violated the rules? He has been beaten to such a state. Is that not a violation? Yi Linfan interjected before Zhao Chong could respond, asserting, "What's the matter? Is your brother dead or crippled?" Although Yi Linfan's attack had indeed caused significant damage, Yi Lintian was confident that it had not resulted in death or permanent disability. However, it could easily lead to a prolonged recovery period, assuming the Zhao family utilized various rare resources for healing. Otherwise, Zhao Ling's recovery would remain in jeopardy. We were merely engaging in a fair spar. Your brother simply lacked the skill. Dio, you still have the audacity to complain? The system chimed in, acknowledging the achievement of turning the tables. How shameless. Chapter 18. Yi Linfan's demise. Although on the surface it appeared to be a fair contest, Yi Lintian's intervention rendered it anything but. Yet, Zhao Chong and his kin were oblivious to this fact. It was I who struck your brother. If you dispute this, feel free to confront me at the Yi family estate. Even though Yi Linfan remained uncertain as to how he had managed to send Zhao Ling flying, he relished the sensation of victory, emboldening his speech. Come, brother, let us return home. As Yi Linfan took Yi Lintian's hand, preparing to leave, Zhao Chong threatened, Yi Linfan, await your reckoning. Our Zhao family will not let this slide. Yi Linfan dismissed Zhao Chong's threats with disdain. Despite being merely 6 years old, he understood that the Zhao family was not a match for the Yi family. Should the Zhao family dare to act against them, it would lead to their own downfall. Upon returning to the Yi family estate, Yi Linfan immediately sought out his father, Yi Mo, and recounted the events that had transpired in the tea house. Indeed, I do not comprehend how it occurred. I simply threw a punch and Zhao Ling was severely injured. Are you certain that you struck Zhao Ling and that you inflicted such injuries? Yi Mo, upon hearing his son's account, was visibly agitated, standing up and staring intently at Yi Linfan. Absolutely, Yi Linfan affirmed, feeling a twinge of fear at his father's reaction, pondering whether he had committed an error. Have I broken the rules, father? Will the Zhao family seek retribution? At that moment, Yi Linfan was genuinely concerned. If he had indeed breached the rules, he would have to face the consequences. Dare he? Yi Mo responded, puffing out his chest, exuding the aura of an unparalleled master. However, to Yi Lintian, his father appeared somewhat lecherous and a touch greasy. Your sparring amongst peers is permissible as long as it does not result in death or permanent disability. Should they dare to trouble the Yi family over this, I shall ensure they comprehend why our family is the foremost in Wangu City. Why Yi Mo displayed unwavering confidence regarding conflicts. The Yi family was not intimidated by the Zhao family. Moreover, since it was merely a normal and fair contest, injuries were to be expected, even severe ones. Then I shall take solace in that. Yi Linfan felt reassured by his father's words. Very well, you may return. I wish to speak with your brother for a moment. Yes, father. Yi Linfan nodded and exited to his room, while Yi Mo turned to Yi Lintian. You must have discreetly assisted your elder brother in defeating Zhao Ling. Correct? Indeed, that was I. Yi Lintian admitted without hesitation. I suspected as much. Zhao Ling has already reached the realm of a mighty being. Your brother would surely be no match for him. Is father going to reprimand me? Yi Lintian was taken aback by Yi Mo's words, uncertain if his father disapproved of his actions. Reprimand you? Why would I do that? You brothers ought to support one another. Were it not for my concern regarding your abilities being exposed, I would have preferred you to confront them directly and teach those two a lesson. Yi Lintian had anticipated his father would chastise him for breaching the rules, but was surprised to find him even more ruthless than expected. I understand now. Yi Lintian finally grasped how to proceed in the future. Any issues would be borne by the family. Should the family falter, his enchanting master Ji Mingyao would undoubtedly lend her support. However, do exercise caution and ensure your circumstances remain undisclosed. Though Yi Mo was pleased with the mutual support displayed by the brothers, he remained apprehensive about Yi Lintian's situation being revealed, especially since they had resolved to keep Yi Lintian's existence a secret since his mother's pregnancy. Rest assured, I will be vigilant. Yi Lintian felt confident. Unless confronted by an individual of a higher realm or a more powerful sage, his disguise would remain intact. That is good. After their conversation, Yi Lintian exited Yi Mo's chamber and returned to his own. However, shortly thereafter, a sharp alarm echoed throughout the Yi estate. What is happening? Yi Lintian furrowed his brow upon hearing the commotion and stepped outside to investigate. Not good, not good. The young master is in trouble. A maid rushed past him in a flurry, exclaiming that Yi Linfan was in peril. Stunned, Yi Lintian inquired, "What is happening? What has happened to the young master?" Upon hearing the maid's cries, Yi Mo and Bai Linger hurriedly emerged. "What is it? What has happened to the young master?" Yi Mo questioned with urgency. He seems to have the maid stammered. "Calm down. Speak slowly. What has befallen the young master?" Yi Mo, sensing the maid's panic, felt a growing unease. Meanwhile, Bai Linger, overwhelmed with anxiety, dashed towards Yi Linfan's room without waiting for clarification. "He appears to be dead." The maid's words detonated in Yi Mo's mind like a thunderclap. "What did you say?" "Repeat that." He could scarcely believe his ears. Yi Linfan had seemed perfectly well moments ago. How could he possibly be dead? "You must go and see for yourself." The maid, trembling, could no longer elaborate, as Yi Mo disregarded her hesitations and rushed to Yi Linfan's chamber. Inside, the room was crowded with individuals. The 4 elders of the Yi family, Yi Lintian, and Bai Linger were all present. "Elders, what has happened? What ails my son?" Yi Mo demanded, glancing at Yi Linfan's state before urgently questioning the 4 elders. "We rushed here as soon as we heard the alarm, but by the time we arrived, he was already in this condition." Upon hearing the eldest elder's words, Yi Mo's gaze locked onto Yi Linfan. Chapter 19. Who is responsible? At this moment, Yi Linfan lay pale on the bed, seemingly untroubled by any external ailments. Even the Grand Elder, upon conducting a personal examination, found no internal issues within Yi Linfan's body. And yet, he was perilously close to death. What had transpired today? How could he have suddenly found himself in such a dire state? It was true that he had not engaged in any activities today, except for a sparring match with Zhao Ling from the Zhao family. The Zhao family? Yi Mo's initial instinct was to dismiss the notion that Yi Linfan had done anything significant today, but he quickly recalled that Yi Linfan had indeed fought with Zhao Ling, inflicting severe injuries upon him. Yes, indeed, it was the eldest son of the Zhao family whom Fanner had struck down. What did you say? How is that possible? As far as I know, Zhao Ling should be at the level of a formidable powerhouse. Upon hearing Yi Mo's words, the Grand Elder was incredulous. After all, he was well aware of Yi Linfan's capabilities, and they had an understanding of Zhao Ling's prowess as well, given that the Zhao family had not concealed his information. Zhao Ling was indeed at the level of a formidable powerhouse, and Yi Linfan, in his current state, could not possibly match him without assistance. At this moment, Yi Mo could only relay the circumstances to the Grand Elder, who then turned his gaze towards Yi Lintian. "Tanner, how did you assist your elder brother in defeating Zhao Ling?" Yi Lintian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this matter would circle back to him. "What did I do? Yes, I did help my brother, but all I did was transfer a modicum of my energy into his body, enabling him to release it. Oh dear, Tanner, you foolish child." Hearing Yi Lintian's explanation, the Grand Elder clutched his chest in exasperation. "You think a mere fraction of energy could be borne by your elder brother's body? Do you not understand that beneath the level of a sage, all are but ants? Even a fragment of your energy is beyond what he, as a half-step powerhouse, can endure." What? Yi Lintian was bewildered by the Grand Elder's words. Could it be that his elder brother's condition had deteriorated due to such a slight infusion of energy? How could he have appeared fine at that moment? With your brother's strength, He could not possibly perish on the spot. However, your energy has indeed inflicted substantial damage, which has only now manifested, the Grand Elder explained. Yilin Tian then grasped the reality. He had inadvertently harmed Yilin Fan, believing he was aiding him. While he pondered this troubling matter, he failed to notice the system notifications indicating multiple achievements attained. What should we do now? For Yilin Tian, despite his previous intentions to bully Yilin Fan and even absorb him, he could not allow his brother to perish in such a manner. At this juncture, it seems our combined abilities may prove insufficient to resurrect Fanner. The Grand Elder urged, you must devise a plan. We cannot let Fanner succumb. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Bai Linger could no longer contain her emotions, and tears streamed from her bright eyes. Yet, the Grand Elder raised a hand to halt her. Though we four may indeed lack the means to save him, there exists someone who can. Who? Upon hearing that someone could save Yilin Fan, Yimo immediately perked up. I am willing to pay any cost, no matter how great. No, the price may not be exorbitant. It merely depends on whether we can summon them. Yimo quickly understood the implications of the Grand Elder's words. Tianer, your brother's plight stems from your actions. You bear the responsibility to save him. Do you understand? I comprehend, but I do not grasp your meaning. Yilin Tian looked at the four elders and Yimo, feeling a surge of anxiety. What do they mean? Did they intend for him to exchange his life for Yilin Fan's? If so, that was unacceptable. Currently, the only one who can save your brother is the ancestor. If we wish to summon the ancestor, your presence is paramount. At last, Yilin Tian understood the intent behind Yimo and the elder's words. Why didn't you say so earlier? I thought you wanted me to sacrifice my life. Relieved, he thought, I understand now. I will contact my master immediately. Very well, we shall await your good news. With that, Yilin Tian promptly began reaching out to Ji Mingyao. Has he encountered an adversary he cannot contend with so soon? Ji Mingyao was surprised upon receiving Yilin Tian's message. After all, he had only returned a few days prior. How could he have already faced an insurmountable foe? No, master. I have encountered some minor issues and hope you can lend your assistance. What kind of issue? Master, just come over. You will understand once you arrive. Yilin Tian resorted to a bit of coaxing, and fortunately, Ji Mingyao was quite susceptible to his charm. All right, where are you? The Yi family in Wangu City. After Yilin Tian's words, Ji Mingyao immediately exited her seclusion, and within mere moments, she appeared in Yilin Fan's chamber. Greetings, elder. The moment they laid eyes on Ji Mingyao, Yimo and the elders instinctively prepared to kneel in reverence. Please, no need for such formalities, my dear disciple. What brings you here? Ji Mingyao's mind was wholly occupied with Yilin Tian, dismissing the customary rituals. Greetings, master. Upon seeing Ji Mingyao, Yilin Tian donned an innocent smile and rushed to embrace her leg. What a lovely leg! At that moment, the sensation he felt nearly elicited a lewd grin from him. I inadvertently put my elder brother in a bind. Master, can you save him? While he pouted, he recounted the events to Ji Mingyao. Upon hearing Yilin Tian's account, Ji Mingyao finally noticed Yilin Fan lying on the bed. She then lifted Yilin Tian and seated him beside her as she began to assess Yilin Fan's condition. Ancestor, I implore you, please save Fanner. Bai Linger approached, kneeling before Ji Mingyao. I have no patience for such formalities. Please rise. Seeing Bai Linger kneel again vexed Ji Mingyao. What is Fanner's condition, ancestor? Yimo inquired, helping Bai Linger to her feet. His condition is not dire. I can still save him. Upon hearing these words, Yilin Tian and everyone present exhaled in relief. Ancestor, can you truly save him? Indeed, ancestor, can you really save Fanner? Yimo and Bai Linger were both ecstatic. For this was their beloved son. I say I can save him, and I will. Do you both doubt my words? Never. We would not dare. Then I must trouble you, ancestor. Upon sensing Ji Mingyao's reprimand, both Yimo and Bai Linger quickly expressed their apologies and set about aiding Yilin Fan. Tianer, tell me how you caused your brother to end up in this predicament. As Ji Mingyao treated Yilin Fan, she inquired about the details of the incident. I had no idea it would turn out this way. Yilin Tian relayed the unfolding events to Ji Mingyao, who, upon hearing his tale, burst into laughter, blooming like a flower in the transition between spring and summer. Not as bashful as spring blossoms, nor as ostentatious as summer blooms, but evoking a myriad of thoughts within all present, rendering them momentarily speechless. You are so beautiful. Yilin Tian was the first to recover. instinctively complimenting her upon hearing his praise. Ji Mingyao's cheeks flushed, though she quickly regained her composure. Punner, what nonsense are you speaking at that moment? Yimo and the elders finally reacted, and Yimo, alarmed, quickly admonished Yilin Tian. Ancestor, please do not be angry. Tianer merely spoke without thinking. When did I express anger? Do you believe he is incorrect? And no, Tianer is correct. No, wait, he isn't. Ah, I shall slap myself. Yimo found himself at a loss, unable to determine whether to agree or disagree with Yilin Tian, and thus retreated to chastise himself. Do you think your current strength can be borne by anyone? In the future, one must certainly be vigilant. At this moment, Ji Mingyao was not concerned about Yimo. Instead, she reprimanded Yilin Tian while playfully prodding his forehead with her finger. Although she appeared to be chastising him, her intentions were not to scold. Otherwise, she would not have intervened to rescue Yilin Fan. Well, his life should be safe now. But Ji Mingyao hesitated, her words hanging in the air. But what, ancestor? Upon hearing Ji Mengyao's hesitation, both Yimo and Bai Linger became exceedingly anxious. However, I cannot ascertain how much of his strength he will be able to recover. So, ancestor, are you suggesting that he might never be able to cultivate again? That is not exactly the case. When Ji Mingyao stated this, Yimo felt an overwhelming sense of worry. If Yilin Fan were truly unable to cultivate in the future, it would be a significant blow to the Yi family. Although his life was preserved, the impact of Tianer's power on his body, coupled with my healing efforts, could potentially alter his constitution. Will it be a beneficial change or a detrimental one? Yilin Tian inquired, curious about whether his elder brother's physique could indeed undergo transformation. Only heaven knows. With Ji Mengyao's explanation, everyone understood. No wonder she had previously mentioned that Yilin Fan's strength might not fully recover. This implies that he could either become significantly weaker, perhaps even an ordinary person, or conversely, he might emerge even more formidable than before. Precisely, Tanner, you are quite astute. At this juncture, Yilin Tian realized that his actions towards Yilin Fan might lead to uncertain outcomes, either rendering his elder brother incapacitated or, perhaps, granting him newfound strength. Given his elder brother's extraordinary luck, it was quite possible that he would turn misfortune into fortune. Yet, internally, Yilin Tian leaned towards the belief that Yilin Fan would ultimately benefit from this incident. After all, he was well aware of his elder brother's unparalleled fortune. Had he not devoured a portion of that fortune, who knows how extraordinarily powerful Yilin Fan would be now? Well, you need not worry any longer. We shall simply wait for him to awaken. After ensuring Yilin Fan's safety, Ji Mingyao stood up. Tianer, will you remain here or accompany me back? With the matter settled, Ji Mingyao deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. I shall stay here a while longer. Although remaining at home held little purpose for Yilin Tian, under the current circumstances, he could not leave. Why Yilin Fan had yet to awaken, and the situation remained uncertain. Departing now would be rather inconsiderate. Very well, then I shall take my leave. Notify me should anything arise, Ji Mingyao said before vanishing without granting Yimo and the four elders a chance to bid her farewell. Elder brother, was that the first time we witnessed the ancestor smile? Of course, it was indeed the first time. The second elder approached the first elder, but before he could express his admiration for Ji Mengyao's beauty, he was abruptly silenced by a punch from the first elder. Ouch, first brother. The second elder could barely articulate his pain. I warned you against your foolish chatter. Should you err again, it will be your end. The second elder clutched his mouth, rolling on the ground in agony, while the first elder showed no sympathy for his younger sibling. After all, such words could be deemed a grave disrespect to the ancestor, potentially leading to the ruin of the entire Yi family. First elder, what is amiss with the second elder? The first elder's outburst drew the attention of the others, including Yimo, who inquired about the commotion. Nothing of consequence. It's merely a flare-up of his hemorrhoids. Chapter 21. Truly unable to endure Yilin Fan's miraculous recovery, given his current condition, could only be described as a miracle. Without Ji Mengyao's saintly prowess, his rescue would have been utterly unattainable. Now that Fanner is safe, we four shall take our leave. Upon confirming Yilin Fan's well-being, the four elders prepared to depart. I bid you farewell, elders. Yimo promptly rose to send them off. No need to see us off. You should remain with Fanner. Inform us immediately should anything occur. Understood, elders. With that, the four elders exited, leaving only Yilin Tian and his family. At this moment, Yi Lintian felt no overwhelming guilt. While it was true that Yi Linfan had endured some tribulation, he firmly believed that his elder brother would likely gain some fortuitous opportunity from this ordeal. You need not worry. My brother should be fine. And he may even find an opportunity in this situation. Seeing that Yi Mo and Bai Linger were still deeply concerned, Yi Lintian stepped forward to reassure them. After all, Yi Linfan's life was no longer in jeopardy. What nonsense are you spouting? You have put your elder brother in such a state, and now you ask us not to worry. Yi Mo, filled with indignation, approached to reprimand Yi Lintian, who was taken aback by the sudden confrontation. He had not anticipated his adoptive father would resort to physical reprimand. Just as Yi Lintian prepared to defend himself, Bai Linger intervened. Halting Yi Mo Tianer has already explained that he acted to protect his elder brother by defeating that elder of the Zhao family. How can you blame him? Indeed, mother speaks wisely. Is this truly my fault? Yi Lintian felt no remorse, as he believed he had acted correctly in the circumstances. He had not been aware of the implications at the time. Had he known, he would have acted differently. Moreover, he had summoned Jiming Yao to treat Yi Linfan, so he felt justified in his actions. However, at that moment, the system unexpectedly awarded Yi Lintian some points, indicating that his recent behavior had been classified as villainous. Fine, with you protecting him, I have no grounds to argue. As long as Fanner is safe, that is what matters. Yi Mo did not wish for Yi Linfan to lose his cultivation abilities. But ultimately, as long as he lived, it would suffice. Even if he were unable to cultivate, given the Zhao family's influence, his protection would remain assured. Naturally, if possible, Yi Mo hoped Yi Linfan could continue to grow normally. You truly need not fret. I have a premonition that my elder brother will surely gain an opportunity from this. What gives you such a premonition? Yi Mo, intrigued, questioned the source of Yi Lintian's confidence. Yet, Yi Lintian could not disclose the truth to Yi Mo and Bai Linger. Oh, you need not concern yourselves with how I know. I simply believe my elder brother will be fine. Moreover, this incident will surely enhance his strength. Let us hope your words ring true. At this point, Yi Mo had little else to say, recognizing that confrontation was futile. Besides, should he truly provoke Yi Lintian, he might find himself outmatched, for Yi Lintian was indeed a saint. In the future, exercise caution when you both venture out. Furthermore, do not divulge your strength lightly. Yi Mo's primary concern remained Yi Lintian and Yi Linfan. Should they attract trouble, it could lead to dire consequences. Additionally, if news of Yi Lintian's power were to leak, it would certainly incite chaos and bloodshed. A mere 3-year-old saint would pose an immense threat to all families. Rest assured, I am aware of the gravity of the situation and will not reveal anything lightly. However, with my elder brother's predicament, I believe the Zhao family will also encounter some difficulties. I fear that will require your intervention. Yi Lintian suddenly pondered a pressing concern. After releasing his power through Yi Linfan's body, Yi Linfan had nearly perished. Would Zhao Ling suffer even greater harm? After a moment's reflection, he deemed that such a possibility was quite high. The Zhao family? Are you referring to their eldest son? Zhao Ling? Indeed. Look at how severely injured the elder brother is. It stands to reason that Zhao Ling must be in an even more dire predicament. Upon hearing Yi Lintian's remarks, Yi Mo finally grasped the gravity of the situation. If even Yi Linfan has sustained such injuries, then Zhao Ling is likely to be in an even more abysmal state. Furthermore, the most critical aspect is that the Zhao family has not emerged victorious, which implies that Zhao Ling may very well perish in this battle. This indeed poses a problem, as it could unfold as you suggested. What if he seeks revenge on the Yi family afterward? At this moment, Yi Lintian was not particularly concerned for himself. After all, he could simply flee to Jiming Yao's side. He believed that as long as he was with Jiming Yao, no one would dare to harm him. But the fate of the Yi family remained uncertain. If they were to confront us openly, I would not be afraid. My concern lies in the possibility of them resorting to underhanded tactics. If that were to happen, it would truly become troublesome. At this juncture, Yi Mo also recognized the seriousness of the matter. Although there was a consensus that the older generation should not target the younger, if this prodigious youth from the Zhao family were to perish at Yi Linfan's hands, it was likely that the Zhao family would not let it go easily. Worrying about this matter seems futile. We shall see just how fortunate Zhao Ling truly is. Yi Mo felt utterly powerless regarding this situation, estimating that the odds were against him surviving. Even if he were to succumb, the Yi family would not fear him. Wanggu City, Zhao family. What did you say? Repeat that, master, the young master. He is in critical condition. You must go and see. At this moment, the head of the Zhao family was nearly beside himself with rage. He had never anticipated such a turn of events, yet he still found it hard to believe. He hurriedly rushed to Zhao Ling's room, only to find him lifeless upon the bed. Chapter 22. A Desire for Revenge. Yi Lintian and Yi Mo had just concluded their discussion regarding Zhao Ling when, unexpectedly, calamity struck on Zhao Ling's end. As Yi Lintian had surmised, Zhao Ling was indeed unable to withstand the ordeal. If even Yi Linfan could not endure, how could Zhao Ling, who had been directly hit, possibly withstand it? Naturally, he was even less capable of enduring Yi Lintian's slight force, which for individuals of their caliber was akin to a dimensional strike. What on earth is happening? Can anyone explain this to me? Upon witnessing Zhao Ling's condition, the head of the Zhao family erupted with fury, sending those nearby flying with his rage. After competing against Yi Linfan from the Yi family, he returned in this state. We have no idea what transpired. Before the servant could finish speaking, the head of the Zhao family seized him and lifted him off the ground. Yi Linfan is merely a half-step great being. How could he possibly be Zhao Ling's opponent? What truly happened? Speak, master. They were merely sparring, and who else was present? The servant, clearly terrified, stammered. The second young master was also there. You can ask him, I swear I'm not lying. Upon hearing this, the head of the Zhao family turned his gaze toward Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong, come here and tell me precisely what transpired. How could a mere half-step great being injure Zhao Ling to such an extent? At this moment, the Zhao family was resolutely unwilling to believe that Yi Linfan, a half-step great being, could have inflicted such injuries upon Zhao Ling. There should have been a decisive victory for Zhao Ling. It was like this. At that moment, we too were baffled. Yi Linfan threw a punch, and my elder brother attempted to block it, but for some reason, he was sent flying, and then he ended up like this. In truth, Zhao Chong had no understanding of what had occurred. The situation was indeed too strange. Moreover, Yi Lintian's underhanded maneuvers were exceedingly discreet, leaving Zhao Chong utterly unaware of the subtle tricks at play. One punch reduced Zhao Ling to this state. I find that hard to believe. I swear I'm not lying. It was exactly like this. Zhao Chong felt utterly despondent, never having anticipated such an outcome. Where is Physician Shui? Why has he not yet arrived? At this moment, the Zhao family realized a pressing issue. Zhao Ling lay unconscious, yet no one had come to diagnose him. They were completely oblivious to the cause of his condition. Physician Shui is already on his way. All right, we shall wait for Physician Shui to arrive before discussing further. I must summon the elders. Given Zhao Ling's perilous state, it was evident that although he was not yet beyond hope, his condition appeared grave. It was imperative that Physician Shui and the elders assess the situation and determine a course of treatment. Master, Physician Shui has arrived. Shortly thereafter, the esteemed physician was ushered in, and upon his arrival, the head of the Zhao family swiftly approached him, explaining the situation. As he spoke with Physician Shui, an elder from the Zhao family also entered. This elder, a sage at the late stage, had previously encountered Physician Shui. Senior Zhao, no need for formalities. Let us first ascertain the situation. At this juncture, the sage-level elder of the Zhao family and Physician Shui became the focal point of attention, as only they possessed the expertise to discern the true nature of Zhao Ling's condition. Together, they approached Zhao Ling's bedside. Physician Shui, please proceed. The elder graciously invited Physician Shui to examine Zhao Ling first. Without hesitation, Physician Shui commenced his diagnosis. After checking Zhao Ling's pulse and examining his body, he shook his head. Senior Zhao, you may wish to take a look for yourself. At this moment, Physician Shui refrained from elaborating, instead signaling to the sage elder of the Zhao family to assess Zhao Ling's condition. Upon hearing Physician Shui's words, the elder placed his hand upon Zhao Ling's body and, after a thorough examination, furrowed his brow. Who was present at the time? Rather than disclose Zhao Ling's condition, he inquired about the individuals who had been present. Zhao Chong, upon hearing the elder's question, was momentarily taken aback, as he was already trembling with fear. Under the head of the Zhao family's gaze, Zhao Chong stepped forward. Who was present on the opposing side? What were their realms? There were only two individuals on the opposing side. One was named Yi Linfan, and the other Yi Lintian. Yi Linfan is merely a half-step great being, while Yi Lintian seems to possess no discernible realm, his strength appearing quite feeble. Are you certain there were only those two? No one else? Upon hearing Zhao Chong's words, the elder of the Zhao family remained skeptical, As he had already discerned the nature of Zhao Ling's injuries, it was evident that such wounds could not have been inflicted by a mere half-stepped great being. There must have been a sage involved, I assure you. It was indeed only those two. How old is that Yi Lintian? Are you certain his strength is feeble? The elder from the Zhao family was aware of Yi Linfan. Yet he was unfamiliar with Yi Lintian. Why Yi Lintian appears to be merely 3 years old. His strength is indeed quite low. When my elder brother unleashed his aura, Yi Lintian struggled to withstand it, and it was Yi Linfan who assisted him in bearing my elder brother's pressure. If that is the case, then it becomes perplexing. Upon hearing Zhao Chang's account, the elder of the Zhao family was filled with doubt, and physician Shui, overhearing, also appeared puzzled. This matter is indeed suspicious. Judging by Zhao Ling's condition, he must have been injured by a sage. This is certainly not the work of a mere half-stepped great being. A sage? Are you suggesting that the Yi family has dispatched a sage to partake in the competition among the younger generation? That is a possibility. At this juncture, it became abundantly clear to the Zhao family that Zhao Ling's condition could not have been inflicted by Yi Linfan. A half-stepped great being. Only a sage could have caused such injuries. Very well, the Yi family has audaciously involved a sage in the competition amongst the youth. It appears they truly underestimate my Zhao family. This grievance must be avenged. Chapter 23. A breakthrough once more. Over the years, although the Zhao family possesses considerable strength, they have consistently been overshadowed by the Yi family. A significant reason for this is the insufficient number of saints within the Zhao family. While this may not be the sole reason, after all, the Yi family's resilience largely stems from the presence of Ji Mengyao. There remains a notable disparity in saint-level power. The emergence of Zhao Ling presents an opportunity for the Zhao family, especially considering that he has already reached the capable level before even turning TEN. It is evident that he is destined to become the next saint of the Zhao family. However, who could have predicted the unfolding of such events? How can you, as the head of the family, act so impulsively? The elders have all taken such actions. Do you still intend to protect them? At this moment, the head of the Zhao family is becoming increasingly irrational. In his view, the Yi family's mobilization of saint-level power in the competition among the younger generation is a severe violation of the rules. Why should I protect them? Do you have any evidence? If you lack evidence, refrain from acting so recklessly. Revenge? Who will you take revenge on? Where will you go for revenge? After being berated by the elder, the head of the Zhao family found himself at a loss for words. Given the current situation, they indeed possess no evidence. Moreover, even if they did have evidence, what could they do against the Yi family? Are they truly their match? This matter is still unresolved, and it may not necessarily involve a direct intervention from a saint. It is possible that Yi Linfan employed some means to temporarily borrow the power of a saint, thus achieving such an effect. If this is the case, then they were indeed the first to violate the rules. Rest assured, I will seek justice in this matter, but the most pressing concern is to rescue Zhao Ling. After saying this, the elder of the Zhao family ceased to engage with the head of the Zhao family and turned his gaze towards Shui Rengue. Shui Rengue, do you believe there is still hope for him? To be honest, Senior Zhao, I do not have full confidence in my ability to save your son, but I am willing to give it a try. Very well, if you have a method, that is sufficient. Whatever you require, regardless of the cost, simply speak. The elder of the Zhao family understands the significance of Zhao Ling to their clan and is determined to spare no effort in ensuring his survival. You can rest assured, Senior Zhao, I will do everything in my power to save your son. After speaking, Shui Rengue took out a piece of paper and began to write down the items he needed. These items must be gathered urgently, as each is of utmost importance. None can be overlooked. The elder of the Zhao family took the list and immediately handed it to the head of the Zhao family. Activate all of the Zhao family's connections and resources. We must gather these items as quickly as possible. If we require the assistance of the elders, please inform us promptly. Understood, Eldered. I will get to it immediately. Upon receiving the list, the head of the Zhao family quickly dispatched individuals to procure the items listed. Among them, the 9-spirit flower is the most crucial main ingredient. We must find it. If it proves impossible, we may substitute it with the 8-spirit flower, but we cannot settle for anything less than that. Rest assured, Shui Rengue, we will find the 9-spirit flower for you. That is good to hear. As the Zhao family busied themselves with the endeavor to save Zhao Ling. They recognize that he embodies their future hope, and they must gather whatever it takes. Yi family, to their astonishment, the bottleneck had already begun to loosen rather quickly. It seemed that a breakthrough was imminent. Merely a few days had passed since returning, and Yi Lintian discovered that his bottleneck had begun to wane. indicating that he might soon achieve a breakthrough. Although he had yet to reach the pinnacle of the early saint stage, individuals like Yi Lintian, with exceptional talent, cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Could it be possible for a breakthrough to occur so swiftly? Upon noticing the slight loosening of his bottleneck, Yi Lintian attempted to push against it, hoping to break through. To his surprise, a gentle push shattered the bottleneck, and he was on the verge of entering the mid-saint stage. Upon witnessing this, Yi Lintian immediately entered a meditative state, preparing for his breakthrough. Simultaneously, dark clouds began to gather above Yi Lintian's room. What is happening? Yi Lintian was so engrossed in his breakthrough that he remained unaware of the situation outside. However, the entire Yi family was now shrouded in a blanket of ominous clouds, interspersed with flashes of lightning, creating a palpable sense of foreboding. The four elders of the Yi family sensed the change immediately. The center of these dark clouds seems to be directly above Tian'er's room. Could it be that Tian'er is about to break through? The eldest elder quickly deduced the situation upon observing the ominous clouds. It appears that is indeed the case. Look, the clouds above Tian'er's room are the most concentrated. This is bad. We must urgently warn Tian'er. He cannot undergo his breakthrough here. The clouds are clearly indicative of a thunder tribulation, and if it strikes, the entire Yi family could be obliterated. The eldest elder realized the gravity of the situation and, with a swift movement, appeared in Yi Lintian's room. Tian'er, you are about to break through. Quickly leave the Yi family. Your thunder tribulation is about to descend. What? Thunder tribulation? Yes, indeed. The clouds above have amassed significantly. As soon as the eldest elder entered, Yi Lintian began to sense the external situation. After hearing the elder's words, he quickly grasped the urgency of the matter. All right, I will find a place to prepare for the tribulation. Yi Lintian understood that he could not undergo the tribulation here. If he did, the thunder would surely devastate the entire Yi family. The power of a saint-level thunder is no trivial matter. Come with me. I will take you to a safe place to break through. Understood. The eldest elder took the lead and dashed out, with Yi Lintian closely following. Shortly thereafter, they landed on the back mountain of the Yi family. Tian'er, you can break through here. This area is shielded by a formation that obscures any energy signatures. Though the aura of the thunder tribulation cannot be completely concealed, it will help to confuse your presence. Chapter 24. Facing the thunder tribulation. Upon reaching the back mountain, the eldest elder pointed out a location cloaked by a vast array. This formation ensures that anyone below the great saint level cannot discern what is happening within. As such, outsiders will remain unaware of who is undergoing the tribulation, preventing any leakage of your status. Perfect. This is the best scenario. Yi Lintian understood that it was crucial to keep this information concealed. After all, outsiders should not know that the Yi family has gained another saint, especially one as exceptional as Yi Lintian. The impending thunder tribulation appears formidable. As Yi Lintian arrived at the back mountain, the clouds that once enveloped the Yi family shifted to this location, yet they grew increasingly menacing. Although the area covered by the clouds no longer expanded, they darkened further, and the lightning within grew thicker, threatening to strike at any moment. This is my first thunder tribulation. I am eager to witness its true power. Yi Lintian brimmed with confidence, having successfully broken through to the mid-saint stage, significantly enhancing his strength. Soon, the lightning descended, striking directly at Yi Lintian. Elder brother, will Tian'er be all right? He should be fine. Tian'er's physical strength is likely on par with mine. The eldest elder believed that Yi Lintian's physical prowess was similar to his own, as he was at the pinnacle of the late saint stage and nearing the great perfection of that realm. However, the reality is that Yi Lintian's physical strength exceeds his own considerably. Having absorbed all the essence from the jade liquid of the Yao Pond, that is good. As long as Tian'er can endure this, the Yi family will gain another mid-saint powerhouse. Indeed, this truly is a boon for our Yi family. At this moment, the four elders of the Yi family were present, all filled with joy, fully aware of the limitless potential Yi Lintian holds. Just by observing the scale of this thunder tribulation, it is evident that Yi Lintian's strength is formidable. Otherwise, such a grand tribulation would not have been summoned. Simultaneously, the Zhao family and Wang family also took note of the situation unfolding at the Yi family. What is happening? Could it be that the sage of the Yi family is about to break through? Who could it possibly be? The elder of the Zhao family has also taken note of this situation. His brow furrowed in concern. The matter concerning Zhao Ling remains unresolved, and unexpectedly, the sage of the Yi family is on the verge of a breakthrough. Elder brother, which sage of the Yi family is it that is breaking through? In my opinion, it must be Yi Lao De. Aside from him, it's unlikely anyone else could summon such a grand tribulation. Could it be that Yi Lao De has achieved the late-stage perfection of a sage? The might of this tribulation, summoned by Yi Lin Tian, is indeed terrifying, leading the two sages of the Zhao family to naturally assume that it must be the elder of the Yi family making progress. Otherwise, the remaining three elders would not possess the strength to attract such a formidable tribulation. As it stands, it is indeed a cruel twist of fate. The elder of the Zhao family can only lament why all good fortune seems to favor the Yi family. The Wang family must also recognize that the standing of the Yi family is becoming increasingly solid, as their elder is on the brink of achieving the late-stage perfection of a sage. At this moment, the elder of the Wang family gazes towards the direction of the Yi family's tribulation, feeling a profound sense of despair. He is well aware of what it signifies for the Yi family to have an elder reaching the late-stage perfection of a sage. It appears the Yi family is on the cusp of giving birth to a second great sage. Although an elder at the late-stage pinnacle of sagehood represents formidable combat prowess, it would not provoke such concern among other families. However, should an elder reach the late-stage perfection of a sage, the scenario changes entirely, as it greatly increases the likelihood of breaking through to a great sage. The ancient city may soon be unable to contain the Yi family. If the Yi family were to possess two great sages, it would indeed become a challenge for the ancient city to accommodate them, potentially allowing them to exert influence over a far greater area. As for the thoughts of both families at this moment, Yi Lin Tian remains oblivious. Moreover, he has little interest in their concerns. His primary focus lies in how to navigate this tribulation. The preceding bolts of lightning are manageable, serving to fortify his body. However, what will the next 3 bolts entail? At this juncture, Yi Lin Tian has withstood 9 bolts of lightning, and under normal circumstances, a tribulation would consist of no more than 12. Thus, he assumes that 3 more await him. Although the 9 previous bolts posed no significant threat, the remaining 3 are likely to be increasingly formidable. Regardless, he resolves not to be daunted. No matter how fierce these 3 bolts are, he refuses to believe they can best him. Why Yi Lin Tian adjusts his aura to its zenith, preparing to confront the 10th bolt of lightning. Boom! The 10th bolt descends swiftly, striking Yi Lin Tian directly and causing him to spit out blood. Astonishingly, this bolt's power exceeds that of the previous 9 combined. In that moment, Yi Lin Tian comprehends the true terror of this tribulation. The first 9 bolts were easily borne, but the 10th is an entirely different experience, as he senses a hint of world-ending energy within it. Yet still, it cannot overcome me. I remain unscathed, so bring it on. Yi Lin Tian promptly readies himself to face the 11th bolt of lightning. Thunder rumbles. As the 11th bolt descends, Yi Lin Tian squints, never having taken such a serious approach before. The sheer force of this bolt astonishes him, transforming him into a figure shrouded in darkness. This cannot be an ordinary bolt of lightning. It is the legendary world-ending divine thunder. At this moment, not only Yi Lin Tian witnesses this phenomenon, but also the 4 elders of the Yi family, who recognize the situation unfolding before them. Indeed, it appears to be the fabled world-ending divine thunder, though fortunately, it is not composed solely of pure world-ending energy. Otherwise, it is doubtful that Tian would survive. Had the 11th bolt been entirely composed of world-ending divine thunder, the chances of Yi Lin Tian enduring it would have been exceedingly slim. Chapter 25. Testing the power as one bolt after another descends. Yi Lin Tian withstands the initial 9. When the 10th and 11th bolts arrive, it is the true test of his mettle. The 11th bolt carries a significant infusion of world-ending divine energy. Quite exhilarating. I welcome another 2. Yi Lin Tian successfully endures the 11th bolt, though he incurs some injuries, fortunately not severe. Only 1 bolt remains, and it seems I must prepare myself. Following the 11th, Yi Lin Tian does not relent. He knows the 12th bolt is imminent, and it is likely to be the most fearsome of all as he anticipated. When the 12th bolt begins to gather, Yi Lin Tian feels the weight of an overwhelming pressure. The previous bolt already contained considerable world-ending energy, and the 12th is likely to be infused with even more. This is dire. The 12th bolt's power is overwhelming, and the formation may not withstand it. We must quickly stabilize this formation. We cannot allow outsiders to perceive what transpires within. Just before the 12th bolt descends, the elder of the Yi family keenly observes that the impending bolt begins to affect the formation, indicating instability. The four sages must act swiftly to stabilize it. Otherwise, should the formation falter, outsiders will inevitably glimpse inside, discovering Li Bai's presence, which would spell trouble. Let us, the four old fellows, safeguard Tian. After this declaration, the four elders of the Yi family immediately set to work fortifying the formation. Once they intervene, the formation enveloping the back mountain stabilizes at last. In that moment, the 12th bolt of lightning descends, and Yi Lin Tian braces himself to endure it. However, he pays a steep price, his body scorched as if turned to charcoal. Yet, thanks to his extraordinary healing abilities, he rises once more after a few short breaths. I expected this tribulation to be formidable, yet it has proven to be merely that, Tio Yi Lin Tian's perspective. Once all 12 bolts have struck, there should be no further threat. Yet, the ominous cloud looming over his head shows no signs of dissipating. What does this signify? Is there a 13th bolt? At this moment, uncertainty fills Yi Lin Tian's heart, as he questions whether a 13th bolt truly exists. Soon enough, he receives his answer, for the cloud above him is brewing the 13th bolt of lightning. My goodness, there truly is a 13th bolt? Yi Lin Tian exclaims in disbelief. What on earth is going on? Why is there still a 13th bolt? I have never heard of such a thing. The four elders of the Yi family are equally astonished. Even the elder of the Yi family has never encountered the notion of a 13th bolt of lightning. After all, previously there were only ever 12. And for most, merely 9. How terrifying must this 13th bolt be? Could it possibly consist solely of world-ending divine thunder? At this moment, the second elder of the Yi family is deeply concerned for Yi Lin Tian's plight. That he has withstood the previous 12 bolts is already remarkable. In truth, his injuries are quite serious, though he maintains a fade of strength. Additionally, the 12th bolt already featured a high concentration of world-ending divine energy. Now, with the 13th bolt looming, it could very well be pure world-ending divine thunder. May Tian endure. After all, we cannot assist at this moment. From the current situation, it appears the 13th bolt is inevitable. And it is highly probable that it is indeed composed entirely of world-ending divine energy. Yet, even so, the four elders of the Yi family are powerless to intervene. Any one of them, should they step into the realm of that bolt, would likewise face the tribulation. Yi Lin Tian may endure, but they cannot be certain they would. We can only place our faith in Tian. At this moment, the elder of the Yi family understands clearly that their only recourse is to trust Yi Lin Tian. There is nothing else they can do. Meanwhile, Yi Lin Tian elevates his aura to its peak, deciding against further defensive measures. Heavens, are you intent on utterly obliterating me? If so, allow me to demonstrate who truly possesses the greater strength. At this moment, Yi Lin Tian also realized that the 13th bolt of heavenly tribulation truly intended to ensure his demise. After all, it was composed entirely of the world-destroying divine lightning, a concept far too terrifying to fathom. Just as I was lamenting the lack of opportunity to test this technique, I shall now utilize you as my initial target to gauge its might. Having made up his mind to abandon all forms of defense, Yi Lin Tian understood that even the most robust shield would likely falter against this 13th bolt of heavenly wrath. Thus, he resolved to adopt an offensive stance, deciding to wield the Ice Soul Sword bestowed upon him by Ji Mingyao to unleash a strike that would sever the ages and witness its true power. With determination, Yi Lin Tian drew the Ice Soul Sword, angling it skyward. 1. Sword. Sever. Ages. Each word was pronounced with solemnity as he activated the technique. Instantly, all the spiritual energy within him was completely drained. Observing this predicament, he hastily began to consume the precious materials he had procured from the Yao pool, stuffing them into his mouth with fervor. In a matter of moments, a substantial amount of spiritual energy surged back into his body, and only after exhausting his entire stockpile was he able to barely execute the move. Give me strength, unleash with that. Yi Lin Tian swung his sword toward the ominous clouds above. As the blade passed, a slender fissure appeared, extending towards the dark heavens. Ultimately, it collided with the storm clouds, yet no explosion ensued. Instead, with a silent grace, the clouds were cleaved in twain. What is this? The four elders of the Yi family were left utterly astonished by this spectacle. What transpired within the Yi family? The two elders from the Zhao family, sensing the shift, were equally taken aback. Could the great elder of the Yi family possess such power? At this moment, a member of the Wang family was also left completely dumbfounded. The sight was nothing short of awe-inspiring. An expanse so vast that a thunderous tempest was effortlessly split apart without a sound. Most astonishingly, the severed clouds did not congeal anew but rather began to dissipate gradually, restoring clarity to the sky above the Yi family. The great elder of the Yi family had likely just glimpsed the threshold of the great sage realm. The impact of this event was profoundly shocking for the remaining two families. They had never anticipated that an elder of the Yi family could ascend to such heights. Truly, it seemed that the heavens favored the Yi family. The elder from the Wang family was equally contemplative. Realizing that, given the current circumstances, there seemed to be no one capable of hindering the Yi family's ascent in the rear mountains of the Yi family, the great elder was still reeling from the recent events. He turned to the other three elders beside him, inquiring, "What was that just now?" "If even you are unaware, then we are certainly at a loss," one replied. "It appears we have greatly underestimated Tian'er." At this moment, the great elder understood that Yi Lingtian's power was likely more formidable than they had imagined. What he had just accomplished was unprecedented, a single stroke capable of dispersing the heavenly tribulation. An absurdity indeed, especially considering the presence of the 13th bolt. In merely 3 years, could Tian'er truly have elevated his strength to such a level? The two instructors present found it nearly inconceivable. Their perceptions thoroughly reshaped. It seemed that the ancestral teachings had indeed been passed down to Tian'er. Yes, it must be so. After executing that incredible strike, Yi Lingtian was taken aback by his own formidable power, but soon began to ponder how he would explain this to the four elders. Unexpectedly, they had already devised an explanation for him. Upon witnessing the dispersal of the heavenly tribulation clouds, Yi Lingtian soared toward the four elders, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elders, for your protection to Tian'er. Was that technique imparted to you by our ancestor?" "Ah? Oh yes, indeed. It was bestowed upon me by my master." Initially, Yi Lingtian had prepared a fabricated story to convince the elders, but the great elder had unwittingly provided him with a more credible rationale. Given this, Yi Lingtian felt no further need to elaborate, as this explanation sounded the most plausible. "It seems our ancestor truly holds you in high regard, Tian'er. Otherwise, such a fearsome technique would not have been passed to you. Indeed, such a technique is likely unheard of for the four of us." "Exactly so," the three elder brothers concurred. That moment, without Yi Lingtian needing to say anything. The four elders were already convinced that Ji Mengyao had bestowed the technique upon him. Yi Lingtian, taken aback by their unwavering belief, decided not to contest it further. After all, they would not seek verification from Ji Mengyao. And even if they did, he could think of a way to persuade her. "My master has indeed treated me exceptionally well. That's wonderful, by the way. What realm do you currently inhabit?" The great elder finally remembered to inquire about Yi Lingtian's current level of cultivation. Having realized that even he could no longer discern it, "I should be at the mid-stage of the sage realm, nearing its pinnacle. With some time, I should be able to attempt a breakthrough to the late stage." Upon hearing this, the four elders fell silent, utterly astounded. What a prodigy! The great elder could only manage to utter this phrase, for Yi Lingtian's feats were indeed astonishing. "It's all merely trivial," Yi Lingtian responded nonchalantly. The four elders found themselves wishing to chastise him, for his demeanor was undeniably infuriating. Yet, how could they bring themselves to strike him? Judging by the recent display, even if they attempted to confront him, they might not prevail. After all, he had just shattered the heavenly tribulation. If he were to turn his aggression towards them, they would certainly be unable to withstand it. However, Tian'er, you must remain cautious in circumstances such as these. It is paramount to conceal your true strength, lest you attract calamity. The great elder understood the precarious situation Yi Lingtian faced. Although he appeared overwhelmingly powerful, he was still merely at the mid-stage of the sage realm. Should he encounter a true great sage, he would stand no chance of resistance. Thus, the key for Yi Lingtian was to remain hidden, employing every means necessary to obscure his presence. "Rest assured, great elder. I shall keep myself well concealed. I will only reveal my strength when I am capable of walking unhindered across the divine demon continent." In truth, while Yi Lingtian's current prowess made him invincible among his peers, he would still be outmatched by seasoned veterans. Therefore, he had no choice but to remain discreet. Otherwise, should he cross paths with unreasonable old-timers, they might very well take action against him at that point. Even if Yi Lintian's talent was extraordinary, it would be of little consequence. Today, they likely remain unaware that you are undergoing tribulation here. They will probably suspect one of us four instead. Thus, it would be wise for the three of you to refrain from showing yourselves in the coming days to avoid raising any suspicions. To be prudent, the Great Elder explicitly instructed the remaining three elders to maintain a low profile. Should they emerge and attract attention, others would inevitably begin to speculate about the identity of the one who had recently undergone tribulation. Do not worry, elder brother. We shall exercise caution. Moreover, elder brother, you must remain vigilant as well. They may well think it is you who is undergoing tribulation. Indeed, with such a grand display from Tanner just now, our strength offers little credibility. The four elders pondered this concern, realizing that outsiders might not only suspect one among them, but could also speculate that it was the Great Elder undergoing a breakthrough. The Great Elder nodded in agreement. Indeed, what the fourth brother said makes sense. I shall also minimize my appearances for a while. As they exchanged thoughts, Yi Lintian was preoccupied with another matter. Esteemed elders, I have a question that I wonder if you have considered. Oh, what is it? While the four were engrossed in discussing how to act discreetly to avoid trouble, Yi Lintian's inquiry brought their attention back to him. Actually, it is nothing of great import. I have just been concerned about the Zhao family, as they have been unusually quiet. The Zhao family? Upon hearing Yi Lintian's remarks, the Grand Elder suddenly recalled that while they were reveling in Yi Lintian's ascension to the ranks of the saints, they had overlooked a significant matter that remained unresolved, the issue concerning the Zhao family. You mean that Zhao Ling, right? Indeed, it is he. You need not fret about Zhao Ling should they make any moves on that side. Our quartet of old-timers will be present. Regardless of the troubles the Zhao family may present, it is imperative for the four elders of the Yi family to assist Yi Lintian. These matters are not within Yi Lintian's purview. Should they escalate into family disputes, it is undoubtedly the responsibility of the elders to confront them head-on. My concern is not that they will trouble our Yi family, but rather that they may take action against our juniors. That seems unlikely. The Zhao family should possess some measure of restraint. Upon hearing Yi Lintian's words, the Grand Elder was momentarily taken aback, but soon concluded that the Zhao family would not resort to such actions. One must not underestimate the potential for unforeseen circumstances. What if they act out of desperation? With my strength, I am not particularly worried, but I do have concerns for my elder brothers. Elder brother? Tianer speaks truthfully. Those two rascals from the Zhao family are certainly not virtuous at this juncture. The second elder of the Yi family also stepped forward to counsel the Grand Elder. In my view, it would be prudent for you to confront the Zhao family directly, to demonstrate our resolve and make it clear what consequences await should they dare provoke our Yi family. Indeed, the second elder makes a valid point. I shall seek out those two rascals at once. With that, the Grand Elder departed from the Yi family, heading toward the Zhao family's domain. Will it be safe for the Grand Elder to proceed alone? Rest assured, with the strength of the Grand Elder, those two old rascals from the Zhao family will pose no threat to him. Indeed, if the Grand Elder wishes to retreat, they would not be able to hinder him. And should they dare to strike, it would signify a declaration of war against the Yi family. In other places, the four elders might be hesitant to assert their authority, but in Wangu City, the Yi family's word was akin to a royal decree. The Yi family's standing was not something to be trifled with. If the Zhao family truly intended to wage war against the Yi family, it would undeniably lead to their own demise. If that is the case, I am at ease. At this moment, Yi Lintian felt a sense of relief. As long as the Zhao family remained calm, all would be well. Otherwise, if they truly laid hands on the younger generation, apart from Yi Lintian himself, it was likely that others would suffer as a consequence. Zhao Chong, come forth. Esteemed guests are here. Upon arriving at the Zhao family, the Grand Elder of the Yi family made no attempt to conceal his presence, directly transmitting his voice deep into the Zhao family's compound. Before long, a figure emerged from the Zhao family, and it was none other than their Grand Elder. What brings you here, and what business do you have? The Zhao family's Grand Elder was displeased upon recognizing the Grand Elder of the Yi family, particularly since the matter concerning Zhao Ling had yet to be resolved and his fate remained uncertain. Naturally, I have matters to discuss. How fares your younger generation, Zhao Ling? You have the audacity to mention that? The Zhao family's Grand Elder, taken aback by this inquiry, felt his temper flare and drew his weapon, launching an attack toward the Grand Elder of the Yi family. You are no match for me. If you wish to fight, I shall oblige, but I did not come here for that purpose. The Grand Elder of the Yi family, not even unsheathing his weapon, caught the sword with his bare hands, nearly sending it flying. If you did not come for a fight, then what is your purpose? And how dare you mention Zhao Ling? What of it? Do you suspect that Zhao Ling's condition is the result of our involvement? Hemph! You know full well who is responsible. The Grand Elder of the Yi family was acutely aware of who had caused Zhao Ling's plight, but he would never divulge that it was Yi Lintian. Am I supposed to know? You may be unaware, but there is something you likely do not know. What is it? Our eldest son, Yi Linfan, nearly lost his life as well. Upon hearing this, the Zhao family's Grand Elder was momentarily stunned. What did you say? Yi Linfan almost perished. How did he sustain such injuries? Indeed, I speak no falsehood. If you doubt my words, feel free to accompany me to see his condition. As for how he was injured, we are uncertain, but one thing is clear. Only a saint could have done this. A saint's intervention? The Grand Elder of the Yi family did not conceal the truth from the Zhao family's Grand Elder, revealing part of the actual circumstances, albeit only half the story, for the other half involved the fact that the saint in question was Yi Lintian. Indeed, the reason Linfan nearly met his demise was due to the destruction of his meridians by a saint's power. Were it not for the intervention of our ancestral guardian, he would surely have perished. The ancestral guardian of the Yi family? A great saint intervened. Indeed, it was fortunate that our ancestral guardian acted, allowing Linfan to retain his life. The Grand Elder of the Yi family had come to obfuscate the matter, thus he refrained from fabricating the details of Yi Linfan's injuries. He merely shared half-truths. For everything he stated was indeed factual, apart from the identity of the saint involved. Even if the Zhao family's Grand Elder were to investigate at the Yi family, he would only be privy to what the Grand Elder of the Yi family had chosen to reveal. Was it not your Yi family's saint who acted? What nonsense are you spouting, Zhao Chong? Do you think the four of us would intervene? Humph! The Yi family's saint, apart from your quartet? Who else could it be? The Grand Elder of the Zhao family was convinced that the saint responsible for the incident was one of the four saints from the Yi family. After all, apart from those four, there could not possibly be another saint. Thus Zhao Ling's injuries must have been inflicted by one of them. Though our families may not be as close as brothers, we have not reached the point of mutual destruction. We would not stoop so low as to intervene against one another, so do not slander us. Am I slandering you? Then tell me, if it was not one of you, who could it possibly be? Provide me with an answer. Why do you not consider that it could have been the two of you? The Grand Elder of the Yi family countered as he faced the accusations from the Zhao family's Grand Elder. If I were involved, would Zhao Ling still be lying in bed? Are you suggesting that I would act to ensure that Linfan remains incapacitated? Humph, that is not certain. Perhaps this is merely a ruse devised by your Yi family to suppress our Zhao family's talents. At this moment, the Grand Elder of the Zhao family was firmly convinced that a saint from the Yi family had indeed intervened. Otherwise, the situation could not have escalated to such a degree. Of course, he was correct in his suspicion, yet he lacked tangible evidence, and the Grand Elder of the Yi family would never concede to such claims. You insolent fool, I see you, Zhao Chong, seeking further injury today. I might as well stretch my muscles. With that, the Grand Elder of the Yi family launched an attack against the Zhao family's Grand Elder. Why, madman? Do you truly dare to strike? Why should I not? You seek to ignite a conflict between our families. The Zhao family's Grand Elder felt a twinge of fear, recognizing the disparity in strength between them. Moreover, given the overwhelming display earlier, it was clear that the Grand Elder of the Yi family had grown even more formidable, rendering him even less capable of matching him. You initiated this conflict. I made no protest when you struck at me earlier. Enough of this chatter. Let us engage in battle. As the Grand Elder of the Yi family continued his assault, the Zhao family's Grand Elder, bereft of any desire to defend himself, fled in fear of being overwhelmed. Master brother, I come to assist you. As the two engaged in a cat-and-mouse chase, another Saint Elder from the Zhao family soon emerged, joining forces with the Zhao family's Grand Elder. Excellent. You two wish to join forces? I shall see just how strong you both are now. No, brother Yi. We are certainly no match for you. The second elder of the Zhao family is indeed aware that the strength of the elder of the Yi family is formidable. And given the recent heavenly tribulation, his power has likely only increased. Even if the two of them join forces, they may not necessarily be his match and could very well be defeated by him. Thus, his intention in coming was not to assist his senior brother, but rather to mediate the conflict. Senior brother, what on earth is happening? How could you come to blows with Brother Yi? The second junior disciple, perplexed, inquired. You are unaware, junior brother, the elder of the Zhao family replied, recounting the conversation he had just had with the elder of the Yi family. So that is the case. It seems our two families have indeed fallen into a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Junior brother, why are you turning your elbow outward? Senior brother, I always suspected that it was not the Yi family who instigated this, for if they truly were behind it, what would be their motive? The second elder of the Zhao family was quite thoughtful in his considerations, and from the outset, he never believed that the saints of the Yi family were responsible. Consider this, senior brother. Even if Zhao Ling were to grow into a new generation of saints, we Zhao family would still only have 3 saints, and none of them are grand saints. We pose no threat to the Yi family's status. Why would they risk so much by sending a saint into action? Indeed, Elder Zhao Er speaks wisely. Why would the 4 of us intervene? At that moment, the elder of the Yi family seized the opportunity to interject. Furthermore, regarding what Brother Yi mentioned earlier, we can ascertain the truth by visiting the Yi family. If Yi Linfan's situation mirrors that of Zhao Ling, it is clear that someone is deliberately sowing discord between our two families. So you mean to say? Upon hearing his junior brother's words, the elder of the Zhao family began to understand. It is possible that the Wang family is the one stirring the pot. There is such a possibility. The elder of the Yi family, overhearing this, was taken aback. His primary purpose in coming today was, in fact, to demonstrate strength and to muddy the waters, ensuring that the suspicion did not fall upon Yi Lintian. He had not anticipated that after their discussion, the two brothers would shift the suspicion onto the Wang family. Indeed, I have been thinking along those lines as well. The elder of the Yi family wore an expression that suggested he had foreseen this outcome, then nodded in agreement. Very well, if that is the case, I shall accompany you back to see if your assertions hold true. Feel free. If what you say is accurate, then as my junior brother asserted, it is indeed the Wang family causing trouble. However, if the situation is contrary to your claims, then it is your Yi family that has acted inappropriately, if it turns out that it is your family that broke the rules first. Do not blame us, brothers. Suit yourself. For the elder of the Yi family, he had not lied. He simply had not divulged the entire truth. Yi Linfan was indeed still lying in bed, although his life was no longer in danger. He had yet to awaken. Subsequently, the elder of the Zhao family returned to the Yi family with the elder of the Yi family and beheld Yi Linfan, who was still lying on the bed. How is it? Do you believe me now? I have not deceived you, have I? Upon seeing Yi Linfan, the elder of the Yi family directly confronted the elder of the Zhao family. You have indeed not deceived me. It appears that it is truly the Wang family causing the trouble. What are your thoughts now? With the elder of the Zhao family no longer harboring doubts about the Yi family's involvement, the next steps were now in his hands. Curse that Wang family. In the past, no matter the circumstances, our Zhao family has repeatedly shown restraint. Who would have thought they would resort to such underhanded tactics? This is utterly intolerable. At this moment, the elder of the Zhao family was nearly beside himself with fury. However, I would advise you to refrain from taking immediate action. Why? Do you wish to shield the Wang family? Why would I wish to shield them? I merely advise you to act with caution. Otherwise, you may find yourself limping on the other leg as well. Chapter 29. Dog bites dog. Upon hearing the elder of the Yi family's words, the elder of the Zhao family regarded him with a peculiar expression. Then what do you propose we do? It is quite simple. Our priority is not revenge, but rather ensuring the safety of these two young ones. With this statement, the elder of the Yi family awakened the elder of the Zhao family to the reality of the situation. Indeed, we must first secure the safety of the two young ones. Was it truly your ancestor who intervened to save yours? You are well aware of the current situation regarding our Zhao family. Do you believe we 4 can effect a rescue? The elder of the Yi family did not answer the elder of the Zhao family's question, but posed a counter-question instead. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Zhao family shook his head. Then it must be so. If we 4 cannot rescue them, then it stands to reason that it was indeed our ancestors who intervened. What about your Zhao family member? Do not mention it. Their fate hangs in the balance. We have already summoned Physician Xue to provide treatment, but we are currently lacking a crucial medicinal ingredient, the rose. The rose? Upon hearing this, the elder of the Yi family suddenly had an idea. What? Do you know where to find roses? Coincidentally, I do know where to find them. Quickly, tell me, where can they be found? The Zhao family had expended considerable effort in search of the rose, yet had come up empty-handed. They had not even found the 8-spirit flower. If I recall correctly, there is a rose in the forbidden grounds of the Wang family. It is their clan's treasured possession. The Wang family again. How splendid! It can only be said that the coincidences of this world are indeed remarkable. Initially, the two elders of the Zhao family had deduced suspicion towards the Wang family, only to discover that the very medicinal ingredient needed to save Zhao Ling was exclusively possessed by the Wang family. This time, the Wang family would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the blame. Unable to evade it, seems the Wang family had long anticipated that once Zhao Ling was injured, the only remedy would be the rose, which only they possessed. If we were to approach the Wang family for the rose, they would surely seize the opportunity to demand an exorbitant price. They have truly orchestrated a masterful scheme. Indeed, they even intend to pin this on my Yi family. Brother Yi, how about we join forces to eliminate the Wang family? At this moment, the elder of the Zhao family had lost all desire for the Wang family's continued existence. Eliminating them is certainly a possibility, but without evidence, a rash declaration of war could lead to dire consequences. For the elder of the Yi family, he believed it sufficient to leave such considerations to the Zhao family's two brothers, having no intention of intervening himself. The combined strength of our two families is already sufficient to annihilate the Wang family. What further evidence do we require? Strength itself is the most compelling evidence. You make a valid point, however, I must consult with the three elders of our Yi family first. Feel free to deliberate, and simply inform me once you have news. After concluding their serious discussion, the two exchanged pleasantries, and the elder of the Zhao family departed from the Yi family. Returning to his OWNIT, seems the Wang family has been calculating this all along, waiting for us to approach them for the medicine. Indeed, the Wang family must be dealt with. The two elders of the Zhao family were now deliberating on how to approach the Wang family to procure the rose, while also planning their strategy against the Wang family. Meanwhile, Yi Lintian was summoned by the elder of the Yi family, who was joined by the other three elders, recently visited the Zhao family and relayed the situation to them. And the outcome was, the elder of the Yi family recounted the events to Yi Lintian and the three elders, leaving them all in stunned silence. Elder brother, you cannot be serious. The Zhao family's two brothers suspect it was the Wang family who struck? The elder nodded. And the only rose required to save Zhao Ling is possessed solely by the Wang family? The elder nodded again. You cannot be fabricating this, elder brother? This time, the elder of the Yi family shook his head. Ah, how intriguing. This is quite the coincidence. Yi Lintian could not help but marvel at the serendipitous nature of the situation. Originally, they merely aimed to muddle the waters, yet now they had inadvertently clarified matters, albeit in a reverse manner. While the Yi family was gaining clarity, the Wang family was undoubtedly facing dire consequences. If this were the case, the Wang family might genuinely be doomed, for the Zhao family's brothers were not known for their leniency. Indeed, I suspect they will first approach the Wang family for the medicine. Once they have revived Zhao Ling, they will likely turn their attention to the Wang family. At this juncture, the elder of the Yi family had already anticipated the Zhao family's next move. But elder brother, won't this be taking things a bit too far? Too far? In what way? Upon hearing the words of the grand elder, the third elder of the Yi clan pondered whether it was truly worthwhile for the Wang family to face annihilation over this incident. He felt that such an outcome would indeed tarnish their moral integrity. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. If the Wang family lacks the capability to endure, then their demise is inevitable. The grand elder, upon hearing the third elder's sentiments, immediately adopted a serious demeanor. If the positions of the Yi and Wang families were reversed, the Wang family would show no mercy to them. A fact they must understand. After stating this, the grand elder turned his gaze to Yi Lintian and advised, Tian'er, remember this principle. If your own strength is insufficient, do not expect others to show you compassion. I understand, Grand Elder, Yi Lintian replied. He comprehended the wisdom in the Grand Elder's words. In this world, nothing is more valuable than one's own strength. Well then, let us wait for the Zhao family and the Wang family to clash first. After that, the situation for our Yi family will be much easier to manage. Given the current circumstances, even if the Yi family does not take action, it is likely that the Zhao family will strike against the Wang family. Consequently, one of the two families is destined to be eliminated, and it is even possible they may suffer mutual destruction. At that point, the Yi family can seize the opportunity to capitalize on the chaos. At this moment, Yi Lintian was already plotting the next steps. The developments of this situation had far surpassed his initial expectations. Chapter 30. The True Big Boss. Yi Lintian's original intention was merely to teach Zhao Ling a lesson, but he never anticipated nearly killing him. Furthermore, the remarks made by the Grand Elder and the two elders from the Zhao family inadvertently ensnared the Wang family, with Yi Lintian as the mastermind behind it all. Wow, how did I accumulate over 100,000 points? After the four elders of the Yi family departed, Yi Lintian opened his interface to check his points, only to be astonished to find he had amassed over 100,000. Did I really gain so many points this time? Upon examining the transaction history, he realized that he had not gained much initially, but when the two elders of the Yi family implicated the Wang family, his points surged by 100,000. It seems that playing the villain is indeed quite exhilarating. I truly am the real behind-the-scenes boss, heh. Yi Lintian's laughter at that moment was reminiscent of a typical villain. No, it would be more accurate to say it was indeed the laughter of a villain. With these over 100,000 points, I should be able to exchange for a weapon. As he spoke, he opened the weapon exchange interface. The primordial cauldron looks promising, and the skyslaying sword is also appealing. The beginning bell is great as well. All these are excellent items. Which one should I choose? Now that Yi Lintian possessed over 100,000 points, acquiring one of the top-tier weapons was not an issue at all. However, he found himself in a quandary about which weapon to exchange for. With so many fine options, which would be most suitable? As he contemplated which weapon to choose, another thought crossed his mind. How would I explain the acquisition of these weapons to others? This dilemma was indeed quite pressing, for if Yi Lintian could not clarify the origins of these weapons, it could lead to significant trouble. Most importantly, he could not pin this matter on Zhimengao, as it was impossible for her to have access to such high-level weapons. Even if she did, she would never be able to pass them on to him, nor could she wield weapons of such caliber. No, I can't exchange for these weapons. They are too conspicuous. Ultimately, Yi Lintian dismissed this idea, deciding against exchanging for those weapons. Each of them, if revealed, would likely cause a commotion throughout the entire Divine Demon continent. Yet, if I do not acquire a new weapon, that would not do either. My current weapon is far too inadequate. System, come forth. Host, I am here. I want to obtain a weapon that isn't too conspicuous. Do you have any suggestions? The host may exchange for a weapon of lower grade in the exchange interface, but I do not want those inferior items. Host's demands are somewhat excessive. Stop the nonsense. Just tell me, do you have a solution? The host may exchange for unstable substances. Unstable substances? What are those? I didn't see that option. In the other section of the exchange interface. After the system's explanation, Yi Lintian proceeded to click on the other section of the exchange interface. Initially, he thought there were only 3 categories, but to his surprise, he found 2 additional words on the far side: unstable substance. Upon locating the unstable substance, Yi Lintian discovered its sole characteristic. When combined with any weapon, it has a chance of transforming that weapon into an evolvable one. In other words, upon merging it with any weapon, the weapon's grade could continue to evolve indefinitely, much like Yi Lintian's unknown technique. Wait, the success rate is far too low. Isn't it? Just a 1% chance. Yi Lintian had initially felt thrilled, but upon closer inspection, he realized the success rate was merely 1%. Moreover, the unstable substance cost 100,000 points per attempt, which was even more costly than the enhancement in the Penguin game. System, is there any way to increase this success rate? The host may choose to use points for synthesis, which can enhance the success rate. By how much? It can increase by 99%. Upon hearing this, Yi Lintian was left speechless. Then why didn't you mention this earlier? The system can only respond when the host inquires. So if I don't ask, I am just left with a 1% chance of being completely ripped off for 100,000 points. Theoretically, yes. Yi Lintian was utterly at a loss for words. Nonetheless, he was no longer interested in arguing with the system. He subsequently purchased the unstable substance and directly fused it with his Ice Soul Sword, utilizing points for the synthesis. As expected, it succeeded at once. Haha, my Ice Soul Sword can now evolve as well. Splendid, splendid. Yi Lintian checked and found that his Ice Soul Sword had reached the 9th grade of the spiritual treasure tier. If he were to break through once more, it would likely reach the level of a Dao artifact. Now that I possess this unknown technique and this evolvable Ice Soul Sword, I am fully equipped with both technique and weapon, and both can evolve. My future is indeed boundless. He once again displayed a villainous smile. Since merely causing the Zhao family to suspect the Wang family had granted him so many points, if he could incite both families to engage in a fierce struggle, wouldn't he that yield even more points? Presently, Yi Lintian had completely disregarded the tasks issued by the system, as completing a task only awarded a meager amount of points. It was far more efficient to engage in actions befitting a villain. As the points accumulated rapidly, I must keep a close watch on both families. If by chance they reconcile in private, I must stoke the flames. At this moment, Yi Lintian had resolved that he absolutely could not allow the Zhao and Wang families to clear up this misunderstanding. It was imperative to ensure their conflict continued until one of them was eliminated. Please do not disappoint me, both of you families. My fortune relies on you. It cannot be denied that Yi Lintian was indeed quite shameless. Chapter 31. The Zhao family comes to demand medicine. Only today did Yi Lintian realize that the points awarded for completing system tasks were rather meager. It was far more rewarding to engage in actions characteristic of a villain, as this way yielded significantly more points. Just by making the Zhao family suspicious of the Wang family, the system had already granted him 100,000 points. If the Zhao family were to annihilate the Wang family, the points would surely be even greater. However, the Zhao family must not falter. If they do, it is likely that a conflict will not ensue. At this moment, Yi Lintian was more concerned not about the escalation of their conflict, but rather about the possibility that they might not engage in battle at all. Regardless of how intense their conflict became, the Yi family was not worried in the slightest. With the current power of the Yi family, they were more than capable of handling nearly any situation. I need to discuss this matter with the elders. Subsequently, Yi Lintian sought out the 4 elders of the Yi family once more, urging them to ensure that the Zhao family would inevitably clash with the Wang family. The response he received was affirmative. After all, these 4 elders of the Yi family naturally hoped that one of the 2 families, the Zhao or the Wang, would be eliminated. He chuckled to himself, feeling reassured. With this confirmation, Yi Lintian left in high spirits. Meanwhile, the Zhao family was already devising a plan to strike against the Wang family. The situation had become quite clear. This time, it was the saint of the Wang family who would take action. Elder, how can you be so certain that it was indeed the Wang family's doing? The head of the Zhao family expressed his confusion upon hearing the words of his elder. Why was he so certain after just one outing? Previously, I was uncertain, but now I have learned some information that solidifies my belief that it was the Wang family responsible. What information, elder? The elusive rose, which we cannot find anywhere else, is in the possession of the Wang family. Is that reason sufficient? When the elder of the Zhao family revealed this information, the head of the Zhao family was momentarily stunned. Elder, are you certain this news is true? Confirming its authenticity is straightforward. We can simply visit the Wang family to find out. At this moment, the elder of the Zhao family was unable to ascertain the veracity of the information. Regardless of its truth, a visit to the Wang family would undoubtedly reveal whether they indeed possess the rose. Then I must trouble you to make another trip to the Wang family, the head of the Zhao family said. He understood that if the Wang family truly had the rose, the matter would be beyond doubt. Please wait here. I shall go to the Wang family to retrieve the rose. After the elder of the Zhao family finished speaking, he departed directly for the Wang family. Upon his arrival above the Wang family, he called out, much like the elder of the Yi family had done, "A distinguished guest approaches, Brother Wang. Why do you not come out to greet me?" Before long, a middle-aged man clad in black appeared before the elder of the Zhao family. This man was none other than the elder of the Wang family. "Brother Zhao, what brings you to my humble abode today? Recently, our Zhao family has encountered some troubles, and I wish to inquire whether you are aware of them, and also to request your assistance." The elder of the Zhao family suppressed his anger. Although he was now quite convinced that the Wang family was behind the actions against them, he knew he could not afford to provoke them until he secured the rose. "Oh, what troubles are these? Speak freely. If I know anything, I shall certainly inform you that a few days ago, the eldest son of our Zhao family was injured during a spar with the eldest son of the Yi family. And it was at the hands of a saint. I wonder if Brother Wang is aware of this incident?" The elder of the Zhao family directly recounted the events involving Zhao Ling and Yi Linfan. The elder of the Wang family furrowed his brow upon hearing this. It sounded dubious. "Brother Zhao, are you certain it was the work of a saint? This is no trivial matter. I am indeed certain. If it were not the act of a saint, I would not be so anxious. If it truly was a saint's intervention, then the matter is grave. Our families have long had an agreement. The elders are not to interfere in the conflicts of the younger generation." The elder of the Wang family understood that if this were true, the implications would be exceedingly severe. After all, it was imperative to prevent the elders from intervening in the disputes of the youth. Otherwise, if everyone began to recklessly engage with the younger generations of each family, it would lead to chaos and hinder any potential growth. Indeed, this is true. Our families have long established such an agreement, yet it is evident that someone has breached it. Thus, I have come to inquire whether Brother Wang is aware of this situation. Brother Zhao, I was entirely unaware of this until you mentioned it. How could I have known? The elder of the Wang family, it must be noted, was indeed oblivious to these events, for although they had stirred considerable commotion, neither of the families had leaked any information, leaving the outside world in ignorance. Well, since Brother Wang is unaware, I shall move on. I would like to request a favor from you. I wonder if you would be willing. Speak freely, whatever I can assist with. I shall do my utmost. Brother Wang, I would like to borrow an item from your esteemed family. Upon hearing the elder of the Wang family agree so readily, the elder of the Zhao family feigned joy, while inwardly he was smirking. What does Brother Zhao wish to borrow? I wish to borrow your family's rose. As soon as the elder of the Zhao family uttered this request, the elder of the Wang family furrowed his brow in disbelief. He had never anticipated that the elder of the Zhao family would come seeking to borrow the rose. How did you know we possessed the rose? The elder of the Wang family was indeed perplexed. He could not fathom how the elder of the Zhao family was aware of this closely guarded secret. That is not for you to worry about. I simply wish to know if you are willing to lend it to me. I have come on behalf of the Zhao family to seek this remedy. Although the elder of the Zhao family was suppressing his temper and prepared to take action at any moment, he understood that he must first secure the rose, for only with it could he ensure Zhao Ling's safety. Oh, be frank, we do possess a rose, but only one. It is difficult for me to lend it to you. While the elder of the Wang family was unsure how the elder of the Zhao family had obtained this information, he knew he could not deny it, as the other party was evidently convinced of the rose's existence. Nonetheless, for the elder of the Wang family, such a precious item was not easily lent out. Rest assured, Brother Wang, the Zhao family will not take the rose without due compensation. Whatever conditions you propose, we shall not haggle. Brother Zhao, why go through such lengths? At this moment, the elder of the Zhao family appeared genuinely sincere, though he had no intention of following through on that sincerity. I genuinely need the rose for an urgent matter. So I implore you to propose a condition. This matter is not solely mine to decide. Please grant me some time to consult with my brother. Brother Wang, please take your leave. Given the gravity of the situation, the elder of the Wang family could not make a unilateral decision, as it concerned the interests of the entire Wang family. He needed to discuss it with his brother, another elder of the Wang family and a saint in his own right. Elder brother, why has the elder of the Zhao family come? Do not mention it. His visit seems to bear ill intentions. Ill intentions? What do you mean? The elder of the Wang family then explained the situation to his brother. What does he mean by inquiring whether we are aware of the situation? Does he suspect us? That is unlikely. Our families have maintained a policy of non-interference for many years. I trust he does not suspect us. However, the matter of the rose is indeed complicated. The elder of the Wang family still believed that the elder of the Zhao family did not suspect them. However, unbeknownst to him, the elder of the Zhao family had already concluded that the Wang family was indeed responsible. Perhaps we should refrain from lending them the rose. Find out what they intend to do with it, and see what kind of sincerity they can offer. If necessary, we might consider lending it to them. But we must ensure we receive adequate benefits in return. The elder of the Wang family's brother was astute. He recognized that the rose was too valuable to be given away lightly. If it were so casually lent, it would set a troubling precedent. Thus, even if they were to lend it, they needed to secure sufficient benefits in exchange. You share my thoughts. I too believe that this is the most prudent course of action. However, brother, do exercise caution. Should this individual indeed harbor ill intentions, we must not allow him to succeed. The Wang family's elder is another elder who harbors concerns that the Zhao family's grand elder might take action against the Wang family's grand elder. This scenario, indeed, holds the potential for occurrence. Should the Zhao family's grand elder act unexpectedly, and if one fails to evade in time, it could lead to dire consequences. Fear not, for with my capabilities, while I may not be able to provoke the individual from the Yi family, I do not regard the Zhao family's grand elder with any seriousness. I also have faith in your strength, dear elder brother. In terms of absolute might, it is undoubtedly the grand elder of the Yi family who reigns supreme, having achieved the pinnacle of sagehood in the late stage of great perfection. Progressing one step further leads to the status of a great sage, a pinnacle of power that is no mere boast. As for the remaining elders, be it the Zhao family S or the Wang family S Grand Elders, their strengths cannot be compared to that of the Yi family S Grand Elder. Yet, simultaneously, they find themselves in a stalemate, unable to outmaneuver one another. Brother Zhao, may I inquire about the purpose of your request for this rose? After the Wang family S2 elders conferred, the Grand Elder of the Wang family approached the Grand Elder of the Zhao family. I trust you remember my earlier mention of Zhao Ling from our Zhao family. Currently, the child is gravely injured. Without this rose, I fear the outcome would be dire indeed. Now I understand. Upon hearing the Zhao family S Grand Elder speak, the Wang family S Grand Elder finally grasped the reason behind the Zhao Elder's request for the rose. It was to save their young leader from the Zhao family. Given this context, it would not be unreasonable for the Wang family to provide this rose to the Zhao family. However, Brother Zhao, it cannot be taken without any form of compensation to our Wang family. Can it? Wouldn't you agree? That is only fair. Although the Zhao family S Grand Elder appeared to agree readily on the surface, internally he had already condemned the entire Wang family to a grim fate. The true intentions of the Wang family had finally been revealed. They had been waiting for this moment. At this juncture, the Zhao family S Grand Elder was fiercely suppressing his murderous intent, barely restraining himself from taking action against the Wang family S Grand Elder. However, he knew he could not strike until he had secured the rose. What kind of compensation can Brother Zhao offer? The rose rightfully belongs to your Wang family, so it is only fitting that the compensation comes from you. Rest assured, as long as it is not excessively unreasonable, I shall not haggle. Whatever compensation the Wang family proposes, the Zhao family S Grand Elder would undoubtedly accept, as his sole purpose was to obtain the rose. Whether he would honor that compensation, however, was another matter entirely. It was evident the Zhao family S Grand Elder had no intention of fulfilling any such compensation. His plan was to annihilate the entire Wang family. Let us proceed this way. I shall provide you with a list shortly, and you may compensate us according to it. What do you think? No objections? Excellent. Brother Zhao is indeed straightforward. Please wait a moment. Seeing the Zhao family S Grand Elder so forthcoming, the Wang family S Grand Elder felt quite pleased. Should this transaction succeed, it would, in his view, forge an unbreakable alliance between the Wang and Zhao families. Although they would lose a rose, the prospect of gaining significant resources and territory made the Wang family's loss seem negligible. Perhaps even a slight profit. This is the compensation our Wang family seeks. I kindly ask you to review it, and if there are any objections, please voice them now. Chapter 33. How one eats and how one regurgitates. The Wang family's Grand Elder handed over a jade slip, which the Zhao family's Grand Elder examined. The list included elixirs, techniques, land, and properties, quite a considerable demand from the Wang family, indicating that they had long prepared this request. After perusing the list, the Zhao family's Grand Elder felt a cold smirk rising within him, though he maintained an outward calm, revealing no emotions. Yet, if the Wang family's Grand Elder had been close enough, he would have sensed the faint aura of murderous intent emanating from the Zhao family's Grand Elder. No problem, the Zhao family can accept this. Now, may I ask if Brother Wang can present the rose to me? Brother Zhao, do not rush. The rose can be given to you at any time. But these items, the Wang family's Grand Elder was no fool. Once the rose was given, retrieving it would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, they could not yield it first. They must acquire what they needed before handing over the rose to the Zhao family. Very well, please wait here. I shall return shortly. At that moment, the Zhao family's Grand Elder wasted no time. Swiftly returning to the Zhao family, he presented the jade slip given by the Wang family's Grand Elder to another elder and the family head of the Zhao family. This is utterly outrageous. This is indeed a case of egregious overreach. It seems they had been plotting this for quite some time. Upon reviewing the contents, the Zhao family's head was immediately infuriated. The Wang family was demanding far too much. Setting aside the elixirs and techniques, simply the land and properties they requested represented a significant loss for the Zhao family, nearly crippling them. Elder brother, why don't we take action directly? The Wang family has truly gone too far. I suggest we eliminate their two elders and seize the rose. Another elder of the Zhao family was equally incensed. He had not anticipated the Wang family's audacity in demanding such a lion's share. Are the two of you truly so impatient? The Wang family is destined for annihilation. However, now is not the time to act. Do you both know what our most pressing concern is? Elder brother is correct. I am fully aware we must first secure the rose. I acknowledge that I was somewhat hasty. Upon hearing the Zhao family's grand elder's words, the other elder and the family head realized they had indeed been a bit too eager. After all, if they broke ties with the Wang family before obtaining the rose, it would be exceedingly difficult to acquire it later. Given that, what are you two discussing? Let him have what he wants. We shall see how he digests it and then regurgitates it back to us, and we will demand it in double. Indeed, elder brother, you speak rightly. The grand elder's words are astute. After listening to the Zhao family's grand elder, the two elders comprehended his true intent. In that case, hurry and prepare. Gather these items as swiftly as possible. I intend to exchange them for the rose. Our foremost priority is to rescue Zhao Ling. He is our family's future hope, and the Zhao family may very well produce a great sage. The reason the Zhao family's grand elder harbored such animosity towards Zhao Ling's situation was not solely because the sage's actions had broken the rules. More importantly, he had long viewed Zhao Ling as the future of the entire Zhao family. Given Zhao Ling's potential, it was almost a certainty that he would become a great sage, with the possibility of advancing even further. Should Zhao Ling truly reach that level, the Zhao family would soar to unprecedented heights. I understand, Grand Elder. The Zhao family's head fully recognized the significance of this matter. Very well, I shall await your return. Please expedite the process and deliver them to me. Yes. With that, the Zhao family's head set out to gather the resources. Indeed, it was quite a substantial amount, and even the Zhao family would require considerable effort to assemble everything. However, it did not take long before the Zhao family's head managed to gather all the required items. The collection included the necessary ammunition, techniques, and weapons, along with contracts for all the properties and lands demanded. Excellent work. The Zhao family's grand elder inspected the items and, finding everything in order, accepted them and returned to the Wang family. Brother Wang, please review this. If all is in order, may I have the rose? Very well, Brother Zhao. Please wait a moment. The grand elder of the Wang family took the spatial ring handed over by the Zhao family's grand elder and began to examine its contents. Upon discovering that the Zhao family had met all their stipulated conditions without exception, the Wang family's grand elder was quite elated. Everything appears satisfactory. I shall promptly hand over the rose to you. Brother Zhao, however, there is one matter I hope you might agree to, Dado. What might that be? The Zhao family's grand elder had anticipated receiving the rose shortly, yet was taken aback by the Wang family's grand elder mentioning another issue. It is not convenient to discuss here. Please follow me. Upon hearing the words of the elder of the Wang family, the elder of the Zhao family furrowed his brow. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided to follow closely behind the elder of the Wang family. Soon, they arrived at a concealed chamber, surrounded by intricate arrays designed to shield against prying eyes. Even if a great sage were to come, they would remain oblivious to the discussions taking place within. Brother Wang, what matters bring us to such a clandestine location? At this point, the elder of the Zhao family was filled with curiosity regarding the true intentions of the elder of the Wang family. Brother Zhao, behold this. This is the rose. The elder of the Wang family promptly revealed the rose, and upon its sight, the elder of the Zhao family found himself unable to divert his gaze. After all, this rose was precisely what he desired most at the moment. I shall now entrust it to you, Brother Zhao. Please take good care of it. Certainly, the elder of the Zhao family immediately accepted the rose, inspected it briefly, and then stowed it away with care. What other matter did you wish to discuss, Brother Wang? The fact that my family has bestowed this rose upon yours signifies our sincere intentions, which I trust you comprehend. Indeed, the Zhao family will remember this kindness from the Wang family. As the elder of the Zhao family spoke these words, he deliberately emphasized the term kindness. Chapter 34. The postnatal Dao body with the rose in hand. The elder of the Zhao family gazed at the elder of the Wang family, and the murderous intent in his eyes became increasingly apparent. Brother Zhao, we must support one another. Only by doing so can we collectively withstand the Wei family. You speak truthfully. At this moment, the elder of the Wang family was filled with joy, believing he had made an undeniably lucrative deal. Although the rose was handed over to the Zhao family, he had acquired a wealth of resources in return, while also forging an alliance with the Zhao family. Should they wish to confront the Wei family, this alliance would prove to be crucial. Then I shall not delay you further, Brother Wang. I take my leave. Safe travels, Brother Zhao. I shall not see you off. The elder of the Zhao family turned and departed from the Wang family estate. At that moment, he could no longer suppress the murderous intent within him, which erupted forth, causing even the birds passing by to succumb to its lethal aura. How cunning of the Wang family! They have injured the genius of our Zhao family, traded the rose for an abundance of resources, and expect our Zhao family to act as their enforcers against the Wei family. What a splendid scheme they have devised! The elder of the Zhao family grew increasingly agitated, feeling that had he not uncovered the Wang family's plot, they would have been led to their doom. Fortunately, he had recognized their scheme in time. And now that the rose was in his possession, he was resolved to reclaim the resources lost, and even seize those of the Wang family after their downfall. Is Dr. Shui available? Upon returning to the Zhao family, the elder of the Zhao family urgently summoned Shui Rengue. Dr. Shui, please examine this. It is indeed the rose. Subsequently, the elder of the Zhao family presented the rose to Shui Rengue, who took it, inspected it closely, and nodded affirmatively. There is no doubt. This is indeed the rose, and of remarkably high quality. That's excellent. Please, swiftly attend to my son. Rest assured, with this rose in hand, your esteemed son shall certainly recover. After saying this, Shui Rengue combined the rose with other materials to create a medicinal pill, which he then administered to Zhao Ling. Although Zhao Ling appeared unchanged, profound transformations were occurring within him. Most of his previous injuries had healed. Dr. Shui, how fares my son? Rest easy, esteemed elder. Your son's life is secure. But, at this juncture, the head of the Zhao family interjected, anxious to hear more. Although your son's life is preserved, it is feared that he may not be able to continue his cultivation in the future. What did you say? Please, repeat that. The elder of the Zhao family was taken aback, as was the head of the Zhao family, who had not anticipated such news. Dr. Shui, did you not say that the rose would ensure his survival? Yes, that is correct, and your son's life is indeed saved. However, he has been injured by a sage. And as the saying goes, beneath the sage, all are mere ants. I believe esteemed elder understands that the power of a sage is beyond what someone of your son's caliber can endure. Are you implying? The elder of the Zhao family began to grasp the implications of Shui Rengue's words. Indeed, your son's meridians have suffered severe damage, and remnants of sage power still linger within him. This will have a significant impact on him, and henceforth, his fate may be left to destiny. Elder, this cannot be. You must not let Linger lose the chance to cultivate. He is the hope of our Zhao family. The head of the Zhao family, having overheard their conversation, understood the gravity of Zhao Ling's predicament. I am fully aware that we cannot allow Linger to be hindered, but it seems, as the esteemed physician has stated, we can only leave it to fate. I appreciate your understanding, esteemed elder. I shall take my leave now. Allow me to see Dr. Shui off. Following the elder of the Zhao family's instructions, the head of the Zhao family escorted Shui Rengue out and then returned home. Elder, we cannot let this grudge go unavenged. Seeing Zhao Ling lying on the bed, the head of the Zhao family was filled with rage, unable to fathom that Zhao Ling might never be able to continue his cultivation. Rest assured, we shall avenge this grievance. The Wang family is on the brink of destruction. The elder of the Zhao family's rage was palpable, for Zhao Ling had been the beacon of hope for their family. And now it seemed that hope was extinguished. While the Zhao family was engulfed in gloom, the Wei family reveled in merriment. See, I told you. My brother would certainly attain fortune. Now awakened, Wei Linfan was greeted with even greater joy as he discovered that not only had his strength not diminished, but it had, in fact, increased. He had directly ascended to the realm of great power, a transformation attributed to his injuries and the healing provided by Li Qingzhao. Wei Linfan's physique had undergone a radical metamorphosis. Indeed, Tianer, your foresight is remarkable. Who would have thought that this injury would result in him becoming a postnatal Dao body? Truly, our Wei family is favored by the heavens. Having awakened, Wei Linfan's entire being had transformed. Previously, he had merely been a potential cultivator, but now he had directly become a postnatal Dao body. The Dao body is categorized into innate and postnatal. The former suggests imperial potential, while the latter, though slightly less impressive, still represents formidable aptitude, ensuring a stable path to becoming a great sage. My brother has turned misfortune into fortune. I wonder how Zhao Ling from the Zhao family is faring. That Zhao Ling from the Zhao family is likely in dire straits. Even if he manages to survive, it's highly probable that he will be unable to cultivate in the future. Upon hearing Wei Lin Tian mention Zhao Ling, The elder of the Y family voiced his assessment. It seems so. After all, the Zhao family lacks a sage to aid him. Alas, it is truly tragic. Why lament? Is it not the result of your own actions? Chapter 35. New System Task. Upon hearing Y Lin Tian lament Zhao Ling's plight, the elder of the Y family cast a disdainful glance at him. It was not my intention. His power was simply too weak. And the Zhao family lacks a sage. Y Lin Tian was not to blame. The outcome could only be attributed to the Zhao family's incapacity to save Zhao Ling initially. The elder of the Y family had worried that Zhao Ling might achieve great heights in the future. But given the current circumstances, it appeared his potential had been irrevocably stifled, signifying the fall of this once promising genius. However, elder, we must remain vigilant in the coming days. While we have suspected the Wang family's involvement, the Zhao family may react in desperation, so we must keep a close watch on them. Tian is right. We must indeed exercise caution. Upon hearing Yi Lintian's words, the second elder of the Yi family expressed his agreement, saying, "Very well, this matter shall be entrusted to the three of you. You must keep a vigilant watch over the two families." The elder of the Yi family was acutely aware that the Zhao family might very well resort to desperate measures. After all, their hopes had been utterly dashed, leading them to potentially act irrationally. I shall remain here to guard Fanner, ensuring that I can promptly address any issues that may arise. The elder of the Zhao family willingly took on the role of protecting Yilin Fan, whose acquired Dao body was still in the process of formation and had yet to fully materialize. Therefore, it was imperative to exercise utmost caution to prevent any adverse influences or setbacks. Yi Lintian soon excused himself from the gathering, returning to his own quarters, where he received a new revelation from the system. "Congratulations, host. You have acquired a new system task. Seize the acquired Dao body." "What did you say? You want me to take my elder brother's acquired Dao body?" "Indeed. May I inquire if the host accepts this task?" "Are you joking? There's no way I can accept that." At this moment, Yi Lintian found the proposition utterly ludicrous. Although he was currently wielding a villainous system, this request felt excessively ruthless. Gyo's demand that he directly usurp his elder brother's acquired Dao body was beyond comprehension. "Rest assured, host, the acquired Dao body can regenerate after being taken. It will not incur any lasting effects. Enough of your nonsense. Even if it can regenerate, I cannot possibly carry out such an act." Yi Lintian was well aware that even if the acquired Dao body could be reclaimed later, doing so would undoubtedly cause distress to Yi Mo and Bai Linger, and he could not bear to inflict sorrow upon them. "Host, please contemplate this task. It comes with substantial rewards." At this juncture, the system was fervently attempting to entice Yi Lintian into seizing Yi Linfan's acquired Dao body, no matter the rewards you offer. "I shall not undertake this task." Yi Lintian resolutely declined the proposition, and upon realizing that it could not sway him, the system ultimately relented. However, Yi Lintian noticed a significant increase in his points, prompting him to investigate the source of this accumulation. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had amassed several tens of thousands of points, resulting from the achievement of incapacitating a genius from the Zhao family. It was undeniable that the Zhao family had greatly contributed to Yi Lintian's point total. "You have all provided me with so many points, I almost feel embarrassed." Although Yi Lintian felt a twinge of guilt, he was far from stopping. He resolved to devise a plan to deal with both the Zhao and Wang families, thereby acquiring even more points. With a bit more effort, he could exchange them for more potent techniques. Yi Lintian's points were nearing the 100,000 mark, a threshold that would allow him to exchange them for a cultivation technique or other valuable items. Zhao family and Wang family, hurry and clash. The sooner you do, the quicker I can gather points. Yi Lintian could hardly contain his eagerness to witness the conflict between the Zhao and Wang families, yet he understood that such matters could not be rushed. It would be prudent for the Yi family to refrain from direct involvement, allowing the Zhao and Wang families to contend with each other, only intervening at a critical juncture to seize both families' assets. Once he dealt with both the Zhao and Wang families, he estimated he could secure at least another 200,000 points, enabling him to exchange for 2 more techniques. He could already envision the bounty of points beckoning to him. At the Zhao family estate, the elder spoke urgently, "We must avenge Zhao Ling. He was our family's hope." The family head had approached the elder, unable to swallow his indignation. Once a beacon of promise, Zhao Ling's future was now irrevocably shattered. Though his life was spared, without the ability to cultivate, Zhao Ling held no value. This vengeance must be enacted, not merely for Zhao Ling, but for the Zhao family itself. For the elder of the Zhao family, Zhao Ling had lost all worth. Although Zhao Ling was his junior, the elder had many descendants. Losing one more would hardly impact him. However, the waste of such remarkable potential was a significant blow, one that the elder perceived as detrimental solely to the Zhao family. Regardless of whom we seek vengeance against, you must not let the Wang family escape retribution. I need to remind you? Focus on your own tasks. Leave the rest to me. When the time comes for you to act, I will inform you in advance. The vengeance against the Wang family must be executed with careful planning, ensuring that their strike would succeed. Otherwise, the Zhao family would suffer even greater losses. Wang family, prepare to meet your end. Chapter 36. The threat of the Yi family. Initially, the Zhao family had every hope of producing a great sage, a prospect that seemed assured. However, with Zhao Ling's inability to cultivate, all such hopes were dashed, delivering a devastating blow to the Zhao family. You may take your leave and attend to your own matters. I shall take my leave then. After the family head exited the elder's secluded chamber, the elder opened his eyes, steeling himself. Wang family, you shall pay for your sins. The Zhao family will not forget this blood feud. Once he had calmed his emotions, the elder summoned his junior, the second elder of the Zhao family. Elder brother, you called for me? Yes, I summoned you to discuss an important matter. What is it, elder brother? The second elder was perplexed, unsure of what his senior intended. This time, our assault on the Wang family should pose no issue in terms of overall strength. However, there is one concern that requires clarification. What are you worried about? The second elder was aware that his senior had already negotiated with the Yi family, and they were poised to join forces against the Wang family in a collaboration between the two families. Defeating the Wang family should be straightforward. In truth, either the Yi or Zhao family alone could handle the Wang family without significant difficulty. My concern lies with the Yi family. The Yi family? Are you worried they might not intervene? No, they will certainly take action. Then what is your concern? The second elder was baffled by his senior's apprehension. If the worry was about the Yi family not acting, it would be understandable. However, since their involvement was assured, what was there to fear? My worry is that the Yi family will intervene at the last moment when our two families have exhausted each other. Elder brother, you mean to say you fear the Yi family will wait until we are mutually weakened before striking? Upon hearing this, the second elder immediately grasped his senior's meaning. Precisely, if they choose to act at that juncture, it would pose a grave danger for us. The threat from the Yi family far surpasses that of the Wang family. The elder of the Zhao family was acutely aware that if he were in the Yi family's position, he would not strike first. Instead, he would wait until the two families were sufficiently embroiled in conflict, thus maximizing his gains while minimizing his losses. I suspect they will likely bide their time. And even if they do strike, it will probably be against both of our families simultaneously. If such a scenario unfolds, the Zhao family would be doomed. Elder brother, I believe you are being overly cautious. Surely, the Yi family wouldn't resort to such tactics. In a typical scenario, if a city were dominated by a single family, it is indeed plausible that this family would seek to assimilate all others. However, the Yi family has always maintained an impeccable reputation. They have never engaged in such underhanded dealings. I am well aware that, in accordance with the Yi family's modus operandi, they would not resort to such measures. Yet, the unpredictability of the world leaves one to ponder. How can we be certain that the Yi family will refrain from such actions at this juncture? After all, the allure of this opportunity is undeniably great. The elder of the Zhao family is acutely aware that, in the past, the Yi family has abstained from such actions and has chosen not to intervene at this critical moment, which speaks to their adherence to propriety. Nevertheless, the chance to simultaneously eliminate the Zhao and Wang families presents a temptation that is difficult for anyone to resist. If that were to come to pass, what recourse do we have? At this point, the second elder of the Zhao family has come to understand that such a scenario is indeed possible, and should it occur, the Zhao family would find itself with little means of response. If their eldest brother has no solution at this time, they may have no choice but to take the risk of confronting the Wang family. Ensuring that the Yi family does not strike while we and the Wang family are engaged in mutual destruction is not insurmountable. But it is likely that the Zhao family will have to pay a certain price. Otherwise, they remain imperiled at a price. What sort of price? It entails demonstrating to the Yi family that we pose no threat to them. At this moment, the elder of the Zhao family has already devised a strategy for communicating with the Yi family. Ultimately, it is imperative to ensure that they do not take action against the Zhao family, while also enlisting their assistance against the Wang family. Unless the Zhao family faces total annihilation, I believe the Yi family will always have the potential to act. That said, if our sincerity is sufficient, I trust we can reach an understanding. Regarding whether the Yi family will intervene at the climactic moment of mutual destruction, the elder of the Zhao family harbors doubts. Although he is uncertain, it does not imply he is devoid of options. However, the solution undoubtedly demands a considerable sacrifice, one that may surpass the cost of acquiring roses. How do you intend to convey our sincerity? Eldest brother, I plan to approach the Yi family and propose a formal agreement for a perpetual alliance, henceforth placing the Zhao family in unwavering allegiance to the Yi family. Although the elder of the Zhao family had contemplated this course of action previously, arriving at this decision was no simple task. It was only after intense internal conflict that he resolved to pursue it. Yet, if this is the case, does it not mean the Zhao family will be forever subjugated? I believe that in the future, the Zhao family will witness the rise of second and third Zhaolings, but such matters lie in the future. Our immediate priority must be to ensure the survival of the Zhao family. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not fear the absence of firewood. Given a choice, the elder of the Zhao family would undoubtedly opt against such a course of action. Yet the current circumstances afford them no alternatives. Should he refrain from acting, it is highly probable that their chances of survival will dwindle. Cursed Wang family, were it not for them, the Zhao family would still be flourishing. Indeed, yet the events have transpired, and we are powerless to alter them. We can only attribute it to fate. The elder of the Zhao family is filled with lamentation at this moment, as he never anticipated the situation would escalate to this point. Nonetheless, extinguishing the Wang family has now become a foregone conclusion. Chapter 37. The Yi family will strike. The animosity towards the Wang family no longer requires elaboration. If the opportunity arises, the elder of the Zhao family will undoubtedly seek to obliterate the entire Wang family. Even in the absence of opportunity, efforts must be made to create one to eradicate the Wang family. However, elder brother, we must ensure that these younger generations are informed. This decision cannot rest solely with us two. Clearly, the second elder of the Zhao family is in accord with the elder, yet he believes such a significant matter cannot be determined solely by the two of them. It is essential to consult the head of the Zhao family and discuss the matter with him. You speak wisely. Let us summon Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu is the current head of the Zhao family. Upon hearing the elder's words, the second elder promptly sought him out. We have reached a consensus on a matter and now seek your opinion. Regardless of the issue, you two elders may proceed as you see fit. I, as a younger generation, have no objections. At this moment, the head of the Zhao family is unaware of the elder's true intentions. Regardless of whether you have objections, it is imperative that we inform you. We have resolved to confront the Wang family. However, before we proceed, we must address another matter, ensuring that the Yi family will not strike against us at the last moment. And what do you mean by that? Upon hearing the elder's words, the head of the Zhao family is gripped by a sense of foreboding. The suggestion of securing the Yi family's non-intervention does not seem entirely credible, and he is perplexed by the elder's intentions. We must convey our sincerity to the Yi family, demonstrating that we pose no threat to them. Would this not result in significant losses for the Zhao family? The head of the Zhao family begins to grasp the elder's intentions, with his primary concern now revolving around how much the Zhao family might sacrifice in this endeavor. Losses are inevitable. We will certainly incur some costs. However, as long as we can eliminate the Wang family, we will recoup our losses from them, so you need not worry about that. In that case, I shall refrain from further inquiries and leave the matter in your capable hands. The head of the Zhao family is acutely aware that their current situation is quite precarious. While they may be slightly stronger than the Wang family, they are still far inferior to the Yi family, thus rendering any action against the Yi family implausible. Conversely, they can indeed act against the Wang family, who have provoked them. Given this, it seems prudent to take the plunge and first eliminate the Wang family. Perhaps the Zhao family can seize this opportunity to enhance their own strength. If you have no objections, then it is settled. With clarity on the path forward for the Zhao family, the head naturally will not challenge the decisions of the two elders. As long as they are resolute, he need not harbor any doubts. Eldest brother, we await your good news. This time, should the elder of the Zhao family succeed in negotiating with the Yi family, it would undoubtedly be excellent news for the Zhao family. However, should the discussions falter, the outcome remains uncertain. Yet, there is no time for hesitation now, and action must be taken. The elder of the Zhao family soon arrives at the Yi family estate. Zhao Xian, what brings you here on this fine day? Upon arrival, the elder of the Zhao family does not seek out the elder of the Yi family directly, but instead approaches Yi Mo first. Yi Mo, curious as to why the elder of the Zhao family is seeking him out, wonders why he would not go straight to the elder of the Yi family instead. I have come to discuss a matter with you. Representing the Zhao family in this endeavor to engage with the head of the Yi family die in that case. Please proceed, esteemed elder. I am eager to hear what you wish to discuss. Yi Mo is taken aback by the elder of the Zhao family approaching him for discourse. Although he is the head of the Yi family, such discussions should typically transpire with the elder of the Yi family. I trust you are aware of our intention to confront the Wang family. Indeed, the elder has already informed me of this matter. I have come specifically regarding this. The elder of the Zhao family does not mince words, steering the conversation directly to the matter at hand. As we prepare to take action against the Wang family, I wonder if the Yi family would extend their support. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing the elder's proposal, Yi Mo realizes there are underlying implications in his words. What I mean is that our endeavor against the Wang family is mutually beneficial, and I trust you understand that we share a common interest in this matter. I know that in this situation, we have aligned goals, so it would be only natural for the Yi family to assist us. Indeed, the Yi family will not let the Wang family escape unscathed. Although Yi Mo remains uncertain of the elder's true intentions, the sentiment he expresses is undoubtedly valid. From the current perspective, the Yi family indeed cannot afford to overlook the Wang family. Very well, in that case, when does the Yi family plan to take action? The esteemed elder of the Zhao family finally broached the matter that weighed most heavily on his mind, which was the true purpose of his visit, to ascertain when the Yi family intended to take action. I fear I am presently unable to provide a definitive answer, esteemed elder, as I must confer with the 4 other elders, Yi Mo replied. This implied that the Yi family had not yet solidified their plans for action. Correct? Upon hearing Yi Mo's words, the elder of the Zhao family immediately grasped the intentions of the Yi family. Up until this point, they had shown no clear intent to strike. While Yi Mo spoke of taking action, they had yet to determine when, which was quite unusual. Esteemed elder, such words cannot be taken lightly. The Yi family undoubtedly intends to act. I simply cannot provide you with a precise timeline at this moment. In light of this, the elder of the Zhao family understood that he could not press the Yi family head for a specific time frame. At this juncture, the elder of the Zhao family realized that Yi Mo likely lacked the authority to make unilateral decisions and would need to defer to the 4 elders of the Yi family. I have another matter I wish to discuss with the esteemed elder of the Yi family. I hope it is a convenient time for you. After conversing with Yi Mo, the elder of the Zhao family was already aware of the likelihood of the Yi family taking action. Chapter 38. His requests are quite numerous. Now, the elder of the Zhao family was certain that the Yi family would indeed strike, but the timing remained uncertain. Furthermore, there was a high probability that the situation he most feared could materialize. Should that occur, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the Zhao family. I believe it should be convenient. If you are not in a rush, esteemed elder, I will summon the elder. Very well, I shall await your return. The present moment was of utmost importance. It was essential to ensure that the Yi family would not turn against the Zhao family, lest it lead to their utter ruin. Soon, the elder of the Yi family arrived. Marking their second encounter in a matter of days, Zhao brother, what brings you to the Yi family again? Is there something of concern? Indeed, I have come to discuss with you, Yi brother, the matter of dealing with the Wang family. The elder of the Zhao family was keen to avoid any further circumlocution, as it served little purpose. They needed to reach a conclusion swiftly. Had we not already agreed on how to confront the Wang family? We would strike together. The Wang family has not only targeted you, Zhao family, but has also set its sights on us, the Yi family. Naturally, we shall not let them escape unscathed. I am aware of that. However, I wish to inquire when the Yi family intends to act. Will you strike alongside us, or do you plan to intervene only after both our families have suffered? Zhao brother, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing the elder of the Zhao family's words, the elder of the Yi family narrowed his eyes, sensing the underlying mistrust in the Zhao elder's tone, despite their pretense of unity against the Wang family. My meaning should be clear to you, Yi brother. However, rest assured, I do not come here to quarrel. Then what is your purpose? At this moment, the elder of the Yi family began to contemplate whether they should take action at all. After all, collaborating with someone who harbored doubts about one's intentions was indeed perilous. I wish to convey that from this day forth, the Zhao family shall be a loyal ally to the Yi family. For the elder of the Zhao family, it was time to demonstrate his sincerity. As long as the decisions made by the Yi family do not jeopardize the interests of the Zhao family, we shall offer our unconditional support. Are you suggesting that the Zhao family should become a vassal of the Yi family? While the elder of the Zhao family described their relationship as one of allies. Upon closer examination, it indeed resembled that of a vassal family. If you perceive it that way, then so be it. What, then, is the purpose of your words? At this point, the elder of the Yi family began to grasp the Zhao elder's intentions. Yet he could not fathom why the Zhao elder felt compelled to approach this matter in such a manner. My objective is quite simple: to ensure the Wang family is dealt with decisively. Is that all? If that were the case, the elder of the Zhao family felt there was no need for such elaborate discussions, as they had already planned to confront the Wang family. Indeed, that is all. The Zhao elder had previously mentioned the possibility of mutual destruction, yet now he claimed it was merely a straightforward matter. Even if the elder of the Yi family were somewhat obtuse, he would likely have deduced the Zhao elder's true intentions. I suspect your real aim is to dissuade us from taking action against the Zhao family, am I correct? I believe that even if I do not articulate it, Yi brother would understand this inherently. Although the elder of the Yi family had clarified the situation, the elder of the Zhao family still refrained from openly admitting it. I think you may be overthinking this. The Yi family is not like the Wang family, those despicable scoundrels. We have never engaged in actions that would breach the established rules. Thus, you need not worry. As long as you do not provoke the Yi family, we shall not strike against the Zhao family. If that is your stance, then I must thank you on behalf of the Zhao family. Upon hearing the elder of the Yi family's assurance, the elder of the Zhao family felt a sense of relief. That was the purpose of his visit today. Although he had not explicitly stated his concerns during their discussion, the elder of the Yi family had nonetheless clarified the matter further, leading to a similar outcome. When does Yi brother intend to act against the Wang family? That will depend on your family's circumstances. The Yi family is prepared to strike at any moment. Regarding the timing of their potential action, the elder of the Yi family had not given it much thought, as they were ready to act whenever necessary. The specifics would likely hinge upon the progress made by the Zhao family. If that is the case, then you need not worry. We will act promptly. We hope for your support, as the Wang family's two elders are quite formidable. Agreed. The elder of the Zhao family had finally achieved all his objectives. After exchanging pleasantries with the elder of the Yi family, he took his leave. Hunter, come forth. Once the elder of the Zhao family had departed, the elder of the Yi family called out, and Yi Lin Tian emerged from the shadows. Heavens, we must refrain from such actions in the future. Should that fellow discover us, it would spell trouble. I have confidence in the formations you devised, esteemed elder. Thus, it poses no issue. Why Yi Lin Tian had concealed himself within a formation that masked his presence, alleviating his concerns about being detected by the elder of the Zhao family, thereby safeguarding his own strength from being revealed. It is wiser to remain cautious. At this moment, the elder of the Yi family found himself at a loss for words. Yi Lin Tian appeared to be in no real danger. Given how close they had been, if the elder of the Zhao family had failed to notice him, it was evident that the formation was indeed effective. What do you think of the matters discussed by the elder of the Zhao family? Although Yi Lin Tian was young, his displayed strength and composed demeanor led the elder of the Yi family to consider involving him in future decisions. The Zhao family's strength is rather lacking, yet their demands are quite numerous. One cannot say that. Their requests are reasonable. Chapter 39. One must be ruthless to stand firm. After hearing the elder of the Yi family's words, Yi Lin Tian shook his head. I believe the elder is mistaken. In what way? The elder of the Yi family felt his assertions were beyond reproach. Why would Yi Lin Tian contend otherwise? What constitutes reasonable demands? For a weaker party, their requests are deemed reasonable or unreasonable based not on their own merits, but rather on the judgment of the stronger party opposite them. Why Yi Lin Tian stepped out of the formation and approached the door, gazing toward the Zhao family's direction. If we deem their demands reasonable, then they are so. Conversely, if we consider them excessive, then they become so. Though you comprehend my meaning, esteemed elder. Although Yi Lin Tian did not elaborate further, the elder of the Yi family began to grasp the implications of his words. Presently, he regarded Yi Lin Tian with a peculiar expression, questioning whether this child could truly be merely 3 years old. Could a child of such tender age possess such profound insight? On certain occasions, I genuinely find myself questioning whether you have been possessed by some ancient demon. The elder chuckled, replying that he merely lingered in the womb a tad longer than usual. Yi Lin Tian spoke these words with a smile, and while it certainly sounded like a jest, upon deeper reflection, it became evident that he was not joking at all. This was indeed the truth. Who knows what this peculiar little creature truly is? However, as long as you remain a member of the Yi family, that is all that matters. For the Yi clan, Yi Lingtian's unique disposition is advantageous. Not only is he formidable in strength, but his intellect is also remarkably keen. Although at times his clarity of thought seems wholly unlike that of a mere 3-year-old, is that not a form of talent in itself? So, my dear Tian'er, what do you propose we do? It is quite simple. We must eliminate the Wang and Zhao families together. This way, the entirety of Wanggu City will belong to the Yi family. Upon hearing this from Yi Lingtian, the Grand Elder fixed him with a stern gaze, while Yi Mo beside him stared wide-eyed, mouth agape. Since earlier, he had felt as if he were dreaming, utterly perplexed by how his son seemed so unfamiliar. Tian'er, do you not think your heart is a bit too ruthless? Eventually, Yi Mo could not suppress his inner doubts any longer. Have you ever heard the saying, without ruthlessness, one cannot stand firm? Yi Lingtian inquired. Glancing at the Grand Elder and Yi Mo, both of whom shook their heads in unison. While the Yi family currently holds a dominant position in Wanggu City, it does not stand alone. You are correct, the Grand Elder conceded, acknowledging Yi Lingtian's statement. The truth is that although the Yi family possesses the strongest power, it cannot claim to be the sole ruler, as the Wang and Zhao families are not to be underestimated. The reason we have been able to suppress the Zhao and Wang families lies primarily in the strength of the 4 elders and our master. As Yi Lingtian articulated this, both the Grand Elder and Yi Mo nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his words. But who can guarantee that the Zhao and Wang families will not produce other elders, or even a master-level powerhouse? That is indeed uncertain. Not to mention, if Zhao Ling were to mature, he could potentially ascend to the realm of great saints. The Grand Elder understood that Yi Lingtian's concerns were valid. Although both families had not triumphed before, there was no assurance they would remain powerless in the future. Moreover, Zhao Ling is still under 10 years of age and has already exhibited the potential of a formidable being. If any of the 2 families were to gain great saint-level combatants, do you still think the Yi family's position would remain secure? Would we be able to rest easy as we do now? However, Tian'er, have you considered what would be the repercussions if we were to betray our allies? For Yi Mo, the paramount concern was not merely the annihilation of the Wang family, but rather ensuring a more prosperous future for the Yi family. This betterment must not be viewed as a fleeting gain, but rather a long-term vision. Thus, we cannot allow ourselves to be branded as traitors for the sake of immediate returns. As long as we possess sufficient strength, do you think anyone will remember these matters? Yi Lingtian was acutely aware that betraying allies is hardly commendable. Yet, given the current circumstances, a splendid opportunity lies before them to eliminate these 2 potential threats completely. The positive ramifications of this, in Yi Lingtian's perspective, far outweigh the negative consequences of betrayal. Once that occurs, the Yi family will truly stand unrivaled. I concur with Tian'er. This is indeed an opportune moment. Should we allow it to slip by? It may be exceedingly difficult to find another like it. The crux is that the Zhao family would also gain significant resources from this endeavor, undoubtedly accelerating their development. Precisely, I share the same sentiment as the Grand Elder. We cannot afford to grant the Zhao family this chance. At this point, the Grand Elder of the Yi family had fully grasped Yi Lingtian's intent and began to align with his perspective. The Wang family must be eradicated, and the Zhao family cannot be spared, especially not the Zhao family. However, Tian'er, the remarks made by the Zhao family's Grand Elder today have made it clear that they are already on guard against this situation. Under such circumstances, achieving the desired effect you mentioned may not be as straightforward. In my view, this task is quite manageable. If Yi Lingtian had not devised a suitable strategy, he certainly would not have proposed such an idea. After all, he has always preferred to formulate a practical plan before taking action, and this situation with the Wang and Zhao families is no exception. Then, Tian'er, please share your plan with us. My plan is rather simple. Initially, we must assist the Zhao family in their offensive against the Wang family. This must be an unreserved assault. Only then can the Zhao family fully trust that we will not turn against them. And what follows? Yi Mo, eager to learn, pressed for the next steps. Next, we shall jointly eliminate the Wang family, solidifying our alliance with the Zhao family. One must approach tasks step by step, never in haste. Chapter 40. We also have sincerity. Whether it be the annihilation of the Wang family or their joint elimination with the Zhao family, it is imperative to maintain composure. Haste could lead to vulnerabilities, and the optimal outcome might slip from our grasp. Your strategy is commendable, yet Tian'er, there is one thing I genuinely do not comprehend. After hearing Yi Lintian's plan, Yi Mo regarded him with utmost seriousness. What is it, father? You are but 3 years old. How do you possess such understanding? The more flawless Yi Lintian's plan appeared, the more baffling it was for Yi Mo, who struggled to comprehend how his son had acquired such knowledge. Logically, this level of insight should not belong to someone of Yi Lintian's tender age. Originally, I was also ignorant of these matters, but later, my master imparted various insights about this world, and naturally, I came to understand. You refer to our ancestor? Yi Lintian nodded, having contemplated this matter long before. Were it not for Ji Mingyao's teachings, he would have found it challenging to articulate a satisfactory explanation. However, with Ji Mingyao's guidance, he believed they would harbor no further suspicions. No wonder Tian'er's intellect has developed so swiftly. It turns out the ancestor has imparted wisdom to him, which provides clarity. At this juncture, the grand elder of the Yi family finally comprehended the situation. Previously, he had shared the same doubts as Yi Mo, but upon hearing Yi Lintian's unprompted explanation, he immediately grasped the truth. What they remained unaware of was that Ji Mingyao had only shared basic knowledge, devoid of any intricate schemes or deceptions. In truth, you have all overthought this. My early maturity is advantageous for the Yi family, is it not? Indeed, Tian'er speaks wisely. The earlier his intellect matures, the better it is for the Yi family. With Tian'er among us, I am confident that the Yi family will reach new heights. The Grand Elder wholeheartedly agreed with Yi Lintian's assertion, as he always felt that Yi Lintian was undoubtedly one of their own. Meanwhile, Yi Mo, having heard the Grand Elder's words, nodded in assent, although deep within, he remained somewhat unsettled. He couldn't shake the feeling that Yi Lintian's precocious maturity raised concerns, even questioning whether something might be amiss. Yet, he felt powerless to act on mere suspicion, especially in light of the Grand Elder's assertion that this was indeed beneficial for the Yi family. Since you have no objections, let us proceed as Tian'er has suggested. Elder, I haven't yet voiced my thoughts. Then please articulate them after careful consideration. At that moment, Yi Mo was about to express his thoughts, but upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, he swallowed his words, shaking his head instead. Never mind, I have nothing further to add. Let us follow Tian'er's plan. With their course of action determined, the next step was to consult with the Zhao family regarding the timing of their offensive against the Wang family. The Zhao family had been awaiting the Yi family's response, and soon, an envoy dispatched by Yi Mo arrived at their doorstep. I presume you are the head of the Zhao family? Indeed, I am. What guidance does the Yi family seek? The head of our family has informed me that you may commence at your convenience. At that time, our family will mobilize our manpower and promptly cooperate with the Zhao family. Upon hearing the envoy's words, the head of the Yi family felt a weight lift from his heart. Previously, after the Zhao family's elder returned from the Yi family, he conveyed that the matter had been settled, albeit without specifying a precise timeline. Now, the moment for the Yi family to act has finally arrived, and I wonder if the head of the Yi family has informed you how many individuals they plan to deploy? During my journey here, the head specifically instructed me to convey that regardless of how many personnel the Zhao family sends, our Yi family will deploy even more, and we shall engage in battle alongside the Zhao family to demonstrate our sincerity. Excellent, splendid. The Yi family is indeed straightforward. At this point, the head of the Zhao family finally revealed a smile. Please return and inform the head of the Yi family that our Zhao family will take action tonight. Understood, esteemed Zhao family head. I shall deliver the message without fail. I shall take my leave now. Safe travels, no need for formalities. After the elder of the Zhao family returned from the Yi family, he relayed the developments to the head of the Zhao family, who had been patiently awaiting news from the Yi family. At last, he received the information he desired. Subsequently, the head of the Yi family approached the elder of the Zhao family and recounted the recent events. Very well, it seems the Yi family has finally decided on their course of action. However, elder, the price we must pay this time seems exceedingly steep, does it not? We are in a position of weakness, and thus must bear the cost. You must remember that all sacrifices made today shall be reclaimed bit by bit in the future. Do you understand? Indeed, the Zhao family has paid a hefty price to eliminate the Wang family. Yet regardless of the circumstances, they have finally achieved the outcome they sought. Furthermore, according to the elder of the Zhao family, as long as they can eradicate the Wang family, the benefits gained will undoubtedly accelerate the Zhao family's growth. Rest assured, elder, I shall engrave today's events in my heart. Very well, as long as you remember. Prepare yourself. We strike tonight. Yes, elder. After the head of the Zhao family departed, the elder of the Zhao family slowly rose to his feet. Tonight, we shall eliminate the Wang family. It is only a matter of time before we also deal with your Yi family. To eliminate the Wang family, the Zhao family has indeed paid a tremendous price. Yet they find themselves with no other options. Should they refrain from taking action, it is conceivable that the Zhao family could face annihilation, an outcome they find utterly unacceptable. However, unbeknownst to the elder of the Zhao family and the head of the Zhao family, Yi Lintian and his companions had already devised a plan to eliminate the Zhao family as well. Junior brother, tonight we shall confront those two old rascals from the Wang family, but you must exercise caution. What is it, elder brother? When we engage in combat tonight, the ordinary forces will naturally be handled by the Zhao family and the Yi family's commoners. The two sages from the Wang family, however, must be dealt with by our sages. Otherwise, no matter how many ordinary cultivators we have, we cannot hope to subdue the Wang family, for those beneath the sage level are but mere ants. Chapter 41. A sleepless night. Although the Yi family has agreed to join us in confronting the Wang family, we must still remain vigilant. Junior brother, did you not say that the Yi family would not turn against us? Upon hearing the elder of the Zhao family's words, the second elder of the Zhao family appeared somewhat taken aback. They certainly would not turn against us, but we cannot place complete trust in others. When we take action tonight, you must be exceedingly careful. Should any issues arise, I will do my utmost to hold them off while you escape without hesitation. As long as you survive, you can return to avenge us once you have the strength. Even though the elder of the Zhao family received a reassuring response from the elder of the Yi family, and the envoy from Yimo had already expressed the Yi family's sincerity, the elder of the Zhao family remained cautious and continued to prepare an escape plan. I understand, elder brother. Yes, as long as you comprehend. Should anything happen, you must not hesitate to abandon me and flee at the first opportunity. After hearing the elder of the Zhao family's words, the second elder of the Zhao family paused for a few seconds before nodding. Seeing his junior brother nod in agreement, the elder of the Zhao family felt a sense of relief and began preparing for the night's events. As night fell, the bustling city of Wanggu remained vibrant. Yet beneath this facade of prosperity lurked a storm of unprecedented magnitude, and tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Wang brother, where are you? Come forth at once. The elder of the Zhao family appeared above the Wang family estate, sending a voice transmission into the residence. What brings you here at such a late hour? Zhao brother? Hearing the transmission, the elder of the Wang family promptly emerged and approached the elder of the Zhao family. It seems that the medicine I acquired from you earlier is somewhat amiss. Might I trouble you to accompany me for a moment? Amiss? What has happened? The elder of the Wang family inquired, puzzled. After all, the rose he had given to the elder of the Zhao family was genuine and without issue. Indeed, it was the only one they possessed. After consumption, it initially produced excellent effects, but the situation took a drastic turn just moments ago. The physician Xue indicated that there was a problem with the rose, which is why I sought you out, Wang brother, to ascertain the matter. This should not be the case. Logically speaking, the rose should not have any issues at all. At this moment, the elder of the Wang family felt a sense of confusion regarding the situation, as he was certain that he had provided the elder of the Zhao family with a genuine rose. Very well, then I shall accompany you to investigate, but I cannot guarantee that we will uncover the issue. I fully understand. I merely hope that Wang brother can accompany me and see if we can identify the problem. At this point, the elder of the Zhao family's performance was exceedingly convincing. Otherwise, the elder of the Wang family would not have failed to notice anything amiss. Very well, please lead the way. At the elder of the Wang family's gesture, the elder of the Zhao family took the lead and flew towards the Zhao residence, with the elder of the Wang family following closely behind. Moments later, they arrived at the Zhao family estate and approached Zhao Ling's chamber. After you, Wang brother. The elder of the Zhao family gestured for the elder of the Wang family to enter first. Without hesitation, the elder of the Wang family complied and stepped into Zhao Ling's room. Upon entering, he found the room empty, with only one person lying on the bed. Noticing this, the elder of the Wang family furrowed his brows slightly. Zhao brother, what is the meaning of this? Why is there not a soul in this room? To reach the sage level, one must inherently possess a degree of caution. Thus, upon seeing the empty room, the elder of the Wang family felt a sense of foreboding. He refrained from approaching the individual on the bed and instead turned to the elder of the Zhao family behind him. Oh, it is as such. Physician Xue indicated that his condition is quite dire and instructed us not to disturb him. Therefore, I asked everyone to leave. You need not worry, Wang brother, I asked that so? Although the elder of the Wang family listened to the elder of the Zhao family's explanation, a lingering doubt remained in his mind. Yet, he still cautiously approached the bed and the individual lying upon it. Whoosh! I knew there was something amiss. Just as the elder of the Wang family drew near the bed, the person lying there suddenly launched an attack, targeting the elder of the Wang family's brow. Fortunately, the elder of the Wang family had remained vigilant, preventing the assailant from succeeding, though he was still forced back by the tremendous force. It seems that your Wang family's protective technique is indeed formidable. I did not expect that at such close range, I would be thwarted by your divine shield. It appears we have underestimated you. The individual lying on the bed was not Zhao Ling, but rather the second elder of the Zhao family, who was now wielding his personal weapon. Unfortunately, that initial strike did not incapacitate the elder of the Wang family, nor did it even inflict any injury. What do you two mean by this? Why did you attempt to ambush me? At this moment, the elder of the Wang family was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why the two sages from the Zhao family would seek to attack him, especially given the nature of their assault. What do you mean by this? Are you unaware of what is transpiring? What do you know? What are you two trying to convey? Upon observing the elder of the Wang family's apparent ignorance, the elder of the Zhao family stepped forward, a smile playing on his lips as he began to question the elder of the Wang family. However, the elder of the Wang family was even more baffled by their demeanor, utterly at a loss as to the cause of their peculiar behavior. What are you still pretending at this stage? Do you truly believe we are unaware that the incident involving the injury of Zhao Ling and Wang Laoji was orchestrated by your Wang family? Brother Zhao, I must confess, I fail to comprehend your insinuation. When have I ever harmed Zhao Ling of your esteemed Zhao family or Wang Laoji of the Yi family? At this moment, the elder of the Wang family appears equally bewildered, struggling to grasp the meaning behind the words of the elder from the Zhao family. How is it that you still feign ignorance at this juncture? Very well. It seems you are indeed one who will not shed tears until faced with a coffin. Brother Zhao, I firmly believe there must be a misunderstanding here. Could you possibly temper your anger until we resolve this matter, after which we can address any other issues? Given the current circumstances, it is evident that the elder of the Wang family is in a precarious situation. Chapter 42. 2 against 1 At this point, the elder of the Wang family is riddled with confusion, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events, and the present situation is decidedly unfavorable for him. At such a critical moment, how can you still pretend to be oblivious, assuming we know nothing? Have you underestimated our intelligence? Brother Zhao, I genuinely do not grasp what you are asserting, nor have I ever engaged in the actions you allege. The more I speak, the more the elder of the Wang family is consumed by doubt. Very well, if you choose to play the fool, let us clarify our positions. If you continue to feign ignorance at this stage, the elder of the Zhao family will have no choice but to lay bare the truth, exposing your attempts at evasion. When Zhao Ling of our Zhao family and Yi Linfan of the Yi family faced off, both nearly met their demise. The cause of their peril lies in the involvement of a sage, leaving both of them tainted with the remnants of sage power. To save them, only a great sage can intervene, or one must employ a specific substance as the primary remedy. As he speaks, the elder of the Zhao family fixes his gaze upon the elder of the Wang family, emphasizing each word. That substance is none other than the rose. At this moment, the elder of the Wang family finally begins to comprehend the gravity of the situation. So, Brother Zhao, are you implying that members of the Wang family deliberately harmed individuals from both your families? Precisely, I believe that is indeed the case. At this juncture, the elder of the Wang family finally grasps the reality of the matter. Pray tell, Brother Zhao, what do you propose as my motive for such actions? What benefit would it confer upon our Wang family? What benefit? Hasn't your Wang family already reaped substantial rewards? The abundant resources and land, are they not real? The moment benefits are mentioned, the elder of the Zhao family grows even more incensed. Were it not for this incident, they would not have suffered such significant losses in resources and territory. Now, the elder of the Wang family continues to feign ignorance, as if unaware of the true nature of these events. So this is your perspective, Brother Zhao. It appears that no matter how I explain, you will remain unconvinced, correct? Convince me? How am I to believe you? You wish for me to accept that it was the Yi family who instigated this, and coincidentally, you possess the very rose capable of healing such wounds. Is that it? As he articulates this, the elder of the Zhao family advances on the elder of the Wang family. No longer inclined to linger in this verbal sparring, it is imperative to eliminate the elder of the Wang family swiftly, lest further complications arise, allowing them to advance and eradicate the entire Wang family. Very well, since no explanation will suffice for you, Brother Zhao, there is little more to be said. If you two are intent on violence, then by all means try your hand. Let us see if you can subdue this old man. After listening to the entirety of the matter, the elder of the Wang family realizes he cannot extricate himself from this suspicion, regardless of his attempts to clarify. Therefore, there is no need for further discourse. Additional words would be futile. Preserving his own life takes precedence, especially considering they are within the Zhao family's territory. A moment's carelessness could indeed seal his fate here. Junior brother, strike. Following this command, the elder of the Zhao family and the second elder of the Zhao family both launch an offensive against the elder of the Wang family. However, one cannot deny the formidable prowess of the Wang family's unique techniques. Even in a 2-on-1 scenario, he manages to navigate with remarkable ease. The core reason lies in the difficulty the second elder of the Zhao family faces in breaching the defenses of the elder of the Wang family. While the elder of the Zhao family can penetrate those defenses, the damage inflicted remains minimal. This adversary's defenses are exceedingly robust. We cannot continue this way. If we delay further, the Wang family may become aware of the predicament, preparing themselves, making our task of eliminating them all the more challenging. At this moment, the elder of the Zhao family recognizes the issue. Should they persist in this manner, it is likely they will not subdue the elder of the Wang family in the near term. Even with the advantage of numbers, originally, I believed the Zhao brothers to be formidable, yet it seems they are rather lacking. However, I have no desire to continue this charade any longer. Our accounts shall be settled at a later date. At this stage, the elder of the Wang family is no longer inclined to engage further with the elder of the Zhao family and the second elder of the Zhao family. Continuing this conflict holds no advantage for him. Once his internal energy is nearly exhausted, it will spell his doom, though not let him escape. Detain him. Fear not, senior brother. The second elder of the Zhao family strikes again. But this time, he does not directly attack the elder of the Wang family. Instead, he seals off his escape route. Meanwhile, the elder of the Zhao family charges straight at the vulnerable points of the elder of the Wang family. However, at this moment, the elder of the Wang family is solely focused on finding an opportunity to flee. Do you truly believe you can detain me? Such a notion is utterly delusional. As he speaks, the elder of the Wang family makes a desperate dash towards the second elder of the Zhao family. The second elder, upon witnessing this, narrows his eyes, realizing the elder of the Wang family intends to break through his line. However, the second elder of the Zhao family is currently engaged in an attack and is not directly targeting the elder of the Wang family. In this moment of vulnerability, should the elder of the Wang family succeed in striking true, the consequences could be dire. Junior brother, be cautious. The elder of the Zhao family, seeing the impending danger, becomes anxious. Should the elder of the Wang family choose to absorb a blow from him to create an opportunity to strike his junior brother, the elder of the Zhao family would find this intolerable. Cursed be this situation. The second elder of the Zhao family hastily halts his offensive, preparing to adopt a defensive stance. Just as he establishes this posture, the elder of the Wang family surges towards him. Alas! The elder of the Zhao family initially believed the elder of the Wang family was targeting his junior brother to breach their formation, prompting him to adjust his attack. However, when the elder of the Wang family is on the verge of striking the second elder of the Zhao family, he suddenly retracts his attack and swiftly veers past the elder of the Zhao family. Farewell, gentlemen. Successfully breaking free from the encirclement of the elder of the Zhao family and the second elder, the elder of the Wang family races toward his own family's stronghold, not daring to look back. At this moment, returning to the Wang family is his only means of ensuring safety, and it is imperative he returns to relay the news, securing the family's defense. Chapter 43. Two Decisive Cursed Zhao Family. On the journey back to the Wang family, the elder of the Wang family grapples with confusion, unable to fathom why the Zhao family has ascribed blame to them, deeming it preposterous. Initially, he envisioned a future where both families would become steadfast allies against the Yi family. But now it seems the Zhao family has turned against the Wang family. Upon my return, I must activate the protective family formation. The Wang family cannot sustain any harm. Currently, the elder of the Wang family is most concerned about the possibility of his family facing danger. However, upon reflection, he realizes there is no need for excessive worry. If it is merely the Zhao family, they should withstand the storm. Yet, should the Yi family become involved, it would spell disaster. Yet, often, the more one fears something, the more it materializes. Brother Wang, where might you be headed at this late hour? As the elder of the Wang family contemplates the potential involvement of the Yi family, he suddenly encounters members from the Yi family. Two elders from the Yi family block his path. To my astonishment, Yi family members are indeed entangled in this affair. However, one question lingers in my mind. What is it you find perplexing? Speak. How did you manage to convince the Zhao family that we, the Wang family, were responsible for the actions taken? The elder of the Wang family is not a fool. He understands this matter must have been orchestrated by the Yi family. Yet the question remains, how did the Yi family manage to sway the Zhao family's belief, particularly when the Wang family has not committed such acts? Why should we compel them to believe otherwise? The truth is, the actions were indeed perpetrated by your Wang family. Do you dare to deny it? Although the four elders of the Yi family were aware of the true nature of this matter, he certainly could not reveal it at this moment. After all, the two elders from the Zhao family were likely rushing here as well. If he were to disclose the actual circumstances now, it would surely lead to disaster. Could it be that even the Yi family believes this incident was perpetrated by our Wang family? I simply cannot comprehend why we would do such a thing. Is it merely for those few resources, provoking both your families in the process? What is your Wang family's true intention? How are we to know? Perhaps you think we are incapable of uncovering the truth. Upon hearing the Wang family's elder speak in this manner, the Yi family's second elder could not help but laugh internally, though he continued to chastise the Wang family outwardly. After all, initially, the Zhao family believed that this matter was instigated by us. The Yi family. I suspect your Wang family's original intent was to use our Yi family to eliminate the Zhao family. Am I correct? Upon hearing the second elder's words, the Wang family's elder was at a loss for words. The situation was becoming increasingly absurd. Who would have thought that our Wang family possessed such strength and audacity, daring to provoke both your Yi and Zhao families simultaneously? Moreover, you have mobilized 4 saints to deal with me. You truly hold me in high regard. A lion uses all its strength to hunt a hare, let alone when facing me. The elders of the Yi family understood well that although the Wang family's elder had not yet reached the pinnacle of late-stage saint, he was indeed at the peak of late-stage saint power. Coupled with the unique nature of their Wang family's techniques, it would require at least 3 individuals to ensure a swift victory over him. And 4 would be necessary for a more secure approach. It appears that I shall not be leaving here today. Very well, since escape is not an option, let us engage in a fight to the death. In front are 2 saints from the Yi family, and behind are 2 from the Zhao family. While only 2 of them are late-stage saints, and the other 2 are mid-stage saints, this arrangement leaves no possibility of escape for the Wang family's elder. It is an inescapable predicament. We hold great admiration for your strength, Wang brother, otherwise, we would not have gone to such lengths. Thus, your demise would not be in vain. Enough with the idle talk at this juncture. The Wang family's elder no longer wished to engage in further conversation. Given that he was already in a situation where death was inevitable, there was no need to contemplate anything else. If he could take down even one of them, it would be considered a return on investment. If he could manage to eliminate 2, it would be a profit. Alas, this fellow is truly playing for keeps. After the Wang family's elder finished speaking, the aura around him began to rise dramatically, becoming increasingly terrifying. Upon witnessing this, the Yi family's second elder realized the gravity of the situation, for he had not anticipated the Wang family's elder to act with such decisiveness. Quickly, disperse. We must not allow him to catch up. He is burning his own essence. Since this is a situation of certain death, the Wang family's elder resolved not to survive and began to burn his own essence. As a result, his strength surged from the peak of late-stage saint to the completion of late-stage saint. Moreover, he showed no signs of stopping. At this moment, his power likely surpassed that of the Yi family's elder. There was even a trace of a great saint's aura. This fellow has truly gone mad. As the Wang family's elder's aura ceased to rise further, the Yi family's second elder was taken aback. For the Wang family's elder had now reached the threshold of half-step great saint. Although only half-step, he was more than capable of dealing with their mid to late-stage saints. The only issue was that the duration would be notably brief. Thank you, Yi brother, for finally dealing with this fellow. At this moment, the Zhao family's elder and the second elder finally arrived. However, just as he was about to speak, he saw the Wang family's elder in front of him and sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from him. Zhao brother, run! This fellow is burning his essence. The Yi family's second elder had already distanced himself significantly, yet he still offered a kind reminder to the Zhao family's elder. Damn it! Upon seeing this, the Zhao family's elder cursed and promptly turned to flee. The second elder of the Zhao family did the same, but their speed paled in comparison to that of the Wang family's elder, who quickly caught up to the Zhao family's elder. You bastard, I will take you down with me. Wang brother, let us discuss this calmly. There is no need for such hostility. Discuss calmly? At this point, the possibility of a calm discussion has long passed. The Wang family's elder realized he had no chance left. All he could do now was eliminate the Zhao family's elder. In doing so, he would at least secure some semblance of a return on his investment. As long as you spare me, I am willing to ensure the Wang family's safety. Chapter 44. None shall escape in the current situation. The Zhao family's elder stood no chance against the Wang family's elder. Even if the Wang family's elder's state could only be sustained for a short duration, it was more than sufficient to eliminate the Zhao family's elder within that time frame. Do you really think I would still believe your words at this point? Once I eliminate you, the Wang family will naturally remain unscathed. The Wang family's elder had no faith in the Zhao family's elder's words and had no intention of letting him go. Thus, he launched a frenzied assault on the Zhao family's elder. At this moment, the Zhao family's elder could only defend himself, and even that proved ineffective. After enduring 3 consecutive strikes from the Wang family's elder, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this bastard is simply too strong. I am no match for him at all. The Wang family's elder's attacks were indeed overwhelming, and the power achieved through burning essence was far beyond what the Zhao family's elder could withstand. He was now beginning to sustain injuries. The Wang family's elder had no intention of sparing him, knowing that once his current state came to an end, even if they did not kill him, he would not survive for long. Thus, he had no choice but to expend every ounce of strength to eliminate the Zhao family's elder. At the very least, he would have a companion in demise. Yi brother, if you do not take action soon, I fear I will not be able to hold on any longer. The Zhao family's elder, nearly driven to a dead end by the Wang family's elder, roared into the surrounding air. The Wang family's elder paid no heed to this, regardless of who he was addressing. With his current strength, as long as no great saint appeared, no one could challenge him. Do you really think the Yi family will assist you, Zhao family? Let me tell you, once we eliminate the Wang family, the next to fall will be your Zhao family. You cannot hold out for much longer. And as for you, no one will come to your aid. They will merely watch as I eliminate you. Regardless of whether the Yi family would intervene to stop him from dispatching the Zhao family's elder, the Wang family's elder was resolute in his determination. He would exert every effort to eliminate the Zhao family's elder, for he was the root cause of all this turmoil. Bang bang. With 2 consecutive strikes, the Wang family's elder landed blows on the Zhao family's elder, who was already injured. After taking these 2 hits, he found himself in a severely wounded state. If he were to endure a few more strikes in this condition, the Zhao family's elder would likely meet his end. Why, brother, will you not make your move? If you do not act soon, it will be too late. The Zhao family's elder was not mistaken. He was acutely aware of his own predicament. If the Yi family's members did not intervene now, he would truly be finished. By the time they did act, he would likely be beyond salvation. Yet, whether the Yi family would intervene remained uncertain. No one will come to your aid. Whoever intervenes will perish. As long as I am here, none of you shall escape. Do not be so overconfident. Even without assistance, you cannot kill me. The Zhao family's elder had not anticipated the situation to unfold in this manner. At this point, not a single member of the Yi family had stepped forward to assist him. The 2 elders who had previously intervened had disappeared without a trace. Now, he was left to face the Wang family's elder alone, which was tantamount to courting death. Oh? You believe you can contend with me in your current state? I need only deliver 1 more strike, and you shall be consigned to the netherworld. What do you have left to fight me with? At this moment, the grand elder of the Wang family did not cease his relentless assault. Instead, he continued his barrage, pressing the grand elder of the Zhao family into a position of pure defense. Each strike from the Grand Elder of the Wang family landed squarely on the most vulnerable points of the Zhao family elder. Despite the Zhao family elder's utmost efforts to defend himself, his injuries steadily worsened. Second brother, should we not intervene? Are we truly to stand by and watch as he is eliminated by this fiend? The members of the Yi family were not oblivious to the Zhao family elder's pleas for help. Rather, they had refrained from acting thus far. However, upon hearing the Zhao family elder's words, the third elder of the Yi family found himself perplexed. He understood that if they chose not to act, the Zhao family elder would surely perish. We cannot intervene just yet. Should we do so now, we might find ourselves in peril as well. But if we continue to remain passive, the Zhao family elder will indeed meet his end, and it will be difficult to explain to the Zhao family afterward. The third elder of the Yi family was inherently naive. Still unable to grasp the scheme laid out by Yi Lintian and the Grand Elder of the Yi family, he could not comprehend why such focused animosity was directed at the Zhao family elder. Third brother, do you believe that once we have dealt with the Wang family, our elder brothers will spare the Zhao family elder? Surely they would. No, it is utterly impossible. Once the Wang family is resolved, the next target will be the Zhao family, and these two elders from the Zhao family are the greatest obstacles to our success. At this juncture, the second elder of the Yi family felt compelled to inform the third elder of the situation. Is this your idea or that of our elder brother? The second elder's words conveyed a meaning that the third elder understood, yet he was curious about the architect of this plan. Could it possibly be the Grand Elder of the Yi family? If that were the case, it would certainly challenge the third elder's perceptions. No, it was not our elder brother. It was Tian'er who conceived it. Tian'er? Are you certain it was his idea? The third elder, upon hearing the second elder's statement, was filled with intrigue, even harboring doubts. I am most certain. You were present when he arranged the plan, were you not? Indeed, I was there, but I always assumed that Yi Lintian's words were instilled in him by you. In previous times, the third elder had never believed that these strategies were solely the brainchild of Yi Lintian. Yet now, upon hearing it reiterated from the second elder, he remained skeptical. How could it possibly be that we taught him? If we had, would we need him to devise this plan for us? Hence, it is undoubtedly his own creation. However, as it stands, his strategy has proven remarkably effective. From the outset, everything has unfolded as Yi Lintian predicted, adhering closely to his design. Even the emergence of the Grand Elder of the Wang family was part of Yi Lintian's scheme. Chapter 45. Blood-soaked in the Eternal City. Knowing full well that his demise was imminent, the Grand Elder of the Wang family had no intention of retreating. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder of the Zhao family found it exceedingly difficult to survive. He was acutely aware that the elders of the Yi family were nearby, and he longed for their intervention, yet it was a futile hope. The elders of the Yi family were not fools. After dealing with the Wang family, they would inevitably turn their attention to the Zhao family. You scoundrels, a pack of deceivers, I will not let you go even in death. It was only then that the Grand Elder of the Zhao family realized he had been thoroughly duped. He had initially believed that the Yi family would not target them, but now it was clear that while they had not directly intervened, they were orchestrating a treacherous maneuver. Now you comprehend your situation. Do you not? You Zhao family members are merely pawns in this game. Do not rejoice too soon. Even if our Zhao family meets its end, the first to fall will undoubtedly be your Wang family. At this point, the Grand Elder of the Zhao family found himself at a loss for words, for the reality was starkly evident before him. If the Yi family did not intervene, his demise was a certainty, and it was unmistakably clear that the Yi family had no intention of lending assistance. Your Zhao family is doomed, but our Wang family may yet survive. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder of the Zhao family sensed something amiss, as the current circumstances indicated that it was indeed the Wang family facing imminent destruction. Surely, there are only two of you Zhao left? Once you perish, the Zhao family will be effectively vanquished, and are you not in the same predicament? Once you are gone, your remaining companion will surely follow. The Grand Elder of the Zhao family had to concede that the Grand Elder of the Wang family spoke the truth. Indeed, if he and his apprentice were to fall, the Zhao family would lose its elite combatants, leading to their inevitable downfall. Yet the Wang family faced a similar plight. Why then did the Wang family elder assert that they might not perish? Do you believe that what you see is the entirety of the truth? Even should I fall, our Wang family will not be extinguished. Alas, you and I may never witness that moment. What did you say? Do you mean to suggest your Wang family possesses other saints? At this juncture, The Grand Elder of the Zhao family began to grasp the gravity of the situation. If what the Grand Elder of the Wang family asserted was accurate, it implied the existence of additional saint-level warriors within the Wang family. In such a scenario, the Zhao family's strength would be drastically diminished. Ultimately, it would be the Zhao family that faced dire consequences. For should he fall, only his apprentice would remain. I shall not disclose such secrets to you. I wish for you to die with questions unanswered. However, rest assured, your Zhao family will certainly be the first to perish. Following this declaration, the Grand Elder of the Wang family disregarded any further words from the Grand Elder of the Zhao family and launched another assault. He understood that his own life was rapidly drawing to a close, and before his demise, he was determined to eliminate the Zhao family elder. No, I cannot die. I do not wish to perish. At that moment, the Grand Elder of the Zhao family felt a surge of fear. Yet tragically, he had no remaining chance of survival. The Grand Elder of the Wang family had no intention of showing mercy. Each of his strikes landed forcefully upon the chest of the Zhao family elder. In that moment, the Zhao family elder was akin to a rag doll, being battered from side to side, from above to below. Die! The Grand Elder of the Zhao family was rendered unconscious, yet the Grand Elder of the Wang family continued his relentless assault, delivering a final, crushing blow to the Zhao family elder's head. The elder's skull shattered like a watermelon, and he perished on the spot. Simultaneously, the skies darkened with ominous blood clouds, and soon, it began to rain. Not ordinary raindrops, but a downpour of blood. The fall of a saint heralded such a blood rain. At that moment in the Eternal City, many remained unaware of the unfolding tragedy. Even the battle between the Grand Elder of the Wang family and the Grand Elder of the Zhao family concluded swiftly. It was only when the blood rain began to fall that the onlookers realized something significant had transpired. For it has been said since ancient times, when a saint falls, such blood rain will appear. Clearly, one of the saints from either the Wang or Zhao family had met their end. Excellent, let it continue. At this moment, Yi Lintian received notification of his achievements, though the points were not as plentiful as before. They were nonetheless far more rewarding than those earned through mere tasks. Second brother, the Zhao family elder has been eliminated, and the Wang family member likely cannot hold out much longer. Our efforts have borne fruit. Indeed, Tianer's plan has proven highly successful. Now we await our turn. According to Yi Lintian's original plan, the two saints of the Yi family would intervene alongside the Zhao family elder to vanquish the Grand Elder of the Wang family. Ensuring the first casualty would be the Wang family elder. Following that, they would then eliminate the Zhao family elder. However, it was unforeseen that the Zhao family elder would fall first at the hands of the Wang family elder. Unable to even employ his final desperate measures, the last words of the Wang family elder had indeed left a profound impact on the Zhao family elder. Once the Wang family elder falls, we shall proceed to eliminate the remaining one from the Zhao family. It should not take long. This fellow is on the brink of collapse. At this moment, the Wang family elder was indeed nearing his limits, his life approaching its conclusion. Sitting upon the ground, he gazed at the blood rain above, knowing it was a harbinger of the Zhao family elder's demise. Soon, when he himself fell, such a scene would also unfold. And thus, as he observed the blood rain, it felt as though he were witnessing his own fate. I know you Yi family members are present. Heed my words. At this moment, although the esteemed elder of the Wang family sat upon the ground, his life nearing its end, his words resounded with unyielding strength. Our Wang family shall never be extinguished. From this day forth, the Yi family shall face our boundless wrath. When the elder's proclamation echoed, it was not merely the two saints of the Yi family who heard it. The entire Wangu city resonated with his declaration. The members of the Wang family, too, suddenly sensed an unsettling shift. Was that truly the voice of the elder? Upon recognizing it as the voice of their own esteemed elder, the family head was struck with immense shock. Chapter 46. The Wang family's hidden cards as he discerned that this was indeed the voice of their elder. A terrifying speculation took root in his heart. I must hasten to see the elder. As the elder's voice permeated Wangu City, many heard it, including the members of the Wang family, who quickly recognized that it belonged to their venerable elder. Thus, the family head sought out the second elder without delay. Second elder, what is happening? Was that the elder's voice? When he found the second elder, the latter was deep in thought, gazing at the sky, and did not respond immediately. Second elder? Seeing this, the family head called out again, and at last, the second elder snapped back to attention. You must inform all members of the Wang family to evacuate the women and children immediately, while the rest prepare for a fight to the death. Second elder, could it be that something has indeed happened to the elder? Upon hearing the second elder's words, the family head grasped the gravity of the situation. His brother must have fallen, and they could not have targeted him alone. They would certainly strike at the Wang family as well, but with their current strength, they could not contend with them. Them? Who exactly do you mean by them? Do you think there could be anyone else? Aside from the Yi family, who else could threaten my brother? The family head had yet to fully comprehend the seriousness of the matter, while the second elder understood all too well what was to come. Are you suggesting we must resort to our final measures? Indeed, it is time to act. The second elder nodded and turned his gaze once more to the distant sky. You must hurry. We cannot afford to waste even a moment. Soon, others will come, and I shall buy you time. With that, the second elder soared into the sky, and the family head realized the impending doom that loomed over the Wang family. He knew he must devise every possible means to ensure the survival of his clan. Damn the Yi family. We shall exact vengeance for this, regardless of whether revenge would ever be achieved. The most crucial task for the family head was to ensure that the flame of the Wang family continued to burn. This was no easy feat, yet they had no other options left. The Yi family. Once again, it rained blood. It seemed the elder of the Wang family had also met his demise. As he gazed at the crimson deluge, Yi Lintian's heart swelled with elation. He was one step closer to his objective. It is time for us to strike. Meanwhile, the elder of the Yi family stood beside Yi Lintian. Though his expression was far more somber, in less than half an hour, 2 saints had fallen, an occurrence exceedingly rare throughout the ages. Lintian, you have achieved remarkable feats. Though it appeared as if the elder of the Yi family was praising Yi Lintian, he harbored a different sentiment. After all, he was a saint, and witnessing 2 saints, both at the pinnacle of their power, fall victim to Yi Lintian's schemes was truly terrifying. Yet the unsettling fact remained. Yi Lintian was merely 3 years old. Elder, you need not speak in riddles. We are of the same family. I harbor no intentions of deceiving you. Why Yi Lintian was no fool. He could discern the veiled insinuations in the elder's words. You are correct. After all, you are of the Yi lineage, and your intentions are for the benefit of our family. Their demise is indeed the best outcome for us. The elder of the Yi family glanced at the blood rain above, then turned to Yi Lintian. You have done well. Ultimately, he could only utter this sentiment. I have done nothing but devise a few strategies. The true work lies with you, and now you must take action. With the elders of both the Zhao and Wang families fallen, it was time to eliminate the remaining saint from each family. The second and third elders of the Yi family were dispatched to the Zhao family, while the elder personally led the fourth elder to confront the Wang family. After years without engaging in battle, it was time for them to take action once more. As the elder of the Yi family stepped outside, he took to the sky, heading toward the Wang family, and soon the fourth elder caught up. Once we arrive, I will handle that individual. You must keep watch over the Wang family members. They must not escape. The elder assigned the upcoming tasks to the fourth elder. Brother, do you mean you will confront the Wang family elder alone? Indeed, I alone shall suffice. You must monitor the remaining members of the Wang family. We cannot leave any potential threats behind. The elder of the Yi family understood that failing to eradicate the threat completely would leave lingering dangers. After all, the elder of the Wang family's dying words were not to be taken lightly. Rest assured, brother. I will ensure that not a single one escapes, as the elder of the Yi family commanded. The fourth elder had no objections, fully aware that this course of action was necessary. However, what the second elder of the Zhao family did not realize was that the notion of eliminating all threats was not the elder's idea, but rather Yi Lintian's explicit instruction. With Lintian around, our Yi family appears poised to reach unprecedented heights. Upon understanding the situation, the elder of the Yi family no longer harbored doubts about Yi Lintian or regarded him with suspicion. Instead, he felt a burgeoning sense of allegiance toward Yi Lintian, a sentiment he did not reject, for he recognized it as a boon for the entire Yi family. Before long, the two arrived at the Wang family, where the elder of the Yi family stood with poise, towering above the Wang estate. Fourth, go and fulfill your task. Yes, brother. After receiving the elder's command, the fourth elder vanished into the night. You would do well not to pursue. Otherwise, you shall meet a swifter demise. Before the elder of the Yi family, the space appeared vacant, yet someone lurked in the shadows. Chapter 47. Half-step to great sage Brother Yi, your keen insight is commendable. I have hidden myself so well, yet you have still uncovered my presence. I am in a WE.as the elder of the Yi family spoke. A figure gradually emerged from the darkness, none other than the second elder of the Wang family. Now that your brother has perished, you are next. Brother Yi, your methods are truly remarkable. You managed to persuade the Zhao family to strike against us, effectively eliminating both our families in one fell swoop. A masterstroke indeed. The elder of the Yi family sought to convey to the Wang family elder the importance of surrendering without further resistance. However, the response of the Wang family elder indicated his unwillingness to yield. The events of today have little to do with our Yi family. It is merely the Zhao family's intention to assist at this juncture. Brother Yi, why treat me as a fool? You surely understand the circumstances. I have no desire for further discourse. Do you wish to surrender, or shall we engage in combat? The elder of the Yi family was fully aware of the situation, but preferred to forego further conversation with the Wang family elder. Deeming it futile, it would be better to resolve matters swiftly to avoid prolonged complications. It seems Brother Yi believes he has me cornered. If that is the case, then I invite you to make your move. At that moment, the Wang family elder appeared unervingly calm, a demeanor that unsettled the elder of the Yi family. Nevertheless, the elder of the Yi family remained confident and struck first, unleashing the Yi family's ultimate technique. The dragon probe aimed directly at the Wang family elder's vital points, a swift and formidable dragon probe, truly a testament to the Yi family's prowess. Yet, alas, your strength falls short. As the attack from the elder of the Yi family approached within merely 2 inches of the vital point of the second elder of the Wang family, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The second elder of the Wang family astoundingly met the Yi family's elder's probing strike with his chest. Alarmed, the elder of the Yi family sensed the impending crisis too late. The second elder of the Wang family raised his right palm and struck directly at the chest of the Yi family elder. Fortunately, the elder of the Yi family possessed formidable strength, and thus was not harmed by the blow. However, he could feel his vital energy surging within him. You are not Wang Defa. Who exactly are you? Wang Defa being the name of the second elder of the Wang family, whose strength had always been at the mid-stage of a sage. Yet, that last attack, if executed by someone at the mid-stage of a sage, would have been utterly incapable of countering the Yi family's probing strike. To withstand such a blow, one would at least need to be at the late stage of a sage. Who told you that I am not Wang Defa? It is simply that my strength is not what you perceive to be at the mid-stage of a sage. At this moment, the aura emanating from the second elder of the Wang family was entirely transformed. Though he maintained an air of calmness, his presence had intensified significantly, instilling a sense of crisis within the elder of the Yi family, a sensation he had never before experienced in the presence of a sage. Half-step great sage. At this juncture, the elder of the Yi family finally comprehended the true strength of the second elder of the Wang family. He was not at the mid-stage of a sage, but rather at the precipice of becoming a great sage, a revelation that was utterly shocking. For so many years, they had believed that the pinnacle of the Wang family's combat power lay with their elder, only to find that the true powerhouse had been the second elder, who had concealed his strength for so long and had now reached the threshold of a great sage. Indeed, your discernment is commendable. I am, in fact, a half-step great sage. As he spoke, the second elder of the Wang family began to stride towards the elder of the Yi family, stepping through the void. If I were granted a bit more time, I would attain the realm of the great sage. Alas, it seems I do not have that luxury. However, with my current strength, eliminating you should pose no challenge. At this moment, the second elder of the Wang family exuded an air of ease, in stark contrast to the grave expression of the elder of the Yi family, who recognized the immense peril he faced, confronting a half-step great sage. Although merely a half-step great sage, the difference in power compared to his own sage level was substantial. I never anticipated that you had concealed your strength so deeply. It appears you are indeed the Wang family's ultimate trump card. Indeed, I am the Wang family's final ace, yet regrettably, you have come to this realization far too late. With that, the second elder of the Wang family abruptly lunged at the elder of the Yi family, his speed so swift that the elder had no time to react. By the time he did, the second elder's palm was already poised over his chest. Boom! The ensuing explosion reverberated like thunder. Although the elder of the Yi family had not yet reached the half-step great sage stage, he was nonetheless at the pinnacle of the late sage stage, nearly achieving completion. Thus, he hastily erected a defensive stance to absorb the blow. Nevertheless, even with his defenses, the elder of the Yi family sustained injuries. Gulp! The blood that threatened to surge forth was forcefully swallowed back by the elder of the Yi family. I must admit, you possess considerable strength to have taken my strike head dash on. It would be a pity to kill you. Given time, you might surely break through to the great sage realm. You certainly are verbose to at this point. The elder of the Yi family had completely shed his previous nonchalance and was now wholly focused on preparing to counter the second elder of the Wang family. He understood that he must devise every possible means to survive against this formidable opponent, to buy time for the other three elders of the Yi family. Once they resolve their own matters, they would be able to come to his aid that moment, with four of them besieging him. Even if he had reached the half-step great sage level, it would surely mark the end for him. After all, a half-step great sage was still not a true great sage. Are you currently pondering that as long as you can delay long enough, the remaining three useless members of your Yi family will arrive to assist you? At that moment, the second elder of the Wang family seemed to peer into the thoughts of the elder of the Yi family. I advise you to abandon such illusions. I cannot speak for the Zhao family S2, but the Wang family S1 will definitely not escape. Upon hearing the second elder of the Wang family S words, the elder of the Yi family furrowed his brow. Could it be that your Wang family has another sage? At this moment, the only possibility the elder of the Yi family could conceive was that the Wang family had another sage, and one at least at the mid-stage, for otherwise, the second elder would not dare to boast so boldly. Congratulations, you are correct. Our Wang family is not limited to merely two sages. The elder of the Yi family felt as though a thunderbolt had struck his mind. Chapter 48, Whose fate will be sealed? Initially, the elder of the Yi family thought he could easily subdue the Wang family, but now the situation had undergone a complete reversal. Not only did the Wang family possess a half-step great sage, but they also had a hidden sage. It seemed that for many years, they had underestimated the Wang family. They had three sages in their midst. The elder of the Yi family had not anticipated that the Wang family could conceal yet another sage. And the sudden emergence of this fact posed a significant problem for him. Even if the second and third elders of the Yi family could deal with the second elder of the Zhao family and then come to assist him, relying solely on their combined strength may not guarantee the defeat of the Wang family's second elder. Simultaneously, the fourth elder of the Yi family might also fall to the hands of the hidden sage in the Wang family. At that point, it would not be a 3-on-1 confrontation, but rather a 3-on-2, one of whom was a half-step great sage, making victory exceedingly improbable. Indeed, we have been concealing our strength for many years. We have endured humiliation from your Yi and Zhao families for far too long, all in anticipation of the day I could ascend to the great sage realm and eliminate you all. It is rather unfortunate that both of your families chose this moment to strike against us, forcing us to reveal our strength prematurely. The Wang family had been deliberately hiding their capabilities for years, plotting to one day usurp the Yi family. Yet, as fate would have it, circumstances had unfolded as they had today. However, this was not a matter of concern. He remained confident in his ability to resolve the Yi family issue, especially since the Zhao family had already been dealt with thanks to the Yi family. Have you forgotten about our ancestral patriarch? If it came down to individual strength, the elder of the Yi family was undoubtedly not a match for the second elder of the Wang family. Adding in their hidden sage at mid-stage would leave the Yi family lacking in overall high-end combat power. Thus, the only card left for the elder of the Yi family to rely upon was Li Qingzhao, the family's greatest trump card. After all, Li Qingzhao was a genuine great sage and the very ancestor of the Yi family. Ha ha ha, your ancestral patriarch. Do you honestly believe that the rest of us are unaware of the true nature of your Yi family patriarch? Is he even one of your own? Upon hearing the elder of the Yi family's statement, the second elder of the Wang family erupted into laughter. Regardless of the patriarch's surname, I firmly believe he would never lend his aid to your Wang family. Not necessarily. Whatever your Yi family can offer him, we Wang family can provide as well, and we can provide even more. Once I annihilate your Yi family, he will immediately become our Wang family's patriarch. Delusional. While the elder of the Yi family verbally dismissed the second elder of the Wang family's assertions as mere fantasies, deep down he recognized the possibility. After all, Li Qingzhao's surname was Ji, not Yi. Whether or not I am delusional will become clear once I eliminate your Yi family, though you will certainly not witness it. With that, the second elder of the Wang family launched another attack on the elder of the Yi family. who could only passively defend himself, seeking an opportunity to counterattack. He dared not engage the second elder in a direct confrontation, given the substantial disparity between their realms. Do not presume that you have me at your mercy. Even if I perish today, I shall take you down with me. Humph, the outcome is yet to be determined. The elder of the Yi family had already steeled himself for death, fully aware that allowing the second elder of the Wang family to remain alive posed an immense threat to the Yi family. He had to find a way to either eliminate the second elder or inflict severe injury upon him, rendering him incapable of further combat. Only then could the safety of the Yi family be assured. Furthermore, even should he perish, he need not worry for the Yi family's safety, for Yi Lintian would still be there. Once Yi Lintian matured, no one would be able to challenge the Yi family. You are but a fool deluding yourself. Allow me to demonstrate what true great sage power looks like. From the moment he took action until now, the second elder of the Wang family had refrained from exerting his power. However, he now realized that he could no longer afford to continue playing games with the grand elder of the Yi family. He must swiftly subdue him. Otherwise, should the two elders from the Yi family arrive for support, complications could easily arise. After all, he is merely a half-step great sage. How dare he claim to be a great sage? It is utterly laughable. Enough of the trivialities, let us commence. At this moment, the grand elder of the Yi family had also pushed himself to his peak condition, and his momentum was steadily rising. Although he had not yet reached the level of the second elder of the Wang family, he was nearing the realm of late-stage sainthood. Moreover, his true strength had essentially aligned with that of a late-stage saint at full circle. What a terrifying individual! No wonder he has been hailed as the foremost expert in Wangu City for so many years. He truly possesses remarkable abilities. Throughout the years, the Grand Elder of the Yi family has been universally recognized as the strongest in Wangu City. And this is indeed justified. After all, in his youth, he was a prodigy of the Yi family, the kind that swept away his contemporaries. Not a single peer could rival him, and he was also the fastest to break through to the saint level in 3,000 years. A record only shattered by the emergence of Yi Lintian. Given a bit more time, he might have even ascended to the realm of the great sage. Previously, when the second elder of the Wang family remarked that the grand elder of the Yi family could break through to the great sage level, it was merely a compliment. But now, what the second elder truly believed was that, with the current pinnacle of the grand elder's late-stage sainthood, a breakthrough to the great sage was merely a matter of time. Damn it, this fellow's defense is simply too formidable. At this moment, the grand elder of the Yi family was increasingly alarmed as he fought. He had not anticipated that the defense of the second elder of the Wang family could reach such heights. However, upon reflection, it was understandable, as the Wang family's techniques were primarily defensive in nature. Achieving such an effect was only natural. I must find a way to breach his defenses. Otherwise, if this continues, I will inevitably be worn down. If the grand elder of the Yi family remains unable to overcome the defenses of the second elder of the Wang family, it would surely lead to his demise. The grand elder, constantly on the defensive, would expend a significant amount of spiritual energy merely to withstand the attacks of the second elder. Simultaneously, his own offensive efforts would also drain his energy, resulting in a far greater consumption compared to that of the second elder of the Wang family. Chapter 49. Trouble arises in such a dire situation. The grand elder of the Yi family had few opportunities left. If he did not promptly find a way to break the deadlock, he feared he might meet his end today. The strength of the second elder of the Wang family was simply too overwhelming. He was not someone the grand elder of the Yi family could withstand. I have always relished watching cats play with mice, the helpless and despairing expressions of the mice just before their demise. To a cat, this is the most enjoyable process, much like the despair and helplessness reflected in your eyes at this moment. To the second elder of the Wang family, it seemed he had already secured victory over the grand elder of the Yi family. He had no worries about what the grand elder might do to him. Thus, an indescribable excitement filled his countenance. The pent-up emotions of many years were finally on the verge of eruption. Rest assured, even if I die, I will drag you down with me. You are not worthy. The second elder of the Wang family paid no heed to the grand elder's threats. He did not believe the grand elder possessed such capability. Tonner, the next move lies with you, in the Yi family. The grand elder of the Yi family understood that he had no other recourse. He could only burn all his essence blood to barely match the strength of the second elder of the Wang family. Only in this way would he have a slight hope of defeating him. Once he was gone, All hope for the Yi family would rest on Yi Lintian. Truly decisive, you, like my elder brother, bear great responsibility. This I respect. The exact circumstances surrounding the death of the Grand Elder of the Wang family were unknown to the second elder, yet the time gap between his demise and that of the elder of the Zhao family suggested that he too had burned his essence blood to eliminate the elder of the Zhao family first. Come, tonight shall mark the final battle of my life, and you shall be the last enemy to fall by my hand. Very well, let us begin. The Grand Elder of the Yi family propelled his techniques to their utmost limits and charged towards the second elder of the Wang family. The second elder, fully alert, recognized the need for vigilance. Otherwise, he could indeed fall victim to the Grand Elder of the Yi family in his current state. Meanwhile, within the Yi family, Yi Lintian was frowning. Something feels amiss. Given the strength of the Grand Elder, it should not take this long to deal with the second elder from the Wang family. At this moment, a very ominous premonition gripped Yi Lintian. He suspected that something had gone awry. Could it be that trouble has arisen? As for this conjecture, Yi Lintian had no evidence at present, yet he felt that the situation was indeed unusual. Given the time that had elapsed, logically speaking, the second elder of the Wang family should have been dealt with long ago. It was impossible that there had been no movement for such an extended period. I must go and see for myself. Yi Lintian could no longer wait. He had to personally investigate what was happening. However, before departing, he sought out Yi Mo. After all, if he left, the Yi family would lack a saint-level combatant. Leaving Yi Mo as the strongest remaining force. Father, I fear something may have gone wrong with the Grand Elder. I intend to investigate. Please, be cautious while I am gone. Something has gone wrong. What could possibly happen with the Grand Elder? Upon hearing Yi Lintian's words, Yi Mo was somewhat perplexed in his mind. The Grand Elder of the Yi family was the strongest in all of Wangu City. How could anything go wrong? I do not know. This is merely my suspicion. I must see for myself to understand the truth. Very well, go with my blessing. But do be careful and try not to expose your strength. If something truly has gone awry with the Grand Elder, Yi Mo would undoubtedly find it hard to accept. If Yi Lintian were to encounter trouble, it would be even more unbearable for him. Thus, before Yi Lintian set off, Yi Mo offered as many words of caution as he could muster. Rest assured, Father, I will be careful. Once the admonitions were exchanged, Yi Lintian turned and set off, following the memories of the location where the Wang family resided. Upon arriving at the Wang family, however, he found no sign of the Grand Elder or the second elder. Elders, where are you? Not only did he not see the Grand Elder of the Yi family, but he also could not find the 4 elders of the Yi family, causing him to grow anxious. He hurriedly called out for the Grand Elder and the other elders, yet after his calls, not a single response came back. What is going on? Even if the Wang family is powerful, they cannot silence our 2 elders entirely. Yi Lintian was utterly perplexed by the situation. Below, the Zhao, Wang, and Yi families were embroiled in conflict, with the Wang family steadily retreating while the Yi and Zhao families had gained the upper hand. It appeared that the battle was nearing its conclusion. Yi Lintian observed the ongoing battle with clarity. It would not be long before the ordinary forces of the Wang family were completely vanquished. Yet, the problem remained. He had yet to see any of the elders from the Yi family. Just then, Yi Lintian suddenly sensed a ripple of energy. There is something amiss here. That slight disturbance felt eerily familiar. Following the trace of the energy, Yi Lintian was shocked to discover the 4th elder of the Yi family, though he was grievously wounded and lying on the ground, yet still clinging to life. 4th elder, what on earth happened? Who has injured you so severely? Tian'er, I am fine. You must hurry to assist the eldest brother. The 4th elder had not expected to encounter a saint after his ordeal. Though he had emerged victorious from his battle, he had not directly eliminated the enemy. However, he was aware that the foe would soon meet his end. During the fight, he had learned about the situation concerning his elder brother. The Grand Elder? What has happened with him? Cough, cough. The second elder of the Wang family is a half-step great sage. Upon receiving this news, Yi Lintian was taken aback. He had never imagined that the Wang family could produce a half-step great sage. If that were the case, then the Grand Elder of the Yi family would undoubtedly be in grave danger. 4th elder, focus on your recovery. I will go assist the Grand Elder. After Yi Lintian finished speaking, he discarded some healing elixirs and directly headed towards the direction indicated by the right hand of the 4th elder. How unexpected it is that this insignificant Wang family could bring me such surprises. Chapter 50. So it was you. As Yi Lintian rushed towards the Grand Elder, his mind raced, pondering how to address the current situation. The fourth elder had temporarily lost his combat capability, while the Grand Elder was facing an opponent who was a half-step great sage. The circumstances surrounding the second and third elders were unknown, but he suspected they were likely in a better position than the other two. Yi Lintian understood well that even if the Grand Elder could hold his own against the second elder of the Wang family, he would not be able to do so for long, as a half-step great sage undoubtedly possessed significantly greater strength than the Grand Elder of the Yi family. However, Yi Lintian would not feel at ease until he witnessed the two of them with his own eyes. Fortunately, he soon sensed the aura emanating from their battle just ahead. Upon discovering this, Yi Lintian immediately quickened his pace, drawing closer to the area. Indeed, it was a half-step great sage, a terrifying display of power. Quickly, Yi Lintian beheld the scene of the Grand Elder of the Yi family engaged in combat with the second elder of the Wang family. However, at that moment, he realized just how formidable the opponent was. If he were to intervene now, it would likely be a futile sacrifice. Grand Elder, hold on for a moment. I will go find the second and third elders and I promise to return to rescue you. Yi Lintian immediately conveyed this message to the Grand Elder, urging him to endure. He could see that although the Grand Elder was managing to contend with the second elder of the Wang family, it was likely at the cost of burning his own essence. This state could not be sustained for long, and he needed to return before the Grand Elder's vitality was completely consumed. Do not worry. Even if I must perish, I will take this fellow down with me. The Grand Elder of the Yi family said little else, for he dared not speak too much. Otherwise, the second elder of the Wang family might seize the opportunity to strike, putting Yi Lintian in danger. All right, Grand Elder, I will take my leave. Yi Lintian remained remarkably rational, knowing that charging in recklessly would serve no purpose. To save the Grand Elder, the best course of action was to locate the second and third elders. Only when the three of them joined forces with the Grand Elder would they stand a chance against the half-step great sage, the second elder of the Wang family. Tanner, you must be cautious. As Yi Lintian prepared to depart, the Grand Elder specifically admonished him to be careful. Yi Lintian glanced back at the Grand Elder before swiftly heading towards the Zhao family. He needed to quickly bring the second and third elders back. You have nowhere to escape now. Surrender and die. At that moment, the second elder of the Yi family had cornered a Zhao family elder who was already battered and on the brink of collapse. With just the two of you, it will not be so easy to kill me. Despite his numerous injuries, the Zhao family elder had not yet fallen, and the two elders from the Yi family had been unable to finish him off. The root cause lay in the fact that the two Yi elders had not exerted their full strength, hoping to defeat him without sustaining injuries. Had they unleashed their full power regardless of their own safety, they could have easily dispatched him. Elders, why is the battle still ongoing here? Upon arriving, Yi Lintian immediately noticed that the confrontation was far from over. It is Tanner. No worries. This battle has been concluded for some time. This fellow has simply been fighting to the death. The second elder of the Yi family appeared rather nonchalant. Wrap it up quickly. The Grand Elder is in danger, and the fourth elder has already sustained serious injuries. What did you say? How can that be? Tanner, what on earth is happening? With my brother's strength, how could he and the fourth elder suffer injuries while facing a single elder from the Wang family? Upon hearing Yi Lintian's words, the second and third elders of the Yi family were both taken aback. They simply could not believe that their brother and the fourth elder, who were contending with a mid-stage sage, had sustained such serious injuries. The Wang family did not merely possess one sage. Another mid-stage sage had been lurking in the shadows all along. As for the second elder of the Wang family, he was not a mid-stage sage but rather a half-step great sage. Hiss! Hearing this revelation, both the second and third elders of the Yi family gasped in astonishment. This was utterly outrageous. No wonder the Grand Elder and the fourth elder had suffered injuries. They had faced two sages, one of whom was a half-step great sage. Third brother, go all out and finish this quickly, so we can rush to aid our brother. Understood. At this point, the second and third elders of the Yi family recognized that they could no longer linger. They had to eliminate the sole sage from the Zhao family swiftly to assist the Grand Elder. I'll join you. Let us strike together. Very well. In truth, it would suffice for just the second and third elders to join forces. But Yi Lintian decided to lend his hand as well. With the three of them working together against an already injured sage from the Zhao family, their chances of victory would be significantly enhanced. So it was you who made the first move. The Yi family is indeed fortunate. At this moment, the second elder of the Zhao family finally realized that the one who had attacked was not from the Wang family, but rather from the Yi family, albeit not an elder, but a mere 3-year-old, Yi Lintian. Indeed, it was I who struck first, but you are only realizing it now. After speaking, Yi Lintian, alongside the second and third elders, launched an assault on the Zhao family elder, who found himself utterly unable to resist and was swiftly slain by the trio. Let us hurry to assist the Grand Elder. If we delay any longer, things may take a turn for the worse. Agreed, let us move. After dispatching their foe, Yi Lintian took the lead towards the location where the Grand Elder and the second elder of the Wang family were battling. The second and third elders promptly followed, braving the bloodshed as they rushed to support the Grand Elder. That individual from the Wang family was a half-step great sage, and even with the 4 of them against 1, their chances of victory were slim. If he fought desperately, it would still pose a grave danger. Should anything happen, Tanner, you must remember to escape first. On the way, the second elder of the Yi family cautioned Yi Lintian to flee if the situation turned dire. Chapter 51. For against 1. I understand, second elder. If something goes wrong, I will ensure my own safety first. That's all I need to hear. Upon hearing Yi Lintian's response, the second elder felt a sense of relief. If they were unable to overcome the second elder of the Wang family, they needed to guarantee Yi Lintian's safety, even if it meant sacrificing themselves, as long as Yi Lintian remained alive. The second elder believed the Yi family still held hope for the future. Second brother is right. As long as you survive, the Yi family will have hope, so do not entertain any other thoughts. The third elder of the Yi family also reminded Yi Lintian not to have any attachments. Rest assured, elders, I am acutely aware of my responsibilities. Yi Lintian understood that in the grand scheme of things, his life was of utmost importance, for he carried the hopes of the Yi family. As long as he remained alive, once he matured, the Yi family could continue to stand tall in the ancient city, or even expand their influence further. However, if he were to perish, the Yi family would likely face utter despair. He hoped the worst would not come to pass. Yet, deep down, Yi Lintian harbored concerns. If the most undesirable scenario were to unfold, he would have no choice but to call upon Ji Mingyao for assistance. Yet, from the depths of his heart, he was reluctant to do so. If he relied on her for everything, his own growth would be stunted. Just as he was lost in thought, the trio arrived at the scene of the battle between the Grand Elder of the Yi family and the second elder of the Wang family. Grand Elder, we have arrived. Upon reaching the location, Yi Lintian was immediately struck by the sight of the Grand Elder, who was clearly at a disadvantage and no longer in the same condition as earlier. Who would have thought that all 4 of you Yi family sages would have arrived? The second elder of the Wang family initially did not notice Yi Lintian's presence, thinking that the original 4 sages of the Yi family had come. Wait a moment, who is this little brat? However, he quickly turned his attention to Yi Lintian. I am Yi Lintian, and I am 3 years old this year. 3 years old. Is it possible to attain the status of a sage at the tender age of 3? What a jest! Upon introducing himself, Yi Lintian faced the utter disbelief of the second elder of the Wang family. In his view, it was inconceivable for someone so young to possess such formidable power. If this were indeed true, then Yi Lintian's talent would be unparalleled throughout the ages. Whether it is a jest or not, you shall soon find out, Yi Lintian declared, turning his gaze to the remaining 2 elders of the Yi family. Second elder, third elder, engage. Understood, brother. We are on our way. With that, the trio of Yi Lintian sprang into action against the second elder of the Wang family, significantly alleviating the pressure on the Yi family's Grand Elder. You 3 must exercise caution. This individual's strength is truly terrifying, and his defenses are formidable enough to challenge even me, the Grand Elder of the Yi family urged, aware of the second elder's overwhelming prowess. Not only was his cultivation level impressively high, but the unique techniques of the Wang family made it exceedingly difficult to inflict any significant harm upon him. It was utterly unexpected that the Wang family harbored such a formidable figure. Had he not been discovered early, should he ascend to the level of a great sage, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yi Lintian also understood that if the second elder of the Wang family were to successfully advance to the rank of great sage, it would spell danger for the Yi family. After all, when that time came, whether Ji Mingyao would risk herself for the sake of the Yi family against this formidable foe remained uncertain. Today is indeed a surprising windfall. Not only can I eliminate all 4 elders of the Yi family, but but I can also take down one of your prodigies. Truly, heaven favors the Wang family." The second elder of the Wang family taunted, casting a glance at Yi Lintian. The question of who will be eliminated remains to be seen. At that moment, Yi Lintian refused to relent, having noted the dire situation of the grand elder of the Yi family. He was burning his vital essence, forcibly elevating his strength to nearly match that of the second elder of the Wang family, but his vitality was rapidly depleting, leaving him in a precarious state. They needed to restore a portion of his vitality swiftly. However, under the current circumstances, they could not afford to delay. They had to first subdue the second elder of the Wang family to create an opportunity for the Grand Elder's recovery. "Grand Elder, you stay behind us and seek an opportunity to strike decisively. Second Elder, Third Elder, you must withstand his onslaught head-on." They quickly devised a battle plan based on the current situation. "I will look for openings on his flanks, hoping to inflict some damage. You must be careful, Tian'er." Upon hearing Yi Lintian's strategy, the three had no objections. However, the Grand Elder still harbored concerns for Yi Lintian, fully aware of the Second Elder's capabilities. "Fear not for my strength. Rather, Second Elder and Third Elder, you must exercise caution. If it becomes untenable, remember to maintain your distance. Do not engage head-on." Why Yi Lintian was more worried about the Second and Third Elders than the Grand Elder, as they were positioned directly in front of the Second Elder of the Wang family, bearing the brunt of his assault. "Rest assured, we will hold the line." The Second Elder reassured Yi Lintian and the Grand Elder, who was striving to regain his composure. Though his state had deteriorated significantly, should he find the opportunity to strike the Second Elder of the Wang family directly, it would surely yield substantial results. "Your Yi family employs quite the tactics. For against one yet you remain so cautious, it seems you are aware of the peril," the Second Elder of the Wang family mocked, observing the formation maintained by Yi Lintian and his companions. Yet, the four did not allow this derision to disrupt their offensive rhythm, for such a response would be tantamount to courting disaster. "Onward, everyone!" With a rallying cry from Yi Lintian, they launched an assault against the Second Elder of the Wang family. However, as Yi Lintian had anticipated, they found themselves at an impasse against the formidable Foe. It was evident that the Second and Third Elders were struggling, a prime opportunity. Yi Lintian soon spotted a chance. Chapter 52. A grueling battle against a half-step great sage. Upon recognizing the opening, Yi Lintian seized the moment to inflict damage. Yet, just as his attack was about to reach the Second Elder, he sensed something amiss and swiftly altered his trajectory, narrowly avoiding a direct confrontation. "Not bad, young one. You possess keen insight," the Second Elder remarked, slightly disappointed that his earlier feint had not ensnared Yi Lintian as intended. Fortunately, Yi Lintian had perceived the trap, for had his attack landed, his fate would have been sealed. "Exercise utmost caution. This adversary rarely reveals weaknesses, and should he do so, it could well be a ruse." "Understood, Grand Elder." With the Grand Elder's words echoing in his mind, Yi Lintian gained a clearer understanding of the Second Elder's combat style. The four continued to seek openings as before. "This fellow's defenses are excessively formidable. Are they not? My last strike, even the Grand Elder might not withstand it entirely." Yi Lintian finally found a less than ideal opportunity, but nonetheless, it was a moment to act. He thrust his sword towards the Second Elder of the Wang family. Unfortunately, the attack was met with the Second Elder's impenetrable defense, yet the force behind Yi Lintian's strike was not to be underestimated. As I previously stated, this individual possesses terrifying defensive capabilities. Only a full-force strike could barely breach his defenses. The Wang family should not be called the Wang family. They ought to be dubbed the Turtle family, for their shells are exceedingly hard. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's explanation, Yi Lintian could not help but marvel at the Second Elder's extraordinary resilience. Under such circumstances, with such strength, eliminating him would indeed prove challenging. By the way, where are the other three? Where is the Fourth Elder? At that moment, the Grand Elder of the Yi family finally realized that only the Second and Third Elders were present, with the Fourth Elder conspicuously absent. "Indeed, Tian'er, where has the Fourth Elder gone?" the Second Elder also quickly inquired. "Rest assured, the Fourth Elder is unharmed. Though injured, his life is not in jeopardy. That is a relief." The Grand Elder of the Yi family felt a weight lift from his shoulders upon hearing Yi Lintian's reassurances. Initially worried that the Fourth Elder might fall victim to the hidden sage of the Wang family, he could now focus entirely on the battle against the Second Elder. Have you finished your chatter? Engaging in conversation while fighting? You truly court death. The second elder of the Wang family, witnessing the situation, unleashed a fist that sent the second elder of the Yi family reeling, then charged toward the third elder. The four of them conversed amidst the battle, inciting the ire of the second elder, who perceived it as a grave insult. You think yourself strong, yet you are nothing but a mere trifle. I could even fight you with my hands behind my back. As the second elder of the Wang family fumed, Yi Lintian suddenly had a brilliant idea and came to a halt. He sheathed his sword, placing his hands behind his back to confront the second elder. Though they were 4 against 1, Yi Lintian's unarmed posture and casual demeanor were intolerable affronts to the second elder. You seek death. In an instant, the second elder abandoned the third elder and charged at Yi Lintian, who, sensing the impending danger, retreated hastily. He understood that he could not allow the second elder to close the distance, lest he lose his maneuverability. Your speed is lacking. You cannot even keep up with me. As he retreated, Yi Lintian continued to taunt the second elder. Once I catch you, let us see how you maintain your bravado. The second elder was already seething with rage, precisely the response Yi Lintian sought. Maintaining the second elder's composure would make it exceedingly difficult to defeat him. Thus, provoking him was essential. You will never catch me. You are destined to trail behind me, gathering dust. A loud-mouthed duck. Yi Lintian's tongue is indeed venomous. While desperately fleeing, he incessantly mocks the elder and the second and third elders of the Yi family behind him. Upon witnessing this situation, they were left momentarily dumbfounded, never expecting Yi Lintian to suddenly deride the second elder of the Wang family. What are you two dawdling for? Hurry up and seize this opportunity. The first to regain composure was the elder of the Yi family, who immediately grasped Yi Lintian's intention and adjusted his stance to strike. His target was none other than the second elder of the Wang family. And upon hearing the elder's command, the second and third elders promptly reacted. We're coming. The 3 of them simultaneously aimed for the second elder of the Wang family's back, and their coordination was impeccable, all targeting the same vulnerable spot. If they managed to hit, even if the second elder of the Wang family survived, he would certainly suffer injuries. I say, you old bastard, your shell is remarkably tough. My sword barely produced sparks when I struck. Yi Lintian, having noted the situation behind the second elder of the Wang family, intensified his mockery. Once he uttered the term old bastard, the second elder's rage surged uncontrollably. Consuming all of his rationality, he disregarded everything behind him, fixated solely on capturing Yi Lintian to exact vengeance. Ah, you seek death. The second elder of the Wang family loathed being called a bastard, for it reminded him of a childhood tormentor, none other than the head of the Wang family, who had insulted him not out of paternal affection, but as a means of humiliation, given that he was not the head's biological son. Thus, upon hearing that term again from Yi Lintian, he lost all sense of reason. Boom! Before the second elder of the Wang family could seize Yi Lintian, the elder and the second and third elders of the Yi family launched their attacks. They struck the unsuspecting second elder squarely in the back, and despite his formidable defenses, the blow forced him to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Oh, the old bastard is spitting blood? What does that make you? A turtle regurgitating? Yi Lintian's taunts grew even more relentless. At this moment, the second elder of the Wang family wiped the blood from his lips and fixed his steely gaze upon Yi Lintian, completely ignoring the impending assaults from the elder and the second and third elders of the Yi family. You must die today. Chapter 53. Truly provoked, although the attacks from the elder and the second and third elders of the Yi family inflicted severe damage upon the second elder of the Wang family, all of his focus remained on Yi Lintian. The psychological wounds inflicted by Yi Lintian's mockery far outweighed any physical harm he had sustained. What on earth is wrong with this second elder of the Wang family? How could he so easily lose his composure to Yi Lintian's jests? Meanwhile, the elder and the second and third elders of the Yi family were relentlessly assaulting their opponent. Although the second elder of the Wang family was defending himself, his primary goal was still to eliminate Yi Lintian. However, his reaction bewildered the second elder, who questioned the situation. Haven't you heard about the time the head of the Wang family was cuckolded? Cuckolded? What do you mean? Upon hearing the second elder's inquiry, the elder of the Yi family elaborated. The previous head of the Wang family, who was the nominal father of this second elder, was betrayed by the second elder's mother. This second elder is the offspring of her infidelity. Had it not been for his extraordinary talent for cultivation, The former head would likely have eliminated them both. Oh, I see now. And no wonder he lost his temper when Yi Lintian called him a bastard. It's all rooted in childhood trauma. At this point, the second and third elders understood why the second elder of the Wang family was so enraged. It was indeed a product of his past. Never mind that. We three must quickly eliminate this second elder of the Wang family. Why Yi Lintian may not be able to hold out much longer. The elder of the Yi family realized that Yi Lintian's ability to keep the second elder of the Wang family at bay stemmed from his extraordinary agility. However, the elder also recognized that such agility would come at a significant cost to Yi Lintian's internal energy, and eventually, he would falter. You truly are a persistent old bastard. Why are you still chasing me? Why not just roll away? After all, you're a bastard. You should be able to roll faster. Yi Lintian continued his relentless mockery of the second elder of the Wang family, but at this point, the elder was no longer responding to any of Yi Lintian's taunts. Instead, he accelerated to a terrifying speed, surpassing even the elder and the second and third elders of the Yi family. This is bad, brother. Their speed is too fast. We can barely keep up. Indeed, brother. What should we do? At this moment, the elder of the Yi family was still managing to keep pace with Yi Lintian and the second elder of the Wang family. But the second and third elders were struggling to follow. Their attacks were becoming increasingly difficult to land on the second elder of the Wang family, with only the elder of the Yi family managing to strike him. Let us go all out, burn your essence blood like I do. We can't let Yi Lintian take risks alone. All right. The elder of the Yi family understood that if they continued to pursue at their current speed, they might not catch up before Yi Lintian met his end. Therefore, they had to accelerate, and the only way to do so was to burn their essence blood, just as he was doing. The second and third elders wasted no time in igniting their essence blood, causing their speeds to surge dramatically. Come on, we've paid such a high price. We must take him down. At this moment, the elder of the Yi family summoned all his strength, akin to a last-ditch effort. The second and third elders, while in better condition, would likely not last much longer. Within this limited time, they had to find a way to eliminate the second elder of the Wang family. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive strikes landed on the second elder of the Wang family, forcing him to spew another mouthful of blood, and he was sent crashing into a nearby mountain peak. Yet, within mere breaths, he charged out again, fixated on Yi Lintian. Is this guy truly insane? Is he really so determined to target me? Yi Lintian was also taken aback. The second elder of the Wang family seemed utterly unhinged. Disregarding the assaults from the elder and the second and third elders of the Yi family, fixated solely on him, Yi Lintian found himself momentarily daunted. I say, old bastard, are you immortal? Even after being beaten to this extent, you refuse to die? Yi Lintian was genuinely at a loss for words. The second elder of the Wang family was indeed exceptionally resilient, showing no signs of slowing down, and it seemed he was even accelerating. This is bad. He's also burning his essence blood. Upon noticing the second elder of the Wang family's increasing speed, the elder of the Yi family keenly detected this change. He also recognized the swirling blood energy enveloping the second elder. Confirming that he too was burning his essence blood. Yi Lintian, be careful. This guy is burning his essence blood. Huh? Upon hearing the elder's warning, Yi Lintian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that he had genuinely provoked the second elder of the Wang family to this extent. This is bad. No sooner had the elder of the Yi family spoken than the second elder of the Wang family surged forward like a streak of light, launching himself at Yi Lintian and delivering a forceful strike to his back. Yi Lintian was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a distant mountain peak with a resounding thud. Die. After knocking Yi Lintian down, the second elder of the Wang family did not relent. Instead, he soared from above, aiming to stomp Yi Lintian into a pulp. This is bad. We must save Yi Lintian. The elder and the second and third elders of the Yi family quickly recognized the gravity of the situation, prompting the elder to push his speed to the limit in hopes of intercepting the second elder of the Wang family. However, their speed could not possibly match that of the second elder, who was now burning his essence blood. Before they could reach him, the second elder of the Wang family landed where Yi Lintian had just crashed. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the entire mountain peak collapsed, leaving the elder and the second and third elders of the Yi family wide-eyed in horror. Ah, you bastard! I will tear you apart. At this moment, the elder of the Yi family was utterly enraged. He understood that, Given the earlier attack from the second elder of the Wang family, Yi Lintian had no hope of survival. Thus, he unleashed all of his latent power and charged towards the position of the Wang family's second elder amidst the swirling smoke. Chapter 54. Life and Death Separation. I will tear you apart. In that instant, the elder of the Yi family resembled a furious beast, engaging in primal hand-to-hand combat as he relentlessly pummeled the Wang family's second elder. Meanwhile, the latter could only defend himself with great effort, having already endured several critical blows, leaving him in a severely weakened state. Brother, get out of the way. Let me take over. The second and third elders of the Yi family had also arrived. Having witnessed the earlier scene, they realized that Yi Lintian was likely doomed in such circumstances, and that his remains would likely be unrecognizable. Boom, boom. The second and third elders struck the Wang family's second elder in rapid succession, both landing direct hits to his vital points, one to the forehead and the other to the left chest. Instantly, the Wang family's second elder was sent sprawling away like a ragged cloth. However, the elder of the Yi family, along with the second and third elders, had no intention of sparing the Wang family's second elder. They continued their relentless assault. The elder of the Yi family remained in a frenzied state, even going so far as to rip off both of the Wang family's second elder's arms and legs. Brother, he has finished. Stop now. Hurry and find Tian. Upon witnessing the state of the Wang family's second elder, the second elder of the Yi family finally regained his composure. The hatred that had consumed him was momentarily subdued. The most crucial task now was to ascertain whether Yi Lintian was safe. What are you waiting for? Do you truly believe Tian could possibly survive? The elder of the Yi family turned his head sharply, fixing a fierce gaze upon the second elder, who flinched back in fear. No, I believe Tian will definitely live. With his fortune, he cannot perish here. After the second elder spoke, the elder of the Yi family quickly caught on. Indeed, Tian is the chosen one. He cannot die here. The elder of the Yi family then rushed to the foot of the recently collapsed mountain, fervently clearing away the debris. Tian, where are you? As they cleared the rubble, the elder of the Yi family called out for Yi Lintian, hoping for a miracle to unfold. Brother, Tian is here, soon. The second elder made a discovery. Upon hearing his shout, the elder of the Yi family dashed over and found Yi Lintian, who was now unconscious. At that moment, Yi Lintian had a massive gaping wound in his abdomen, and it appeared as if he had lost all traces of life. Quick, save Tian, the elder of the Yi family. Upon seeing this, immediately propped Yi Lintian up and began to frantically channel spiritual energy into him. I's no use. My spiritual energy is nearly depleted. You too, come help. Understood. After only a few moments of attempting to channel energy, the elder of the Yi family found himself unable to continue, having already pushed himself to the limit since igniting his essence. It was a remarkable feat that he still stood upright, let alone provide any excess energy to Yi Lintian. There's a response. There's a response. After the second and third elders took over, they too began to frantically infuse Yi Lintian with spiritual energy. Before long, a faint glimmer of life returned to Yi Lintian, albeit weak, but it was a definitive sign that he still lived. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. The elder of the Yi family expressed his relief, but as he did so, he slowly collapsed. Brother. Upon witnessing this, the second and third elders hastily set Yi Lintian aside and rushed to the elder of the Yi family's side. It's bad. Brother's energy is spent. In this fierce battle, the elder of the Yi family had exhausted himself too severely, first burning his essence and then unleashing his potential. After a brief examination, the second elder realized that the elder of the Yi family had reached his final moments. Ultimately, it was the elder of the Yi family's wild onslaught that had finally breached the defenses of the Wang family's second elder. Coupled with the attacks from the second and third elders, they had succeeded in vanquishing the Wang family's second elder, but this had also led to the elder of the Yi family completely depleting his strength. We must find a way to save brother. The third elder's eyes were already red with tears. After all, it had always been the elder of the Yi family who cared for them since childhood. Until now, it was still the elder of the Yi family watching over them. But seeing him in this state, they felt utterly helpless. I fear we are powerless. The second elder's eyes were also filled with tears, yet he remained the more rational of the two. We must conserve our limited spiritual energy to save Tian. We cannot let anything happen to him. The second elder understood that if the elder of the Yi family were to perish, they would feel grief, but as long as Yi Lintian lived, there would still be hope for the Yi family. Should Yi Lintian die, however, all hope would be lost. Second brother, you cannot do this. You cannot abandon brother. Third brother, I understand your feelings. Do I not wish to save brother as well? But can you truly save him? The second elder longed to save the elder of the Yi family, but the latter's current condition was beyond any means of rescue. At this moment, not only the second and third elders, but even if Ji Mingyao were present, she too might be incapable of saving him. But the third elder wanted to say more, but was interrupted by the second elder. Enough, go save Tian. I believe this is also brother's wish. The second elder had to remain absolutely rational. They could only safeguard one of the elder of the Yi family or Yi Lintian. Thus, the second elder chose to treat Yi Lintian, leaving them no choice but to abandon the elder of the Yi family. This was an incredibly difficult decision to make. Brother, you need not worry. Once Tian is safe, I will come to accompany you. The second elder had already made up his mind. Given the current state of himself and the third elder, extricating Yi Lintian from danger would prove to be a formidable challenge. Unless they chose to sacrifice one of their own, the second elder unhesitatingly opted for his own life. Second brother, what are you doing? As the second elder activated his potential and burned his life force to save Yi Lintian, the third elder comprehended the gravity of the situation. Third brother, do not say anything. I will save Tian, and after that, you and the fourth brother will take care of him and the Yi family. I will go accompany brother. Second brother. The third elder was aware that the second elder was likely to meet the same fate, yet he felt utterly powerless to intervene. You have already become a sage. Do not cry. From now on, you will be the elder of the Yi family. Do you understand? I understand. The third elder comprehended the weight of the responsibility upon his shoulders, but he found it hard to accept this outcome in such a short time. Chapter 55. A glimmer of hope amidst darkness. The current situation was truly difficult for the Yi family to bear. It was fated that either the elder of the Yi family or Yi Lintian must perish. To save one, they would have to sacrifice either the second or third elder. The second elder willingly chose to sacrifice himself, fully unleashing his potential to stabilize Yi Lintian's condition, yet he now stood at the brink of his life's end. Third brother, for so many years, brother and I have protected you so well that you have not had the chance to grow. The second elder glanced at the elder of the Yi family. In truth, you are the most gifted among us four. Do you know that? I know, second brother. Please do not say any more. The third elder was overwhelmed with sorrow. In less than half a day, both his elder brothers were on the verge of death, and he was about to bear the heavy burden of the entire Yi family. No, I must speak. If I do not, there may not be another chance. Cough. In the absence of my and brother's protection, you must cultivate diligently. Before Tian matures, you will be the one to protect the Yi family. Do you understand? I understand. Do not worry, second brother. I will safeguard the Yi family. Then brother and I can rest easy. I am so tired. I will sleep for a while. With that, the second elder closed his eyes and collapsed heavily beside Yi Lintian. What is happening? Just as the second elder fell, a graceful figure appeared beside him. The third elder looked up to find it was Ji Mingyao. Ancestral Master, you have finally arrived. Ancestral Master, please save brother and second brother. I implore you. The third elder immediately knelt before Ji Mingyao, desperately bowing in supplication. Get up. Ji Mingyao could not bear to see such displays, and with a wave of her hand, she forced the third elder to stand. Burning essence, unleashing potential? What on earth has transpired? Upon witnessing the condition of the esteemed elder and the second elder of the Yi family, Ji Mingyao furrowed her brows in concern. We encountered a formidable opponent. A half-step great sage, and my elder brother sacrificed himself to aid us in vanquishing him. Meanwhile, my second brother gave his life to save Tian. Tian? Where is Tian? Upon hearing the third elder mention Yi Lintian, Ji Mingyao's expression transformed entirely. Earlier, despite the distressing sight of the elder and second elder, she exhibited no emotional upheaval. However, the mere mention of Yi Lintian's predicament instantly ignited a profound sense of urgency within her. Tian is over there, but his condition should have stabilized. You should have mentioned this sooner. Without hesitation, Ji Mingyao swiftly moved to Yi Lintian's side and lifted him into her arms. That moment, Yi Lintian's breath had entirely ceased, rendering him undetectable to her. Tian, can you hear me? my dear disciple? As she cradled him, her worry was palpable, akin to a mother tenderly caring for her child. Imbued with utmost caution, simultaneously, she channeled her abundant great sage power into Yi Lin Tian's body, and soon, he opened his eyes. Master, what brings you here? As Yi Lin Tian gradually blinked awake, he beheld Ji Mengyao's delicate visage, her eyes brimming with tears, on the verge of spilling over, revealing her genuine heartache for him. It is a relief to see you well. It is a relief to see you well. Ji Mengyao refrained from responding directly. Yet her heart softened upon witnessing Yi Lin Tian regain consciousness. I am fine, master. Please do not cry. It does not suit you. As Yi Lin Tian noticed her impending tears, he promptly offered her comfort. Hearing his words, Ji Mengyao's expression transformed into a smile, albeit through her tears. Master, what of the elder, the second elder, and the third elder? Have you seen them? Positioned in Ji Mengyao's embrace, Yi Lin Tian was unable to perceive the situation unfolding behind her. Upon hearing his inquiry, Ji Mengyao turned to reveal the circumstances to him. Third elder, what has transpired? The sight before him left Yi Lin Tian astounded, prompting him to urgently seek clarification from the third elder. Both of them, one fought valiantly against the enemy, while the other sacrificed himself to save you, depleting their life essence and vitality. Before the third elder could respond, Ji Mengyao interjected, answering on his behalf. Master, can you save them? They did this for me. Yi Lin Tian gazed at Ji Mengyao with eyes brimming with hope. I am powerless in this situation. After a brief moment of shock, Ji Mengyao could only shake her head, conveying the harsh truth to him. In such dire circumstances, reviving them would require miraculous abilities, which Ji Mengyao did not possess. Master, as long as you can ensure they do not perish, their strength is of no concern. I implore you. Lying in Ji Mengyao's embrace, Yi Lin Tian earnestly pleaded with her. Ji Mengyao felt a profound dilemma upon hearing his words. It was not that she was unwilling to intervene, but rather that she understood her efforts might prove futile. Very well, I shall make an attempt. After a moment of contemplation, Ji Mengyao gently laid Yi Lin Tian down and proceeded to the side of the elder and second elder of the Yi family. With a wave of her hand, she enveloped them both in her power. Upon witnessing this, the third elder bowed fervently in gratitude. Thank you, ancestor, for your intervention to save my elder brother and second brother. Thank you. Yet, before he could bow more than a few times, Ji Mengyao halted him. There is no need for such reverence. I am acting solely out of regard for Tiana. Ji Mengyao spoke the truth. Had it not been for Yi Lin Tian, she would not have taken the initiative to save the elder and second elder. Even so, she harbored no absolute certainty of their revival. While I have consented to try and save them, their survival ultimately rests in their own hands. I understand, ancestor, the third elder acknowledged, aware that Ji Mengyao's willingness to assist stemmed from her connection to Yi Lin Tian. Regardless of the reason, what mattered most was the hope of saving them. Yi Lin Tian approached Ji Mengyao, eager to witness her efforts in healing the elder and second elder. They are utterly depleted. I will channel my life essence to sustain their final breaths temporarily. As for what follows, it is up to their fate. Chapter 56. As long as they live, their injuries are grave. Merely preserving their lives would be a remarkable feat were it not for Yi Lin Tian. Ji Mengyao would never have intervened. Even if she had, the likelihood of reviving them remained uncertain. How is it, ancestor? Will they survive? The third elder, witnessing the unfolding situation, was filled with anxiety. Though he understood that even Ji Mengyao could not guarantee his elder brother and second brother's revival, hope still lingered within him, though not disturb my master. She is currently focused on saving the elder and second elder. Understood. I shall refrain from interrupting. Yi Lin Tian promptly restrained the third elder, ensuring he would not further disrupt Ji Mengyao. Yi Lin Tian recognized that the third elder was earnestly striving to aid them. As for whether they would survive, as Ji Mengyao had indicated, it was contingent upon their own destinies. I will keep an eye on the third elder. Do not worry. The fourth elder is also gravely injured. Please check on him. At that moment, Yi Lin Tian recalled the severe state of the fourth elder. When he had last seen him, the fourth elder had been severely injured, but Yi Lin Tian had provided him with some elixirs, believing he would likely recover. Very well, I shall attend to the fourth brother. I leave this to you, Tianer. Yes, go swiftly. The third elder then took flight toward the depths of the Wang family to seek out the fourth elder. Within a mere quarter of an hour, Ji Mingyao opened her eyes, while the elder and second elder lay still. I have done all I can. Now it is up to them to awaken. After briefly regaining her composure, Ji Mingyao turned to Yilin Tian. Should such a situation arise again, call for me promptly. Had I been here sooner, you would not have suffered so gravely. In Ji Mengyao's gaze, there was a lingering tenderness, for Yilin Tian's injuries had been severe. Had she not arrived in time, the outcome might have been dire. Fear not, master. I am resilient and shall not perish. Besides, you are here with me. Yilin Tian replied with a smile directed at Ji Mingyao. You were merely fortunate that I arrived when I did. Had I been delayed even a moment longer, I might have had to collect your remains. But you did arrive just in time. Did you not? Ji Mingyao retorted playfully, lightly tapping Yilin Tian on the head. I expect you to call for me without delay next time. Do you understand? All right, I understand. Although Ji Mengyao's tap was gentle, it still stung, prompting Yilin Tian to grimace while rubbing his head and gazing at her. Master, please do not cry anymore. It does not suit you. Upon hearing Yilin Tian's comment, Ji Mengyao's face flushed crimson. Speak another word, and I shall seal your lips and take you back to the Yao pool. You shall remain there for centuries. Master, I was wrong. I shall never do so again. You are beautiful even when you cry. Dare you speak such nonsense again? Ji Mengyao's face burned with embarrassment as she playfully chased after Yilin Tian, the two of them basking in a moment of joy. All right, enough of this playful banter. I have matters to attend to, so I shall return to the Yao pool. Remember, if anything arises, inform me without delay. I know, master. You have said this thrice already. Though Yilin Tian teased Ji Mingyao for her repetition, he recognized her genuine concern for his well-being. Subsequently, Ji Mingyao departed, leaving only Yilin Tian, the elder, and the second elder behind, both of whom remained unconscious. You must not perish. If you both recover, I possess the means to restore you to your former strength. Yilin Tian had specifically checked the exchange interface and confirmed he could acquire 2 special elixirs to aid in their revival. However, their survival was paramount, for he had no means to obtain elixirs capable of resurrection. At the very least, he had not found any such items within the exchange interface. System, do you have any elixirs capable of resurrection? The issue exceeds the host's authority. Please elevate the permissions. Yilin Tian, still feeling uneasy, inquired with the system, and as expected, he found himself without any permissions. This revelation piqued his curiosity. As the host, he should inherently possess considerable authority, so how could he lack permissions? Was it possible that he was not even qualified to know of their existence? How might he elevate his permissions? The system remained tight-lipped. Yilin Tian was rendered speechless. The system was truly unresponsive to inquiries. It seemed he could no longer rely on it. He realized that they would have to depend on themselves. I implore you, esteemed elders, do not falter as long as you can draw breath. That is sufficient to this moment. Yilin Tian genuinely hoped for their survival. Although they were merely saints, he anticipated reaching their level soon. Regardless, they had treated him well, and he wished for their continued existence. Moreover, their demise would significantly impact the Yi family, complicating matters for Yilin Tian in the future. What news, Tianer? How are my elder brothers faring? Just as Yilin Tian pondered his next course of action, the third and fourth elders approached. However, the third elder was assisting the fourth elder, indicating the latter's serious injuries. The first and second elders remained unaware of the situation. Yilin Tian promptly addressed the third elder's concerns to alleviate his worries, then turned to the fourth elder. How are you, fourth elder? Are you unscathed? I am well, merely injured. My life is not in jeopardy. With some rest, I shall recover. That is a relief. I am glad to hear it. With the fourth elder's reassurance, Yilin Tian felt a measure of relief. Now, they merely awaited the first and second elder's revival. As for everything else, he preferred not to dwell on it for the moment. What of our ancestor? Has he departed? Yes, Master just left. It seemed the elder brothers were indeed gravely injured, even beyond the ancestor's aid. The fourth elder appeared despondent. If the first and second elders had sustained relatively minor injuries, then with Li Qingzhao's arrival, they could be revived. Unfortunately, even Li Qingzhao could only stabilize their condition for now, hoping they would endure. Let us return to the Yi family. We cannot linger here any longer. It is too perilous. All right, Tanner, assist fourth brother. I shall carry elders 1 and 2 back. Upon hearing Yilin Tian's words, the third elder entrusted the fourth elder to him. Subsequently, he single-handedly hoisted the first and second elders, and together they made their way back to the Yi family. Upon their return, the battle between the Yi, Zhao, and Wang families was still ongoing, but victory was assured. The Zhao and Wang families had no saints left, while the Yi family still boasted 3, just as Yi Lintian and the others returned. 2 elderly figures in yellow robes appeared in the area where the first elder had previously fought. I cannot have sensed incorrectly. The battle transpired here. One tall elder, upon arriving, surveyed the surroundings and carefully sensed the lingering energies in the atmosphere. Arriving at such a conclusion, the other elder in yellow nodded in agreement. Indeed, this is the place. There should have been at least 4 saints present. No, 5. The sensing abilities of these 2 yellow-robed elders were astonishing. Even after some time had passed since the battle, they could still perceive residual energies and analyze the situation. Moreover, there seemed to be traces of a great saint's presence. Could it be that a great saint was involved in this conflict? That cannot be. Had a great saint participated, the scene would not be so devastating. At most a half-step great saint. The tall elder, more keenly attuned, recognized the presence of a half-step great saint rather than a true great saint. A half-step great saint. When did Wangu City produce another? The other elder was taken aback by the mention of a half-step great saint. Indeed, it must be a half-step great saint. It seems Wangu City should not be underestimated. Shall we hasten back to report to the emperor? The tall elder, clearly the leader, prompted the other yellow-robed elder, who was equally astonished by the revelation of a half-step great saint. Their titles revealed their royal affiliation. No need to rush. Let us search the vicinity first. We may uncover more valuable findings. Very well, we shall each take a side. With that, the 2 yellow-robed elders split up to meticulously investigate the site. However, it was not long before the shorter elder made a discovery. Li, come quickly. I have found something. Upon hearing his companion's call, the tall elder immediately approached. Indeed, it is a half-step great saint. Remarkably, he has sustained such injuries. The 4 saints opposing him are indeed formidable. I would not be so certain. They must have utilized their blood essence to forcefully overpower him. You make a valid point. Who would have thought the Wang family harbored a half-step great saint? Their ambitions are considerable. The situation at the scene left both elders astonished. They had not anticipated such a brutal conflict unfolding here, let alone the death of a half-step great saint. Continue searching the other areas. If we find nothing further, we shall report back to the emperor immediately. Understood. The 2 resumed their search, yet no more significant discoveries emerged. However, the shorter elder attempted to remove the corpse of the Wang family's second elder but was halted by the tall elder. Do not disturb that body. If we do, the Yi family may uncover our identities. Very well, it is indeed a pity to leave behind the corpse of a half-step great saint. The shorter elder felt regretful but recognized his subordinate position to the taller elder and complied. Do not dwell on immediate gains or losses. Our priority is to inform the emperor without delay. The tall elder's expression was grave. You return to notify the emperor. I shall investigate the Yi family's situation for any other valuable information. With that, the tall elder departed towards the Yi family, while the shorter elder flew toward the outskirts of Wangu City. His destination was not a nearby town, but the distant capital city. Meanwhile, at the Yi family, what has transpired? Why are the first and second elders lying motionless on the ground? And why are you 2 injured so severely? Emo was utterly astonished by the sight. He could not fathom that 2 elders of his family could be left in such a precarious state. Even the remaining 2 elders were gravely injured, their condition clearly dire. We were powerless. The Wang family's second elder is a half-step great saint, a fact we were unaware of beforehand. What? A half-step great saint? How did you manage to return? Did our ancestor intervene? Emo was shocked upon hearing Yi Lintian's response. He had never imagined the Wang family possessed a half-step great saint. Although their master had intervened, it was solely to aid the first and second elders. The Wang family's second elder was repelled by the 4 of them. The first and second elders burned their blood essence to unleash their potential, leading to their current state. Is there any hope for their recovery? At that moment, Emo's primary concern was whether the first and second elders could be restored. Not even I, let alone our master, can ascertain that. For now, we can only hope for a miracle. Chapter 58. Surviving the catastrophe. When Yi Lintian and the others returned, Emo was taken aback. He had not anticipated the severe casualties the Yi family suffered this time. Even the once indomitable Grand Elder Wu Di, who had previously swept through the entire Wangu city, had sustained such grievous injuries. I firmly believe that both the Grand Elder and the Second Elder will undoubtedly recover. Others may be oblivious, but Yi Mo is acutely aware of the vital significance these two elders hold for the Yi family. If they were to succumb to their injuries, the losses for the Yi family would be catastrophic. Father, the Grand Elder, and the Second Elder require a tranquil environment. At this moment, I trust they are exerting every effort to awaken. Let us arrange a place for them to rest. Very well, that is no issue. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Yi Mo hurriedly prepared to secure a resting place for the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, ensuring they could recuperate. Hold on, Father, there is another matter. What is it? Just as Yi Mo intended to rush out, he was called back by Yi Lin Tian. The battle outside is not yet concluded. You must remain vigilant here, ensuring that neither the Wang family nor the Zhao family escapes. Understood. Though Yi Mo did not elaborate, his gaze instantly brimmed with murderous intent after Yi Lin Tian's words. He comprehended the implication. It was imperative to eradicate the threat entirely. If we encounter a situation necessitating the intervention of a sage, you must inform us at that moment. The Third Elder promptly alerted Yi Mo. Currently, the only sage who could act for the Yi family was him. You should rest well, Third Elder. There should be no need for your intervention at this stage. The sages of the Zhao and Wang families have already been vanquished, and the torrential bloodshed has persisted from the outset until now. This speaks volumes, indicating that the involvement of a sage is highly unlikely. Tian Heir, you have not revealed your prowess, have you? After making the necessary arrangements, Yi Mo promptly returned, recalling another exceedingly important matter. No, I have not exposed myself. Only the Second Elder of the Zhao family witnessed my abilities, but he is now merely a corpse. That is reassuring. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Yi Mo felt a sense of relief. As long as Yi Lin Tian's capabilities remained concealed, he harbored no concerns. Oh, by the way, Father, I suddenly remembered something. You must quickly send someone to retrieve the corpses of those sages. We cannot allow them to fall into the hands of others. Retrieve the corpses? They are already dead. What use is it to bring them back? Yi Mo was perplexed by Yi Lin Tian's insistence on retrieving the deceased sages. Regardless, they were still sages. If their bodies were discovered by certain nefarious individuals, it could spell trouble. Tian Heir is referring to those who collect corpses. The Third Elder understood Yi Lin Tian's intent. Although they had perished, their bodies could still pose a significant risk if they fell into the hands of those collectors. Very well, I shall dispatch someone to handle this matter immediately. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Yi Mo swiftly organized a team to attend to the task. Since their return, he had not paused for a moment, while Yi Lin Tian, the Third Elder, and the Fourth Elder had remained resting. Tian Heir, do you believe that Elder Brother and Second Brother will awaken? At this moment, the Third Elder was genuinely concerned for the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. After all, they had forged a close bond over the years. Do not worry, Third Elder. Both the Grand Elder and the Second Elder will surely emerge from this peril, having survived the catastrophe. Alas, I hope it unfolds as you say. The Third Elder sincerely wished for this outcome. Yet he remained uncertain about the situation. I recently assessed the condition of the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. Their injuries have been stabilized by our master. It is now a matter of whether their vitality is sufficiently robust. As long as their life force remains strong, they will certainly awaken. Yi Lin Tian had indeed examined the conditions of the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. While their state was not ideal, at the very least, their injuries were manageable. As long as their life force remained resilient and they did not surrender, they would undoubtedly awaken. Once Elder Brother and Second Brother regain consciousness, our Yi family will have weathered the storm, and Wangu City will be under our dominion. The Third Elder's assertion held merit. As long as the Grand Elder and the Second Elder awakened, the Yi family would effectively suffer minimal losses, while the Zhao and Wang families would be utterly annihilated. After absorbing the territories of both families, the Yi family would ascend to the status of a superfamily, ruling over the entire city. This is indeed true. However, it may not necessarily be a fortuitous development. What do you mean by that, Tian Heir? While the first part of Yi Lin Tian's statement was comprehensible to the Third Elder, the latter part left him perplexed. If our Yi family were to dominate Wangu City, would you not agree that others would be apprehensive? Others? Are you implying that? The Third Elder paused, but quickly grasped to whom Yi Lin Tian was alluding. Indeed, I am referring to the royal family. Yi Lin Tian nodded in agreement. affirming this conclusion. For years, the royal family has understood the importance of preventing any single family from monopolizing a region. Thus, should our Yi family achieve dominance in Wangu City, they would undoubtedly harbor concerns, potentially placing US in a precarious position. You are correct. The royal family has always been rather stingy. Wangu City does not exist in isolation. Numerous other cities surround it, some of which are far larger. Within a radius of several tens of thousands of miles, these cities are all under the dominion of a single power, the Jiuzhou dynasty. Under normal circumstances, their control over these cities is relatively lax. However, should a single family come to dominate a city, the royal family may covertly intervene. Therefore, we must take precautions in advance and devise measures to prevent such a scenario from unfolding. Yi Lintian had considered this situation comprehensively. He had long anticipated the possibility of such developments. Chapter 59. You have finally awakened at present. Apart from the Yi family, both the Wang and Zhao families have been eradicated, signifying that the Yi family will stand as the sole entity in Wangu City. The Yi family is poised to become the emperor of Wangu City, a fortunate turn of events that simultaneously entails risks, as the royal family will not acquiesce to such a situation. Tan Er, what are your thoughts on this matter? The third elder had come to recognize that although Yi Lintian was merely 3 years old, he often contemplated matters with greater depth and foresight than they did, leading him to adapt to following Yi Lintian's guidance. I have a plan. While it cannot guarantee the absolute safety of the Yi family, it is worth attempting. What plan? Even the fourth elder, who was recuperating nearby, inquired about this. We can seek collaboration with the Lu family in Harbin. I suspect they are nearing a similar predicament. The Lu family in Harbin holds a position comparable to that of the Yi family. Although Harbin is home to 2 other families, they are inferior to the Zhao and Wang families, indicating that the Lu family essentially monopolizes Harbin. I believe their circumstances mirror those of the Yi family. Or perhaps even slightly worse. The Lu family may not be so easy to collaborate with. The third elder shook his head after hearing Yi Lintian's proposal. What do you mean by that? Yi Lintian believed this course of action was prudent, yet he did not anticipate the third elder's differing viewpoint. You may not be aware, but elder brother has an unresolved grudge with the Lu family, and I fear this enmity will not dissipate anytime soon. A grudge? What sort of grudge? Yi Lintian was genuinely curious about how the grand elder had come to be at odds with the Lu family of Harbin. Well, given the current state of elder brother, I shall disclose the details. Casting a glance at the still unconscious grand elder, the third elder prepared to recount the circumstances of the past. When will you learn to keep your mouth shut? Before the third elder could speak, a voice suddenly emerged from behind them. Hearing this voice, Yi Lintian, the third elder, and the fourth elder turned in unison. Grand elder, you have awakened? Elder brother? Elder brother. The voice emanating from the grand elder, though still feeble, signified that he had regained consciousness. This meant that his life was spared. How could I remain in slumber? If I continued to do so, that little scoundrel would surely expose all my secrets. As he spoke, the grand elder raised his hand to strike the third elder, who did not flinch. His eyes reddened with emotion. I asked the second elder, still not awake. The grand elder then glanced at the second elder beside him, who remained in a state of unconsciousness. Alas, second elder, do not linger in slumber, awaken swiftly. While shouting, the grand elder delivered a couple of kicks to the second elder. Observing this, Yi Lintian and the third elder were about to intervene, only to notice the second elder's eyelids beginning to flutter in astonishment. Both of them widened their eyes. Second elder, brother, please awaken. Yi Lintian and the third elder called out to the second elder, as if their voices had reached him. Slowly, the second elder opened his eyes, only to be greeted by the sight of his elder brother's large foot. Brother, what are you doing? The second elder instinctively raised his hand to prevent his elder brother from stepping on him. I thought you would never wake again. I was merely attempting to rouse you. The grand elder, in that moment, displayed a rather carefree demeanor, but thankfully, the second elder had awoken. Trembling, he stood up from the ground, swaying slightly before quickly regaining his balance. I never anticipated that we would still be alive. I believed our fates were sealed in hell. Who would descend to hell with you? I have not yet lived enough. Upon hearing the second elder's remark about joining him in hell, the grand elder promptly kicked him again. It is splendid that you too have awakened. At the very least, your lives are preserved. As for your powers, worry not. I have a plan. Yi Lintian felt an overwhelming sense of joy. for the survival of the Grand Elder and the Second Elder was indeed the greatest fortune. Regarding their powers, Yi Lintian harbored no concerns, especially since he could exchange for elixirs. Tonner, do you possess a means to restore our powers? Upon hearing Yi Lintian's inquiry, the Grand Elder immediately turned his gaze towards him. Having realized that his own strength had been nearly depleted, the Second Elder beside him likely shared a similar predicament, as he had struggled to stand just moments ago. At present, I lack a solution, but I believe if I seek out my master, there will be a way to assist you both in regaining your strength. Ancestor? That would be splendid. Yi Lintian certainly could not divulge that he had exchanged for the elixirs through the system. He could only shift the credit to Li Qingzhao. After all, this was not inherently a bad thing, and most importantly, the Grand Elder and the Second Elder would undoubtedly refrain from seeking verification from Li Qingzhao. Thus, it would mean that the true origin of the elixirs would remain a secret. Initially, I thought I would be rendered useless. I never imagined I would have a chance to restore my powers. The Second Elder, too, expressed his joy, for merely surviving the previous ordeal was already a considerable fortune. I never expected to have the opportunity to regain my strength. This is truly wonderful indeed, but all gratitude must be directed towards the Master. For they saved your lives and will aid in restoring your powers. The ancestors' grace towards my Yi family is indeed profound. Yes, our Yi family has been rescued by the ancestor countless times. Upon hearing Yi Lintian's words, both the Grand Elder and the Second Elder felt a wave of sentimentality. However, regardless of their reflections, they still had not regained their strength. Alas, by the way, how did I hear you discussing the grievances between my family and the Lu family? What is the matter? At that moment, the Grand Elder suddenly recalled the conversation between Yi Lintian and the Third Elder and directly inquired, "Oh, it is like this." Yi Lintian then proceeded to explain to the Grand Elder the reasons behind their discussion of the Lu family. After listening, both the Grand Elder and the Second Elder understood the situation. The current predicament of the Yi family was indeed, as Yi Lintian had described. It was not as favorable as it appeared. Chapter 60 The Grand Elder's emotional debt. If that is the case, collaborating with the Lu family would indeed be a wise choice, brother. The Second Elder also found Yi Lintian's suggestion to be quite reasonable. However, he was aware of past events. Thus, he turned his gaze towards the Grand Elder, who was now lost in thought. What exactly transpired back then, Grand Elder? It seems to be related to you. At that moment, Yi Lintian was genuinely curious about the events of the past. It was evident that the Second Elder, Third Elder, and Fourth Elder were all privy to the information. Yet, they had not shared it with him. The Third Elder had just begun to disclose the details when he was interrupted by the Grand Elder. Forget it. It is time to tell Tionner what truly happened back then. After a period of contemplation, the Grand Elder resolved to recount the events of Yi Lintian. In those days, I was unrivaled among my peers, which led me to encounter numerous female cultivators. Among them, the one with whom I shared the deepest bond was from the Lu family. The Grand Elder in his youth was indeed dazzling, a prominent figure within the Nine Provinces dynasty, unmatched in the vicinity of Wangu City and Harbin, naturally attracting the affection of many women. Among them, the one who held the deepest feelings for the Grand Elder was from the Lu family, and he reciprocated those feelings. So, did you end up wronging her or something? Noticing the Grand Elder's expression, Yi Lintian sensed that something had transpired in the past, and from the Grand Elder's gaze, he discerned a hint of guilt, indicating that the Grand Elder may have committed some transgression. I suppose I did wrong her. Ultimately, we parted ways on bitter terms, and since then, the Yi family and the Lu family have been at odds. After speaking, the Grand Elder appeared to become melancholic once more, as if reminiscing about past sorrows. If this is the case, the animosity should not be too profound. I believe it could be easily resolved. After hearing the Grand Elder's account, Yi Lintian still felt something was amiss, if it were merely due to these circumstances. It should not have led to such deep-seated enmity between the two families. Goodness, do not heed my brother's nonsensical ramblings. If it were only due to matters of romance, it would hardly warrant such a feud between our families. Then what is the true reason? Upon hearing the Second Elder's candid remark, Yi Lintian realized that the Grand Elder was indeed withholding information. In truth, it was because my brother engaged in a contest with that woman's brother, and he struck with too much force, resulting in the tragic death of that young man. This is what ultimately led to the profound enmity between our families. Oh, so that is how it transpired. No wonder at this moment, Yi Lintian finally comprehended why such animosity existed between the two families. It was due to the loss of life. If that is the case, then it becomes a rather difficult predicament. Yi Lintian understood that, in such circumstances, it would be exceedingly challenging to mend the rift. If one were to seek an alliance with the Lu family under these conditions, the likelihood of success would be slim. In fact, I would argue that it is not impossible. It merely depends on whether the Grand Elder is willing to take action. At that moment, Yi Lintian raised his gaze towards the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, if you were to visit the Lu family to offer your apologies, I believe it could potentially resolve the conflict. Offer my apologies in person? Yi Lintian contemplated. If the Grand Elder truly went to the Lu family to apologize, it could indeed pave the way for reconciliation. However, it would depend on the Grand Elder's willingness. If merely offering an apology could mend the rift, I would have done so long ago. I fear that simply apologizing may not suffice. What does the Grand Elder mean? Yi Lintian failed to grasp the implication. From his perspective, since the Grand Elder had inadvertently taken the life of the Lu family's young man, an apology should suffice to assuage their grievances. Furthermore, given that the Lu family was facing a dire situation, collaboration should have a high probability of success. Yet, for reasons unknown, the Grand Elder believed such an approach would yield no results. This matter has lingered for several centuries. Should I attempt to apologize now, it is likely they would not only refuse to forgive me but would harbor even greater animosity towards me and the Yi family. Another, more significant reason is. The Grand Elder paused, casting a glance at Yi Lintian, while the Second Elder, Third Elder, and Fourth Elder also turned to regard him. Why? Yi Lintian, bewildered, asked, "What is it? Why do you all stare at me?" Yi Lintian felt a sense of perplexity as they continued to fix their gaze upon him. "What is happening? Speak quickly. Do not look at me like that." Yi Lintian was genuinely at a loss for words as they scrutinized him. "Honor, do you know what your mother's surname is?" Isn't it Bai?" Upon being questioned by the elder, Yi Lintian momentarily froze, yet he instinctively replied, "No, your mother originally bore the surname Lu, not Bai." What? Upon hearing the elder's words, Yi Lintian was suddenly seized by an ominous premonition. "Elder, you cannot be implying that my mother is indeed from the Lu family, can you?" "Indeed, your mother is unquestionably from the Lu family." This revelation left Yi Lintian astounded. He had never anticipated such a connection with the Lu family. Given the current state of affairs between the Yi and Lu families, how could his mother have married into their family? At that moment, Yi Lintian's greatest curiosity lay in understanding why. Despite the animosity between the two families, his mother was able to marry into the Yi family, which seemed utterly illogical. As he posed this question to the elder did not respond but instead cast his gaze aside. "Brother, it seems you are still reluctant to speak." At this juncture, the Second Elder interjected, "Allow me to explain, Honor." "Very well, Second Elder, please proceed." Regardless of who among them spoke, Yi Lintian was determined to uncover the depth of his ties to the Lu family. Furthermore, he had already mentally prepared himself. No matter how profound this connection might be, he would devise a means to forge an alliance between the Yi and Lu families. "Your mother can be said to have willingly married into our Yi family, but she did not voluntarily arrive here." "Second Elder, what are you implying? Your words seem contradictory." After hearing the Second Elder's statement, Yi Lintian was even more bewildered. What did it mean to willingly marry into the Yi family yet not voluntarily come here? "Do not rush, Honor. This matter must be unraveled gradually. To clarify this situation, you must first know who your maternal grandmother is." "Who is my maternal grandmother?" Chapter 61. This only added to Yi Lintian's confusion. He had not expected his grandmother to be involved. "Your grandmother is the woman the elder just mentioned." The Second Elder's revelation struck Yi Lintian like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly dazed. Wait, Second Elder, are you suggesting that my mother is the daughter of the woman the elder is responsible for?" "Yes, that is correct." "Then why does she bear the surname Lu? Shouldn't she follow her father's surname?" At that moment, Yi Lintian's mind was in disarray. He needed to untangle this relationship. If he currently bore the surname Bai, it meant he followed his father's lineage, while he should have originally been named Lu Linger. Following his mother's surname Lu. Why is that? Yi Lintian grew increasingly perplexed. "Let me explain," the elder said as he approached Yi Lintian. "Years ago, I inadvertently killed her brother, leaving the Lu family without a successor. Consequently, the then head of the Lu family had no choice but to bring in a son-in-law, who later fathered your mother. Then how did she ultimately end up in our Yi family? If what you say is true, my mother should still be with the Lu family." There is no way they would agree to her marrying a member of the Yi family. I was unaware of this matter at the time. By the time I learned of it, 20 years had passed. Your mother had already grown up, and in my indignation, I brought her to the Yi family. Initially, I intended to return her once my anger subsided, but unexpectedly, at this point, the elder glanced at Yi Lin Tian's father. Yi Mo, unexpectedly, your mother and your father had already pledged their lives to one another, and thus she remained in the Yi family. Moreover, she was instructed never to reclaim her Lu surname, so she reverted to her father's surname. At last, Yi Lin Tian comprehended the situation, realizing the profound entanglement the elder had with the Lu family. Though it was far from a favorable one, given these circumstances, if Yi Lin Tian wished to negotiate with the Lu family for an alliance, it would indeed be exceedingly difficult. It was already fortunate they were not at each other's throats. I must say, you all are the true ancestors. I had hoped to ally with the Lu family for the sake of our safety, but now it seems that is out of the question. The fact that the Lu family has not declared war on us is already a significant blessing. To honor, you cannot speak this way. There may still be opportunities, Yi Mo interjected, attempting to persuade Yi Lin Tian. Enough with the opportunities. Where could they possibly arise? One of you killed their only son, while the other abducted their daughter. Truly splendid. At that moment, Yi Lin Tian had completely given up. He recognized that if he wished to forge an alliance with the Lu family, it was utterly impossible. This was more challenging than reconciling fire and water. However, I believe it may not be entirely hopeless. I understand him better. If your little grandson were to pay him a visit, he might soften, the elder added, seeking to encourage Yi Lin Tian, as he too understood the precarious position of the Yi family. An alliance with the Lu family would undoubtedly provide greater security. Possibly soften? What if he hardens his heart? Or worse, decides to strike me down in a single blow? In the current climate, Yi Lin Tian was certainly disinclined to visit the Lu family. He feared for his life. Though his maternal grandmother was merely a grandmother, encountering her might evoke more wrath than meeting the elder. That is unlikely at most. She possesses the strength of a late-stage sage, not much stronger than you. She certainly cannot kill you with a single blow, and is this a matter of strength? Yi Lin Tian was utterly speechless, as the elder continued to persuade him, insisting that his grandmother was not nearly strong enough to harm him. Yi Lin Tian understood that this issue transcended mere strength. The long-standing enmity between the Yi and Lu families was far too deep-rooted. If we do not ally with the Lu family, what alternatives do we have to ensure the safety of our Yi family? As the head of the Yi family, Yi Mo's primary concern was how to fortify their safety. There is a solution. You and the elder should go and apologize. If that fails, you both could consider self-immolating at the Lu family's doorstep. I assure you, the Lu family will ally with the Yi family. Yi Lin Tian was genuinely infuriated. He had painstakingly conceived a plan to bolster their safety, only to have it shattered by the elder and the second elder. Moreover, this plan had been undermined long ago, and the most intolerable aspect was that he was dragged into it. Do not speak in anger, Tianer. At this crucial moment, we must devise a plan rather than vent our frustrations. I am not speaking in anger. This is the reality. Beyond this scenario, I cannot fathom any other possibility that would persuade the Lu family to ally with us. Yi Lin Tian truly found himself at a loss. If they were not to ally with the Lu family, they would have to seek alternative solutions. However, the Yi family's strength could not be significantly enhanced in the short term, rendering it nearly impossible to conceive any other strategies. They would have to take it one step at a time. Let us set this matter aside for now and consider whether there are other options. At this time, the elder was at a loss as well, as it was indeed challenging to negotiate with the Lu family. During this period, our Yi family must remain low-key. Once our strength has been restored, we shall reassess. Following the recent battle, the Yi family had sustained considerable losses. Not to mention the depletion of their ordinary forces, just the injuries sustained by the elder and the second elder would require a significant amount of time to heal. And numerous medicinal pills would be needed to assist in their recovery. Restoring your strengths should not pose much difficulty. I will speak with my master. Perhaps we can expedite your recovery. If you both can regain your strength, we should be much safer in the near future. Facilitating the recovery of the elder and the second elder would indeed not be a monumental task for Yi Lin Tian. Merely procuring 2 medicinal pills sufficed. Chapter 62. What was once a promising endeavor now seemed impossible. Yi Lin Tian realized that forging an alliance between the Yi and Lu families was nearly unattainable. The enmity ran too deep. And the elder and the second elder understood how challenging this situation was. Thus, they turned their focus to how they might restore their own powers. If that is the case, it would be splendid. But I still harbor some concerns. Does the ancestor truly possess such medicinal pills? Rest assured, I believe my master will have them. The idle chatter of whether others possess the qualities of Yi Lintian is unknown. Yet it is certain that he himself does. Regardless, he operates under the banner of Li Qingzhao, so it matters little. However, this is merely the first step. The next course of action must focus on improving the circumstances of the Yi family. If that is achieved, both of us can find solace. As for the Lu family matter, we shall address it once my strength is restored. The Grand Elder is well aware that ensuring the safety of the Yi family hinges significantly on the Lu family. If an alliance is to be forged between the Lu family and the Yi family, the Grand Elder's stance will be pivotal. Yet, having not visited the Lu family for many years, he is uncertain of what awaits him upon his return. For now, this is the only course we can pursue. Father, could you investigate the Lu family's attitude towards us in the coming days? Very well, I shall make arrangements for this matter immediately. What Yi Lintian expressed earlier was merely in a fit of anger. We must find a way to unite with the Lu family. However, it would be prudent to inquire beforehand. Should they still harbor deep resentment towards the Yi family, Yi Lintian must brace himself mentally. If their animosity has waned, it may not be so dire. The hour grows late. Esteemed elders, please take your rest, particularly the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, as you have only just awakened. Certainly, there is no cause for concern. At this juncture, Yi Lintian begins to organize the upcoming tasks. Given that the Grand Elder and the Second Elder have only just regained consciousness, it is impractical to assign them any responsibilities. Thus, it falls to the Third Elder and the Fourth Elder to bear the burden. The Yi family may not enjoy tranquility in the coming days. After such a grand conflict, many will undoubtedly be curious about the outcome or seek to take advantage. For now, we must rely on the two of you to deter any intruders. Not to worry, we shall stand guard in the coming days. The Third Elder readily agrees, and the Fourth Elder follows suit. Though his injuries remain quite severe, fortunately, he is on the mend, as the medicinal pills provided by Yi Lintian have proven effective, and he has already recovered nearly half of his injuries, while his combat effectiveness has been greatly diminished. It should suffice to intimidate others. Father, your matters are of utmost importance. You must consolidate all resources from the Wang and Zhao families without delay. It is imperative to act swiftly, gathering everything before others seize the opportunity. I have already arranged for this to be done this afternoon. Within 2 days, we should have all resources consolidated here. That is optimal. YEMO possesses considerable foresight. He understands that the resources of the Zhao and Wang families are vital for the Yi family. Thus, as soon as the battle concluded, he dispatched individuals to begin the consolidation of these resources, which has already yielded significant results. For the time being, there are no other pressing matters. Once the Grand Elder and the Second Elder have recovered, we can discuss our approach to negotiations with the Lu family. Yi Lintian, at this moment, is still intent on engaging in talks with the Lu family, as it is undoubtedly the most advantageous path. However, he must await the recovery of the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. Only then can the Yi family possess the capital necessary for negotiations. Very well. As long as we can protect the Yi family, I shall put my own reputation on the line. The Grand Elder seems to have resolved upon a firm decision. Enough, Grand Elder. Your reputation with the Lu family has long since faded. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Upon hearing Yi Lintian's retort, the Grand Elder feigns an attack, prompting Yi Lintian to evade, ultimately retreating to his quarters. The overall situation is decidedly unfavorable for the Yi family. Should the Lu family refuse to cooperate, it would pose a grave danger. Upon returning, Yi Lintian finds himself unable to sleep, consumed by thoughts on how to resolve this predicament. He contemplates numerous possibilities, yet ultimately dismisses each one, for no matter how he considers it, the only viable path to significantly elevate the Yi family's strength in the short term is through an alliance. Aside from the Lu family, no other alliances present themselves as favorable. Either they are too distant or their strength vastly inferior. One can only hope that my grandmother's ire has lessened. At this moment, Yi Lintian can only place his hopes entirely upon the Grand Elder. If he can appease the head of the Lu family, who happens to be Yi Lintian's grandmother, there may still be room for negotiation. In the capital of Zheozhou, within the imperial palace, a middle-aged man clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe exudes an air of authority. This man, possessing formidable strength at the late stage of the Saint Realm, is none other than the sovereign of the Jojo dynasty. I took the liberty of investigating the situation in Wangu City. This incident was not instigated by the Yi family, but was rather provoked by the Wang family, and the half-step great saint involved was also from the Wang family. They underestimated the Yi family's strength, which led to their downfall. The Wang family instigated this. They have always maintained a low profile. The sovereign, upon hearing his subordinate's report, expresses skepticism, for in his recollection, the Wang family has consistently adhered to a discreet approach. Never engaging in such ostentatious actions, it is simply unfathomable that they would dare provoke the Yi family. Indeed, the Wang family had been low-key, yet for reasons unknown, they suddenly resorted to using a saint to attack the younger generations of the Zhao and Yi families, resulting in the crippling of a young prodigy from the Zhao family and nearly causing harm to a young member of the Yi family. Chapter 63. The Royal Intervention. The Wang family's audacity is remarkable, brazenly breaching the rules by employing a saint against the younger generation. Upon hearing this, the sovereign is taken aback. Although he remains uncertain of the Wang family's motives, the situation is undeniable. Consequently, the two families have united against the Wang family. Yet, if the Yi and Zhao families are indeed collaborating against the Wang family, why then did the Zhao family also suffer? The sovereign is not naive. If the Yi and Zhao families truly conspired against the Wang family, it is perplexing that the Zhao family was ultimately annihilated. This aspect has also been investigated, yet the specific circumstances remain unclear. However, I suspect that in the process of eliminating the Wang family, the Yi family inadvertently eradicated the Zhao family as well. It appears the Yi family is intent on establishing dominance over Wangu City. Such audacity is astounding. For the sovereign, the most alarming scenario, one he dreads witnessing, is the emergence of a family that seeks to dominate an entire city, as this poses the greatest threat. Should such a situation arise, the city would effectively become the fiefdom of that family, significantly diminishing the sovereign's grip over it. I, too, find the Yi family's actions to be excessive. It is time for the Huang dynasty to intervene. Indeed, it is time to take action, but initially, we should not pressure them too harshly. Otherwise, it may backfire. A subtle warning should suffice. Understood. After making the necessary arrangements, the elderly figure departs, leaving only the sovereign of the Jojo dynasty within the Grand Hall. The fact that the young descendant of the Yi family can recover after being injured by a saint is quite intriguing. The sovereign is indeed astute, as he keenly identifies a crucial detail. Yi Linfan's ability to recover from a saint's injury is indeed extraordinary. It seems the ancestor of the Yi family has intervened. The ancestor of the Yi family is a great saint, and this fact is well known throughout the Jojo dynasty, so the sovereign is no exception. Had it not been for Li Qingzhao, the dynasty would likely have acted against the Yi family. However, with her presence, they are now reluctant to act rashly, for the deterrent power of a great saint is formidable. Nonetheless, even without a great saint, should the Yi family pose a threat to the dynasty, they too would face dire consequences. At this moment, the sovereign's gaze grows icy, directed towards Wangu City. Shortly thereafter, the elderly figure, previously seen in Wangu City, returns with another individual. This companion is none other than Li, who had accompanied him on his last visit to Wangu City. Li, why are we once again heading to Wangu City together? This is the sovereign's directive. It is not our place to question it. Regarding the reason for sending those two, the elder in the yellow robe was uncertain himself. However, for the emperor, arranging anyone would yield similar results. Naturally, assigning this elder was the most convenient choice, for he had previously visited the Eternal City and conducted investigations for a substantial period. Thus, it was only fitting for him to return and press the Yi family further. Consequently, some matters may not be as intricate as they seem. Rather, they have been artificially complicated. Eternal City, Yi family, the system. Please exchange 2 elixirs that can restore power. Please make your selection on the exchange interface. Before Yi Lintian appeared a screen filled with various options for exchange. He swiftly located the restoration pill capable of revitalizing his strength. However, the different types of restoration pills possessed varying effects. Some could even restore a great emperor, albeit requiring an astronomical sum of points. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, billion, trillion. Upon inspection, Yi Lintian noted that the elixir capable of restoring a great emperor required a staggering 20 trillion points. This system is truly extortionate. How am I to accumulate 20 trillion points by saving up year by year? Please select the elixir you wish to exchange. The system completely disregarded Yilin Tian's complaints. Exchange for the one usable by below the Great Sage level. Are you sure you want to confirm the exchange for the Restoration Pill, usable below Great Sage level? Confirm. Items have been dispensed. Please check. Host. No sooner had the system's voice faded than two elixirs appeared in Yilin Tian's hands. Though they appeared unremarkable, their potency was formidable. Each cost him 8,000 points, which he had in abundance. Making the exchange a mere trifle, with these two elixirs, the Grand Elder and the Second Elder could swiftly recuperate. Yilin Tian approached the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, who were preoccupied with thoughts on how to restore their powers. After all, they could not place all their hopes on Li Qingzhao. What if she also lacked suitable elixirs? Grand Elder, Second Elder, these elixirs were bestowed upon me by our master. After you both consume them, you should be able to regain your previous strength. Yilin Tian wasted no time on pleasantries and directly handed the elixirs to them. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder and the Second Elder rushed forward, eagerly receiving the elixirs from Yilin Tian. Is it true, Tianer, that these elixirs can truly restore our strength? The Grand Elder gazed at the elixir in his hand, his heart racing with excitement. Absolutely, you may rest assured. Our master has assured me that once consumed, you will regain your strength. Moreover, if fortune smiles upon you, you may even experience an enhancement. Yilin Tian, of course, had not received such information from Li Qingzhao. It was his own understanding. Very well, we shall express our gratitude to our ancestor at a later date. Oh, that won't be necessary. Our master has specifically instructed that this matter not be mentioned again. Why is that? The Grand Elder inquired, curious as to why Li Qingzhao would prohibit such acknowledgement, especially considering her great favor towards the Yi family. Are you two still unaware? Our master abhors such formalities. Besides, all that our master requires of you is to fulfill your duties. Should you dare defy her orders, the consequences could be dire. Indeed, brother, Tanner speaks wisely. Our ancestor despises such matters. We ought to heed her commands. The Second Elder chimed in, persuading the Grand Elder, who nodded in agreement. Chapter 64. They arrived quite swiftly, looking at the elixir in his hand. Both the Grand Elder and the Second Elder were filled with exhilaration. Despite their grievous injuries, not only had they survived, but they could also regain their strength, an almost inconceivable prospect. Do not linger any longer. Hasten to consume it so you may restore your strength. Agreed. The two replied in unison before swallowing the elixirs, each one gliding down their throats. They soon felt a surge of powerful energy erupting from their stomachs, coursing through their meridians. The potency of this elixir is astonishing. Indeed, I can hardly endure it. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder had not anticipated the elixir's effects to be so overwhelming. In that moment, it began to fervently reconstruct their meridians, which had sustained significant damage. For them to regain their strength, the injuries to their meridians had to be mended. However, the nature of meridians is such that no pain, no gain. Thus, the agony was indeed excruciating. The intensity of the elixir indicates its efficacy. You too must endure. I shall protect you. Yilin Tian focused intently on the situation of the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. Should he notice anything amiss, he would need to assist them immediately. Otherwise, it would be too late for regrets should any issues arise. Thank you, Tianer. The Grand Elder, while struggling against the pain, expressed gratitude, while the Second Elder had become too exhausted to engage in conversation. They were both valiantly resisting the torment, akin to being drawn and quartered, an ordeal that was indeed difficult to bear. Eventually, the Second Elder could no longer suppress his anguish and cried out, while the Grand Elder maintained a semblance of composure. Though he did not scream, the sweat on his brow signified his intense suffering. I feel as though my meridians are regenerating. It's utterly surreal. At that moment, the Grand Elder could distinctly sense that the previously damaged meridians were being thoroughly shattered by the elixir, only for new ones to begin forming. Yet, this process was fraught with pain. This is excellent news. It indicates that you both will soon regain your strength, and you may even enhance it further, Grand Elder. You might even reach the peak of the Great Sage stage. Merely a step away from the Great Sage realm. May your words prove prophetic. Though the Grand Elder was enduring considerable pain, he was slightly stronger than the Second Elder, allowing him to continue conversing with Yilin Tian. However, his energy was limited, and the second elder was on the precipice of unconsciousness due to the agony. This state persisted for nearly an hour until finally, the second elder felt a sudden cessation of pain. Turning to the grand elder beside him, "Is it over?" After such a lengthy recovery, the second elder realized the pain had abruptly ceased, glancing at the grand elder. "Indeed, it is over." The second elder, now numb to pain, was unaware of the conclusion, but the grand elder, more aware, could feel the relief. "How do you both feel? Have your meridians recovered?" Upon hearing their declaration of completion, Yilin Tian inquired about the state of their recovery. "It seems we have truly restored our strength. I feel no issues with my meridians." After examining his own meridians, the grand elder was elated to find them fully restored. "Indeed, I too have recovered. And I noticed that these new meridians seem even more resilient than the previous ones." The second elder discovered not only that his meridians had healed, but they were also more robust than before, a most fortuitous development. Yilin Tian then turned to the grand elder, eager to learn the state of his meridians. "My situation mirrors yours." Upon hearing this, Yilin Tian finally felt a sense of relief. It appeared that the two elixirs, for which he had expended 16,000 points, were indeed effective. It is good to have recovered. Any enhancement would merely be a delightful bonus. For Yilin Tian, the restoration of their strength was paramount. Whether or not they gained additional prowess was of little consequence. If they could enhance their abilities, that would be splendid. If not, it would bear no significant impact. Just then, Yilin Tian suddenly felt two powerful forces approaching the Yi family at great speed. "This is not good. Someone is coming to the Yi family, and it is two great sages. Elders, please do not reveal yourselves in the first instance." Yilin Tian instructed the great elder and the second elder to exercise caution. As their meridians had only just begun to recover, at this moment, their strength had not yet been restored, and should they be discovered, it could pose a significant danger, for it is well known that one may exploit a weakness to strike a fatal blow. "Tianer, you must not venture out. With the third and fourth elders standing guard, there should be no cause for concern. Your condition must remain concealed." The great elder's primary worry at this juncture was not the Yi family, but rather Yilin Tian himself. He understood that unless someone was truly intent on annihilating the Yi family at this moment, they typically would not act. However, if they were to uncover Yilin Tian's condition, the situation could become precarious. "Rest assured, great elder, I will ensure I remain hidden." Yilin Tian nodded, attempting to reassure the great elder, though a hint of anxiety was still evident on his face. The power of these two saints was formidable, and the third and fourth elders were currently not at their peak capability. Whether they could contend with the two saints remained uncertain. "You must be comrades from Jojo City?" As the two saints appeared above the Yi family, the third and fourth elders sensed their presence immediately and promptly manifested before them. "Indeed, we are. Might I inquire if the great elder of the Yi family is present?" It was evident that these two saints bore an air of arrogance. "My elder brother is currently in seclusion and cannot receive guests at this time. If you have matters to discuss, please convey them to us." "You must be the third and fourth elders of the Yi family?" "Indeed, that is us." The elder clad in yellow appeared quite familiar with the Yi family's affairs, recognizing the third and fourth elders at a glance. "I have important matters to communicate to the Yi family, and I hope to summon the great elder. Aside from him, no one else is authorized to be privy to this information." The yellow-robed elder was resolute in his desire to meet the great elder, both to ascertain the conditions of the great elder and the second elder, and to issue a warning to the Yi family. If he could not even meet the great elder, achieving his objective would prove quite difficult. "Third brother, these two individuals likely harbor ill intentions. Fear not. Regardless of their purpose, as long as we are present, they shall not see our elder brother or the second elder." The third and fourth elders exchanged opinions discreetly via sound transmission, fully aware that their primary task was to prevent these individuals from probing into the Yi family's circumstances. Should they learn that the great elder and the second elder were gravely injured and had completely lost their strength, the Yi family would be in dire jeopardy. During their conversation the previous day, it was evident that the dynasty might consider taking action against the Yi family. Thus, they could not afford to grant them such an opportunity. "Please, summon the great elder. If we cannot meet him, we will be unable to report back, and should matters escalate to conflict, it would be regrettable." Observing that amicable communication was proving ineffective, the yellow-robed elder began to adopt a subtly threatening tone. "What? Are you suggesting that you will resort to force?" Is the emperor aware of your intentions? The emperor has dispatched us to convey his edict, and we are merely obeying his orders. If the emperor has directives for the Yi family, they may communicate them to us. Currently, we hold the authority here. The third elder perceived that the elder opposite was adamant about meeting his elder brother. I have already made myself clear. You cannot make this decision. I must convey this edict to the great elder of the Yi family. Others are not entitled to know, and I hope that you will not coerce me. What if I insist on pressing you? The third elder was resolute. He would not yield an inch, recognizing the clear threat in the elder's words. He released his aura and stepped forward, with the fourth elder following suit, also unleashing his presence. What? Is your Yi family contemplating rebellion? Humph, rebellion is certainly not our intention. We simply cannot permit certain individuals to use the emperor's name to deliberately humiliate the elders of the Yi family. How do you see it, comrade? The third elder's stance was unmistakable. It was impossible for them to meet the great elder. If there were any edicts, they should be disclosed immediately. Otherwise, they would have to resort to violence. However, should it come to blows, it was still 2 against 2, and the outcome remained uncertain. Very well. Upon witnessing the situation escalate, the yellow-robed elder repeatedly uttered the word well, each instance more forceful than the last. It seems your Yi family is adamant about rebellion. If that is the case, do not blame me for reporting the truth to the emperor. At this juncture, the yellow-robed elder attempted to leverage the emperor's authority to pressure the third and fourth elders. If you insist on proceeding this way, we will not be able to stop you. But when the time comes, we shall certainly clarify the facts before the emperor, and I trust he will see the truth. The third elder understood that if they truly intended to act against the Yi family, they could always find a justification. However, as long as they had not made that decision, they were unlikely to strike hastily. Bring Yi Xiong forth to meet me. Seeing that peaceful dialogue was futile, the yellow-robed elder resolved to force his way in. Tio dare to wreak havoc in the Yi family's domain. Who do you think you are? The third elder immediately intervened to block the yellow-robed elder, while the fourth elder focused on the other saint. Who seeks to meet me? Just as tensions were mounting and conflict seemed imminent, a powerful voice resonated from behind. Elder brother? Upon hearing this voice, the third elder was taken aback, for it was evident from the tone that the great elder's strength appeared to have been restored. Otherwise, such a robust voice would not have been possible. Furthermore, it was clear from the voice that the great elder was brimming with vitality, unlike the state of complete debilitation he had previously endured. It is an honor to welcome the esteemed comrades from Zhuozhou City. Yi Xiong has failed to extend a proper greeting. I beg your pardon. At that moment, the great elder soared forth from the Yi family, emanating an imposing aura that exuded power and authority. As he approached the third and fourth elders, they were left utterly astonished. Late-stage great perfection. When did elder brother break through to this level? They suddenly realized that their elder brother not only had regained his strength, but had also significantly ascended in power. Since Yi Xiong has arrived, I shall convey His Majesty's edict to the Yi family. The 2 yellow-robed elders were taken aback, their hearts racing. What was happening? How had this individual reached the late-stage great perfection of a saint? Although they could not discern the great elder's exact strength, the aura he projected was unmistakably that of a late-stage great perfection saint. Such a presence could not belong to a mere late-stage peak saint. Then, please, convey the message, esteemed comrades. I come to convey the emperor's decree. Having heard of the great battle in Wanggu City yesterday, how fares the Yi family? We are grateful for the emperor's concern. The Yi family is quite well. And what of the Zhao family and the Wang family? In response to the emperor, the Zhao and Wang families have turned their swords against one another. We, the Yi family, attempted to mediate but were instead jointly attacked by the 2 families, leaving us no choice but to retaliate. To our dismay, the Zhao and Wang families showed no remorse and waged a deadly battle against us, compelling the Yi family to eliminate them. Faced with the inquiries of the 2 yellow-robed elders, the great elder remained composed, having already devised his responses. The 2 yellow-robed elders found themselves at a loss. With the Zhao and Wang families now obliterated, the facts could only be determined by the great elder's words. Now that we have clarified the situation, we shall not linger further. We must return to report. I shall not see you off. The 2 elders had no reason to remain, for the great elder certainly did not welcome their presence. And so they departed cautiously, keeping a watchful eye on the movements of the great elder, the third elder, and the fourth elder. What was happening? How had the strength of the Yi family's great elder increased? I am uncertain as well, but judging by his recent demeanor, it seems this individual has reached the pinnacle of a late-stage saint, mere steps away from becoming a great sage. We must exercise utmost caution not to provoke him, or it may spell doom for both of us. The two of them are acutely aware that the current Grand Elder possesses formidable strength. A master at the peak of late stage, Saint exerts absolute dominance over them. Regardless of their own prowess, encountering the Grand Elder would likely culminate in their defeat. Thus, they dare not linger any longer. There is undoubtedly an issue within the Yi family, and we must hasten to report to the Emperor. Very well, let us depart. The two hastened to their limits, genuinely afraid to remain any longer. Should they tarry, they feared dire consequences. After their departure, the Grand Elder turned his gaze to the Third Elder and Fourth Elder. You two have performed admirably. Without your assistance, I would not have gained this much time. Grateful for their support in buying him precious moments, the Grand Elder acknowledged that although he and the Second Elder had recovered from the medicinal pills provided by Yi Lintian, their injuries had indeed healed and their meridians restored. Regaining their strength would still require time. It is precisely this period that they owe to the efforts of the Third and Fourth Elders. Brother, it is truly wonderful that you have managed to recover. I had feared it would be difficult for you. I did not expect such a swift recovery, and it appears you have even broken through to the peak of the late-stage saint. How did this come to pass? Not only I, but the second brother has also made a breakthrough. Is that so? The second brother has also advanced? Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, the Third Elder was overwhelmingly delighted. Never having anticipated that both his elder brothers could not only preserve their lives, but also restore their strength, and furthermore enhance it beyond his expectations. Indeed, your second brother has now reached the pinnacle of the late stage. Though he may require some time to fully stabilize his strength, what is the matter with the second brother? Why does he need time? The Third Elder expressed concern upon learning that the Second Elder still required time to completely recover. There is no need for worry. He merely needs time to fully consolidate his recent breakthrough. I see. That is a relief. With the reassurance regarding the Second Elder, both the Third and Fourth Elders finally felt at ease. Let us return. Subsequently, the three made their way back to the Yi family, where Yi Lintian was engaged in discussion with the Second Elder about the two elderly figures in yellow robes they had encountered earlier. Brother, your timing is impeccable. I was just discussing those two old fellows with Tianer. Noticing the arrival of the Grand Elder along with the Third and Fourth Elders, the Second Elder beckoned them over. What is the matter? What happened with those two old fellows? The Grand Elder, intrigued, inquired as he found it puzzling that the two had supposedly been driven away. Tianer informed me that those two old fellows arrived with ulterior motives. Intending to intimidate our Yi family, I find it hard to believe. Do you, brother? What is there to disbelieve? Did you not hear? They have already begun to threaten the Third and Fourth Elders. The Grand Elder concurred with Yi Lintian's assertion. Having clearly heard the threats directed at the Third and Fourth Elders, had he not intervened in time, a confrontation would likely have ensued. Brother, are you speaking the truth? If that is the case, does it not imply that the dynasty intends to act against us? It appears so. Yi Lintian confirmed the Second Elder's suspicions. He had anticipated that the dynasty might turn against them, and it seemed his foreboding had indeed materialized. How outrageous! After all these years of adhering to the dynasty's commands, I cannot believe they would turn on us. As he spoke, the Second Elder rose from his chair. Should we not strike first? Brother? With a fiery temperament, the Second Elder proposed a preemptive strike against the dynasty. After all, if they did not act, the dynasty would eventually make a move against them. In my opinion, there is no need to rush into action just yet. If they truly wish to confront us, there should already be signs. They are currently hesitant. If they do push us, we may have no choice but to retaliate. I concur with Tianer's assessment. The Grand Elder expressed his agreement, acknowledging the validity of Yi Lintian's reasoning. Second brother, you must temper your temperament. One cannot act impulsively without considering the consequences. What consequences are there to consider, if they truly intend to act against us? Should we not strike first? The Second Elder's approach often lacked thorough consideration. While his perspective was not entirely erroneous, one cannot always act on impulse. Should the dynasty remain inactive and they strike first, it would provide ammunition against them. Conversely, if they were compelled to defend themselves, the blame would lie with the dynasty. The Grand Elder was not only powerful but also adept in matters of strategy. although his strength often overshadowed his acumen in this regard. Indeed, we must exercise restraint and refrain from taking the initiative. Chapter 67. An alliance is necessary if the dynasty truly intends to act against the Yi family. It poses a significant threat. Yet, even with this knowledge, one cannot take the first strike. Doing so would inevitably provide grounds for reproach. Unless one possesses absolute strength to ensure their safety, they would only harm themselves. Currently, we have not yet reached that critical juncture. We must simply prepare ourselves. What preparations should we undertake? Tian'er, speak freely. We, the four old fellows, shall heed your counsel. Following the recent events, the four elders had come to accept Yi Lintian's leadership. Upon careful consideration, I believe there is but one method to ensure the survival of our Yi family through this impending turmoil. What method? Do not keep us in suspense. Please, tell us. Both the Grand Elder and the Second Elder were eager to learn how Yi Lintian proposed to secure the Yi family's safety. We must ally with the Lu family. Upon uttering this, the Grand Elder felt a twinge of shame, while the second, third, and fourth elders turned their gazes toward him. Tian'er, your suggestion is indeed not without merit. But I believe we should reconsider the alliance with the Lu family. The third elder understood that given the current state of relations between the Yi and Lu families, forming an alliance would be exceedingly difficult. In fact, should they proceed with such an alliance, the Yi family might end up compromising even more. I recognize that allying with the Lu family is no simple feat, yet we find ourselves without alternatives. We must strive to reach an agreement. Otherwise, when the dynasty strikes, I trust you all understand the dire consequences. Following Yi Lintian's words, the four fell silent, aware that should the dynasty indeed take action against the Yi family, they would be utterly defenseless. Regardless of the Yi family's strength, the dynasty had governed the entire Jiuzhou for many years for good reason, wielding even greater power. Forming an alliance with the Lu family was imperative. And as for how to proceed, Tian'er, please consider it expeditiously. The remainder shall be my responsibility. I have already contemplated this matter. It now rests on whether the Grand Elder can carry it out. Yi Lintian had meticulously considered the alliance with the Lu family from every angle, yet the pivotal factor lay with the Grand Elder. Should the Grand Elder falter, the prospect of an alliance would be rendered futile. Speak freely. What do you wish me to do? The Grand Elder was acutely aware of the significance of the alliance for the Yi family, and thus was willing to make sacrifices if needed. Moreover, this was a debt from his youth that was now due for repayment. How about you and I pay a visit to the Lu family in the coming days? In the coming days? Indeed, the sooner, the better. The longer we delay, the more perilous our situation becomes. While the Grand Elder could indeed manage to visit the Lu family to offer an apology, it would require a certain amount of psychological preparation. If they were to go without sufficient time for mental fortitude, it would be exceedingly challenging for the Grand Elder to come to terms with it. Let us do this. Grant me a day for preparation, and we shall set forth the day after tomorrow. What do you say? Agreed, no problem. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment, realizing that psychological preparation indeed requires a considerable amount of time. Although it cannot be prolonged indefinitely, it is unreasonable to expect such mental fortitude to be developed in merely 3 to 5 minutes. A full day is necessary. Brother, can you truly manage this? Whether you can or cannot, you must find a way. Observing the Grand Elder's demeanor, the Second Elder understood that the task of mental preparation was far from straightforward. No one could predict the circumstances they would face upon reaching the Lu family. Should conflict arise, the situation would become even more complicated. Tian'er, come here. After some contemplation, the Second Elder summoned Yi Lintian to his side and whispered in his ear, "Can't you devise another approach? You know full well that visiting the Lu family is not in the best interest of the Grand Elder. Yet you insist on pressing him." The Second Elder was well aware of the Grand Elder's struggles. Going to the Lu family would indeed pose significant challenges, and he could very well pay a steep price there. I, too, wish for alternative solutions, but at present, there are no other options available. This is the only path we can pursue. Surely there must be other ways. The Second Elder remained unconvinced, believing there had to be a different method to resolve the issue. I have exhausted every conceivable alternative, yet ultimately dismissed them all. Only this one remains viable, albeit with only a certain probability of success, not a guaranteed outcome. For Yi Lintian, the thought of any alternative was disheartening. He did not wish to coerce the Grand Elder, yet he truly could not envision another solution. The Second Elder's expression darkened upon hearing this. He too recognized that if the Grand Elder were to confront the Lu family, The outcome might not be palatable for everyone involved. What other options do we have now? Well then, we can only hope that the Lu family has long since forgotten this grudge. After speaking, the second elder glanced at the Grand Elder, who appeared lost in thought, seemingly contemplating something. It was evident to Yi Lintian what was on his mind, and he could only shake his head and sigh. For indeed, there seemed to be no other course of action. All right, it seems we've reached the end of today's discussions. Everyone should return and rest. The atmosphere was palpably tense, making it uncomfortable for all. And Yi Lintian wished to depart. Second Elder, please take care. Your strength has only just begun to stabilize. If anything were to go awry at this juncture, it could spell trouble. Yi Lintian harbored concerns for the Second Elder. Although he had indeed reached the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, his foundation was yet to solidify. If he engaged in a confrontation or sustained injuries now, he could easily regress and remain forever trapped at this level. Rest assured, I am fully aware of my situation. The Second Elder acknowledged the precariousness of his condition, recognizing the urgency to solidify his power. In that case, I shall breathe easier. Yi Lintian then turned to the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, this time, it seems you will bear quite a burden. Chapter 68. The journey to the Lu family. Seeing the Grand Elder in such a state, Yi Lintian understood that the upcoming visit to the Lu family would undoubtedly prove challenging for him. However, the Yi family had no alternative and could only trust the Grand Elder to adjust his mindset. I'm fine. You all need not worry. The Grand Elder forced a smile, though it was painfully strained. Subsequently, the group returned to their respective quarters. Throughout the day, Yi Lintian remained in his room, striving to adjust his own state, while the Second Elder worked on stabilizing his realm. Only the Grand Elder sat by the window, gazing at the distant peaks, lost in thought. As the third day dawned, he finally spoke. Tianer, shall we set forth for the Lu family? Early on the third day, as Yi Lintian completed several cycles of meditation, the Grand Elder approached him unexpectedly. Why are you here so early, Grand Elder? Did you not say that this matter should be addressed promptly? So, I decided to come early. Observing the Grand Elder's seemingly positive demeanor, Yi Lintian felt a flicker of confusion. Could a single day's reflection have brought about such a significant shift in his mindset? Just 2 days prior, he had been consumed by worry. Grand Elder, are you certain you are well? Your disposition seems rather off. What do you mean? I appear perfectly fine, do I not? Oh, I'm not as fragile as you think. I still feel something is amiss. Perhaps we should postpone our departure. Yi Lintian was genuinely apprehensive. The Grand Elder's state appeared unsettling. Given the gravity of the situation, it would be unwise to treat it lightly. No, we must go today. With that, the Grand Elder seized Yi Lintian and lifted him. Witnessing this, Yi Lintian's concern only deepened. Are you absolutely sure you're all right? I am certain. Once we arrive, you won't engage in a conflict with the Lu family. Will you? That is hard to say, but I will do my utmost to restrain myself. Hearing this, Yi Lintian found himself at a loss for words. It seemed the Grand Elder had indeed prepared himself mentally. If this were the case, it would bode well for Yi Lintian, suggesting that negotiations with the Lu family might proceed smoothly. All right, as long as you can keep your composure, I will guide you on what needs to be done. You must trust me. Simply follow my instructions and suppress your impulses. Yi Lintian understood that the Grand Elder would undoubtedly face some indignities during this visit, potentially even sacrificing some dignity. Nevertheless, for the sake of forging an alliance between the Lu and Yi families, sacrifices were necessary. Rest assured, even if they strike me, I will not retaliate. That may be excessive. As they spoke, the group set forth towards the Lu family. Although Fengling City was not far from Wanggu City, the distance was still substantial, nearly 3,000 kilometers. Even with their formidable powers, it would take time to traverse the journey. Fortunately, they encountered no significant obstacles along the way, and soon they arrived at their destination. Before them lay Fengling City, a territory that predominantly belonged to the Lu family. Upon approaching the city, the Grand Elder felt a surge of nostalgia. It had been many years since his last visit, and now he returned with an attitude of contrition. Fengling City is quite magnificent, perhaps even more so than Wanggu City. Indeed, the entire Fengling City is constructed against the mountains, designed as a formidable defensive array. Its overall structure is impressive, exuding grandeur, with the Lu family situated at its very core. The Grand Elder had previously shared a bond with the Lu family's patriarch, so he was quite familiar with Fengling City and the Lu family's affairs. After listening to the Grand Elder's insights, Yi Lintian gained a clearer understanding of both Fengling City and the Lu family. By the way, Grand Elder, do you think that once we arrive, they will attack upon recognizing you? It is quite possible. The Grand Elder did not refute this. He was aware that the enmity between the Lu and Yi families largely centered on him. Should he make an appearance, the Lu family would likely react with great fervor. If they prove too formidable, I might just make a hasty retreat, leaving you to fend for yourself. You rascal! As the Grand Elder spoke, he playfully struck Yi Lintian on the back of the head, but it was clear that he was merely jesting. Come, we must face what lies ahead. There is something I have long wished to ask you, yet I never found the opportunity. What is it? The Grand Elder inquired, intrigued. Aside from killing my grandmother's brother, have you committed any other transgressions against her? Absolutely not. The Grand Elder firmly denied the accusation. Are you certain? Not even the slightest infraction? I am very certain. I have never wronged her in any way. Since our relationship was established, I have not even conversed with any other female cultivators. You can verify this with the second, third, and fourth elders. There is no need for that. I trust you. Upon hearing the words of the Grand Elder, Yi Lintian felt a slight sense of relief within. If it were merely a matter of avenging his brother, perhaps there was a possibility for resolution. However, if the Grand Elder truly committed any wrongdoing against his grandmother in the past, that would indeed be an irreconcilable matter. By the way, I have yet to inquire about my grandmother's name. Her name is Lu Xinyang, though it has likely been ages since anyone has called her by that name. It would be best if you refrained from doing so. Yi Lintian merely sought to ask a name. Yet he was met with the Grand Elder's particular caution. Of course, I would not utter my grandmother's name, but why has no one called her by it? I once mentioned that I greatly admired her name. Yet after that incident, she forbade others from using it. Upon hearing this, Yi Lintian found himself at a loss for words, though he respected his grandmother's choice. Chapter 69. The confrontation. As he gazed at the money placed before the Grand Elder of Wind Spirit City, Yi Lintian felt a twinge of trepidation about what awaited him inside. Yet, as he had articulated, one must inevitably confront what lies ahead. Yi family's Grand Elder, Yi Xiong, accompanied by the second young master. Yi Lintian requests an audience. Upon reaching the skies above Wind Spirit City, the Grand Elder promptly sent word within. What is the matter? It has been quite some time, yet there is no response whatsoever. Indeed, could it be that the Lu family has vacated this place, leaving it deserted? After the Grand Elder sent his message, nearly half a quarter of an hour passed without any reply. Shall you announce our presence once more? Very well, I shall do so again. Just as the Grand Elder was about to proclaim their arrival once more, he suddenly sensed an overwhelming danger. Be cautious. Fortunately, the Grand Elder reacted swiftly, shielding Yi Lintian behind him and conjuring a protective barrier that enveloped them both. In the next instant, a tremendous explosion resounded, sending both the Grand Elder and Yi Lintian reeling backward. What is happening? Yi Lintian was momentarily stunned, never anticipating such an abrupt attack. It must be the Lu family's handiwork. I never expected they would strike so directly. The Grand Elder, now fully alert, focused his gaze deep into Wind Spirit City, preparing to defend against subsequent assaults. Just as he readied his defensive stance, terrifying attacks surged forth. Fortunately, the Grand Elder was psychologically prepared and effortlessly countered the onslaught. The Lu family is truly formidable. What methods are these? How is it that we have yet to see a single person? This is their array. It is astonishingly powerful. Had I not reached the late stage of perfection, I fear I might not have been able to withstand such an onslaught. At this moment, the Grand Elder felt a lingering dread. Had he not achieved this breakthrough, he would likely have been reduced to ashes, dragging Yi Lintian down with him. Grand Elder, your reputation in the Lu family is rather dismal. They have come at you with lethal intent right from the outset. Of course, if you were in my position, you would do the same. The Grand Elder shook his right arm, which had been numbed from the impact, and raised his defenses once more. However, this time, no further attacks came. Instead, 3 saints emerged directly from within Wind Spirit City. Among them, the strongest was at the pinnacle of the late stage. Yi Xiong, you dare to come here? You possess a remarkable audacity. For years, the family head has shown mercy, refraining from seeking trouble with your Yi family, yet you have the gall to come knocking. Stop wasting words and eliminate him. The 3 saints from the Lu family were each more tempestuous than the last. And without further ado, one of them launched an assault. However, alas, he was merely a mid-stage saint, far from being a match for the Grand Elder. Fortunately, the Grand Elder had no intention of retaliating, merely absorbing the blows. "Three of you, please allow me to explain." "Explain what?" "Your death would be the best explanation." The trio clearly had no interest in hearing the Grand Elder's explanations, and thus continued to rain attacks upon him without restraint. Yi Lintian, observing the situation from behind the Grand Elder, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. After all, he was facing three saints, one at the pinnacle of the late stage and the other two in the mid and late stages. "Grand Elder, can you hold on? Should I assist you? Do not intervene. You must not reveal your strength. I can manage these three." Although the Grand Elder appeared to be straining under the onslaught, he was, in fact, quite safe, as he was familiar with their techniques. Thus, despite his seemingly precarious position, he was actually handling the situation with relative ease. This scoundrel is as ruthless as ever. His power remains terrifying. It seems they cannot overcome him with mere numbers. Then we shall activate the Wind Spirit Array. Upon hearing one of them propose to activate the array, the Grand Elder's expression darkened. "Gentlemen, must we truly resort to such extremes? Surely, we need not reach the point of activating the Wind Spirit Array, as long as we can kill you. It is a matter of necessity." One of the saints retorted sharply. "I will hold him here, you two. Activate the Wind Spirit Array," he commanded his companions, who promptly turned to initiate the array. "Since you have reached this point, I must take action." The Grand Elder understood that should they truly activate the Wind Spirit Array, both he and Yi Lintian could perish here. Thus, he was compelled to strike back. Whoosh whoosh, two piercing sounds echoed as the two saints preparing to activate the array suddenly froze in place, while Yi Lintian's figure appeared behind the remaining saint. "Lu Laoba, why do you remain as ruthless as in the past?" At that moment, the Grand Elder stood behind Lu Laoba, ready to end him should he make a move, ensuring he had no chance to react. "Humph, my ruthlessness is reserved for certain individuals. Do you believe we are not entitled to seek vengeance for your past actions? If you wish to seek vengeance, I do not impede you, but do you not see that I am accompanied? Do you intend to harm the innocent?" Had Yi Lintian not been present, the Grand Elder would not have been concerned. However, now that Yi Lintian was by his side, he had to prioritize his safety above all else. "You bring with you the scourge of the Yi family. You are equally deserving of death." Lu Laoba offered no words of kindness, clearly intent on provoking conflict. "It seems you truly desire a beating." With that, the Grand Elder no longer held back, delivering a powerful punch to Lu Laoba's nape. Yet, it was evident that the Grand Elder had no intention of taking his life. Otherwise, that blow would have surely split his skull. As it stood, Lu Laoba merely staggered forward slightly. "Why Xiong? You?" Lu Laoba realized that the Grand Elder's earlier attack posed no real threat to him, understanding that he had not intended to kill him. Chapter 70. Press onward. The three saints were evidently aware of the circumstances between the Elder and Lu Xinyang, as well as the nature of their relationship. Otherwise, it would have been improbable for them to have launched an attack without even laying eyes upon him first. At this moment, when the Elder expressed his desire to meet Lu Xinyang, it was clear that the trio would never acquiesce to such a request. "Your words hold no weight. I must hear it directly from him." For the Elder, the opinions of anyone other than Lu Xinyang were mere drivel, unworthy of his attention or belief. He longed only to hear her speak. "When we arrived, the family head had already instructed me that he would not meet with you, and advised you to possess some self-awareness and refrain from pestering him further. Although your life remains yours, the Lu family could seize it at any moment." Did he truly say such a thing? At this juncture, the Elder displayed an imposing demeanor, stepping forward to confront the three. However, a keen observer might detect a hint of melancholy within his gaze. Indeed, it was the family head himself who said so. "Depart at once, lest we activate the Wind Spirit Array and ensure the demise of both you and the young one here." It was evident that Yi Lintian's aspirations to forge an alliance with the Lu family were fraught with difficulty. At present, not only was an alliance unattainable, but even the simple act of meeting his grandmother, the Lu family head Lu Xinyang, seemed an arduous task. "Esteemed seniors, I must clarify that my visit with the Elder is not merely to inconvenience your noble family. I have pressing matters to discuss with the Lu family head, and I hope you might assist in relaying this." Yi Lintian recognized that prolonging the Elder's dialogue with the three was futile. So he took it upon himself to engage them, seeking any hope of encountering his grandmother. Who do you think you are? You think you can simply see her? Even Yi Xiong cannot gain an audience. And you expect to? I kindly request that you relay my message. Yi Lin Tian remained composed, undeterred by their insults, fully aware of the gravity of his mission and the need for patience. The elder's earlier display of power had been calculated. He had not harmed them, and Yi Lin Tian understood that he could not afford to utter anything too harsh. Relay a message? You lot should leave at once. If you do not depart within 3 breaths, we shall unleash the wind spirit array. The stance of the opposition was unmistakably clear. Under no circumstances would they allow a meeting with the Lu family head. Regardless of what Yi Lin Tian or the elder said, the prospect of such a meeting was simply impossible. Observing this, Yi Lin Tian furrowed his brow. Elder, if we were to force our way through, do you possess the confidence to succeed? He discreetly conveyed this to the elder. I believe I have a fair chance. Very well, let us prepare to intrude. Yi Lin Tian understood that further entanglement with them would yield no results. These 3 would not relent, and continuing to engage them would only squander precious time. Thus, he resolved to breach their defenses and meet his grandmother first. In that case, elder, let us return for now. After speaking, Yi Lin Tian turned to the elder, but as he approached Yi San, he shot the elder a meaningful glance. In response, the elder seized Yi Lin Tian and charged directly into the depths of the Lu family estate. Stop him! The elder's sudden move caught the 3 by surprise, prompting them to pursue frantically. Yet their strength paled in comparison to that of the elder. Their speed was significantly inferior, rendering them unable to catch up. The elder, relying on his memories, swiftly navigated to the area where the Lu family head usually resided. Xinyang, I have arrived. I wish to see you. Standing outside the building, the elder sent his voice within. But no response met his call. Elder, I believe this building appears to have been uninhabited for quite some time. Look at the thick layer of dust at the entrance. Yi Lin Tian observed carefully, noting the building's apparent neglect. After all, if someone resided there, it would hardly accumulate such dust, especially given that this was the dwelling of the family head, which should be immaculate. Upon hearing Yi Lin Tian's remarks, the elder glanced around and found them to be accurate. What could be the reason for this? Logically, having become the Lu family head, she should reside here. Could it be that she has moved to a different location? Yi Lin Tian pondered, if my grandmother is not here, she may be elsewhere. Let us proceed to investigate. The elder then took Yi Lin Tian and headed towards the previous residence of Lu Xinyang. Meanwhile, the 3 saints finally caught up, only to find that the elder had already departed with Yi Lin Tian. This is dire. They are heading towards the family head's direction. That scoundrel Yi Xiong? Do not show him any mercy. Upon encountering him, block his path and activate the wind spirit array. The elder's actions had indeed sent shivers down their spines, as they feared for the safety of their family head. The 3 hastened their pursuit, yet their speed remained consistently inferior to that of the elder. Chapter 71. A beautiful grandmother, you scoundrel Yi Xiong. If you dare to harm a single hair on the family head, the Lu family will pursue you to the ends of the earth. The elder led Yi Lin Tian in a frantic escape, with the 2 Lu elders in close pursuit. However, their pace was no match for that of the elder, who swiftly brought Yi Lin Tian to the place he remembered as Lu Xinyang's residence. This is the courtyard where I once dwelt. Upon their arrival, the elder was filled with nostalgia, recalling the times he would visit this courtyard to see Lu Xinyang when they were in love. The courtyard held many cherished memories, prompting a sigh from Yi Lin Tian as the elder reminiscing about the past. Alas, it is all in the past. Let us enter. Upon entering, the elder noted that the place was indeed inhabited, as it was spotlessly clean. As they approached the courtyard, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from within the building. Zhang Fei, do you dare to return? Before they could see her, they heard the commanding voice, and then a woman emerged from the house. Though not extravagantly dressed, she exuded an air of nobility. Her features were not strikingly beautiful, yet they were undeniably pleasing, and most importantly, her presence was deeply commanding, prompting admiration even from Yi Lin Tian. Moreover, her strength was formidable, having reached the peak of the late saint stage. Diao Chan, it has been many years. How have you fared? I am quite well, not dead yet. As long as you are alive, I have no desire to perish. You still harbor such hatred for me, do you not? Upon hearing the elder address her as Diao Chan, Yi Lin Tian realized that this was indeed his grandmother. Elder, she is my grandmother, correct? Nevertheless, Yi Lin Tian sought confirmation from the elder, who nodded in affirmation. I have come today for two primary reasons. The elder, though visibly emotional, managed to stabilize his feelings as he regarded Diao Chan while articulating his purpose. One is to offer my apologies. The other pertains to the future of the Yi and Lu families. And a third matter is that the elder wishes to see you. Yi Lin Tian observed that the elder was rather inept at charming women, lacking the finesse to win her over. Oh, you wish to see me? If that were truly the case, why have you not visited in all these years? Diao Chan's demeanor appeared relatively composed at first, though she seemed somewhat irate. However, her tone shifted dramatically after this question, revealing a profound emotional upheaval. Was it possible that my grandmother still harbored feelings for the elder? While uncertain whether the elder had noticed, Yi Lin Tian perceived that his grandmother undoubtedly held some affection for him. Otherwise, she would not have reacted so intensely to the mention of his name. After all these years, he has indeed been too ashamed to visit the Lu family. But now, fortuitously, he has seized this opportunity to come. Has he not, elder? Observing the elder's awkwardness, Yi Lin Tian could no longer contain himself and swiftly interjected to assist in appeasing his grandmother. Yes, indeed, that is precisely the case. Even if the grand elder were to be rather dim-witted at this juncture, with Yi Lin Tian having the words poised on the tip of his tongue, he surely must comprehend what ought to be said. Zhang Fei, after all these years, do you still remain oblivious to the fact that you stammer when you weave a web of lies? No, I have not lied. What do you have to say for yourself? At this moment, Lu Xinyang, seated across from him, could no longer bear the sight and brandished her weapon, a supple whip, swinging it towards the grand elder. Observing this unfolding scenario, Yi Lin Tian initially intended to evade, only to be taken aback as Lu Xinyang's whip halted mere inches from the grand elder's head. Why do you not dodge? I have inflicted such deep wounds upon you. After all these years, it is only right that you strike me a few times. Remarkably, the grand elder did not attempt to evade Lu Xinyang's assault, nor did he even muster the energy to defend himself. He intended to withstand her onslaught with sheer physical fortitude. Fortunately, Lu Xinyang refrained from truly striking him, for had she done so, he might well have sustained grievous injury or even succumbed to death from that blow. You scoundrel! You ungrateful wretch! After all these years of absence, what brings you back now? I shall not rest until you are dead. Lu Xinyang, in that moment, appeared utterly frenzied, relentlessly lashing the grand elder with her whip. Yi Lin Tian watched in trepidation, yet soon discerned that although she was indeed striking the grand elder, she was not channeling any of her power into the blows. In other words, while the whip appeared to inflict pain, it would not truly harm the grand elder, further solidifying Yi Lin Tian's suspicions. Why do you not evade? Why do you not dodge? After a series of strikes, Lu Xinyang, upon witnessing that the grand elder remained stationary, cast aside her whip and rushed to embrace him, sinking her teeth into his shoulder. Don't you have any idea how I have endured all these years? Wretched scoundrel, when I told you to leave? Why did you not? Did you not think to visit me even once in all this time? Observing this spectacle, Yi Lin Tian was rendered utterly astonished, as were two other individuals, the two elder saints of the Lu family. They too had witnessed this scene, and at that moment, were at a loss as to whether they should intervene or depart. Eighth brother, what shall we do? One of the Lu family saints stood there, dumbfounded. Leave, quickly. We have seen nothing. Remember, we have seen nothing. Lu Laoba, indeed a remarkable figure, rapidly regained his composure and pulled the other elder away in haste. Thus, only Yi Lin Tian, the grand elder, and Lu Xinyang remained in the courtyard. At this moment, Lu Xinyang still clung to the grand elder, while the latter's hands were at a loss, uncertain whether to embrace her or to let her go. Let us consider the previous events as though they never transpired. You are to refrain from mentioning them in the future, understood? As the grand elder reached out to embrace Lu Xinyang, she abruptly pushed him away, then utilized her powers to dry the tears from her face, restoring her regal demeanor as the matriarch of the Lu family. Now, speak. What is the purpose of your visit this time? Chapter 72. Grandson-in-law setting aside whether Lu Xinyang still harbored feelings for the grand elder. She was now the head of the Lu family, and thus had to prioritize the family's interests. The matter spoken of by the grand elder, which bore significant implications for both families, warranted Lu Xinyang's attention. The situation at hand is rather intricate, but at its core, it is quite simple. We hope for an alliance between the Lu and Yi families to jointly oppose the dynasty. What are your thoughts? As the Grand Elder articulated this proposal, Lu Xinyang's expression turned exceedingly solemn. Let us discuss this inside. Agreed. Such matters were sensitive. Discussing them in public would invite eavesdropping. Therefore, it was imperative to converse in a more private setting. Here will suffice. This chamber is protected by a barrier that prevents any surveillance. Once ensconced in her room, Lu Xinyang felt absolute confidence that no one could eavesdrop on their conversation, allowing them to speak freely without fear of being overheard. We have eradicated the Zhao and Wang families from Wanggu City, but in doing so, we have drawn the attention of the dynasty. They have even dispatched 2 individuals to intimidate us, which is what prompted our desire to ally with the Lu family. When did you eliminate the Zhao and Wang families? Upon hearing the Grand Elder's assertion that the Yi family had vanquished the Zhao and Wang clans, Lu Xinyang was genuinely taken aback. After all, the 2 families were not far removed from one another, and while the Yi family was indeed powerful, simultaneously annihilating both the Zhao and Wang families would likely prove to be a formidable undertaking unless the Yi family was willing to incur significant costs. This transpired only a few days ago. We have yet to complete the aftermath. To take on both the Zhao and Wang families simultaneously, you must have incurred considerable losses, no? In theory, we should have faced substantial costs. However, thanks to Yi Lintian's meticulously crafted plan, we suffered virtually no losses while eliminating both families. At this juncture, the Grand Elder cast a glance at Yi Lintian, who now captured Lu Xinyang's attention. His plan? Upon hearing the Grand Elder's words, Lu Xinyang appeared somewhat astonished and began to scrutinize Yi Lintian. He cannot be more than 6 years old, yet he devised such a flawless scheme? Indeed, he is merely 3 years of age. Had it been anyone else, the Grand Elder would have refrained from divulging the truth, but he deemed it unnecessary to conceal anything from Lu Xinyang. Moreover, Yi Lintian remained silent, indicating his trust in the Grand Elder. After all, Lu Xinyang was his grandmother, and there was no need for secrecy. This little one is rather beyond my expectations. To possess such intellect at the tender age of 3 is truly unprecedented. At this moment, Lu Xinyang recalled that when the Grand Elder first revealed his identity, he referred to Yi Lintian as the second son of the Yi family. What did you mean when you said he is the second son of the Yi family? Whose son is he? As the realization dawned upon her, her gaze shifted towards Yi Lintian, scrutinizing his face for clues. As you surmised, he is indeed Linger's son. The Grand Elder had no intention of keeping Lu Xinyang in the dark. Thus he openly conveyed the truth of his identity. Are you saying he is my grandson? Indeed, that is correct. The Grand Elder nodded. No wonder he seems somewhat familiar. He is Linger's son. Lu Xinyang's gaze softened as she regarded Yi Lintian. Do you have a brother or sister? Grandmother, I have an older brother. Encouraged by Lu Xinyang's gentle demeanor, Yi Lintian boldly addressed her as grandmother. Very well, from now on, you shall call me grandmother. How is your brother faring? Lu Xinyang, now concerned about Yi Lintian's elder brother, Yi Linfan, inquired further. My brother is quite well. He is just an ordinary child, 6 years of age this year. And your mother? After inquiring about the 2 children, Lu Xinyang's concern turned to her daughter. Mother is doing well. She and father share a loving relationship. Yi Lintian was aware that Lu Xinyang had not visited the Yi family to see her daughter in many years. Likely not solely due to the Grand Elder, but also because she wished to avoid recalling past events that, while filled with beautiful memories, also carried painful experiences, as long as she is well. That is sufficient. Let bygones be bygones. When you return, tell her to bring your brother for a visit. Just say I miss her and wish to see her. The Grand Elder's visit today not only alleviated Lu Xinyang's burdens, but also signified her release from the past. No longer entangled in former grievances. After all, Lu Xinyang understood that no amount of dwelling on the past could resurrect her brother. Let us not linger on these matters. Let us return to the matter at hand. Lu Xinyang collected herself, resuming the demeanor of the somewhat authoritative head of the Lu family. Now that the dynasty has set its sights upon you, our circumstances are fundamentally alike. Lu Xinyang's opening statement confirmed Yi Lintian's suspicions. He had previously surmised that the dynasty had also begun to take an interest in the Lu family. However, the Lu family had the support of 2 other clans, thus the threat was not immediately apparent. Yet, a cursory investigation would reveal that the entirety of Fengling City was essentially dominated by the Lu family. All these years, I have refrained from taking action against those two families primarily to maintain appearances with the dynasty. Yet, in recent years, the dynasty has gradually grown bolder, and their scrutiny of our Liu family has intensified. If this continues, it seems inevitable that they will soon turn their attention towards us. Although Liu Xinyang is merely a woman, once she occupies the position of a family member, she inevitably must shoulder the associated responsibilities and possess the requisite capabilities. She indeed possesses the foresight to predict crises. The situation of the Liu family mirrors precisely what Tian'er has surmised, which is why Tian'er proposed an alliance between the Yi and Liu families. So, based on your current stance, you are in agreement with the notion of forming this alliance, correct? I am indeed in agreement. But we cannot proceed with the alliance in such a hasty manner. To do so would be perilous for both our families. Although Liu Xinyang understands deep down that an alliance is necessary and should occur, such matters cannot be approached lightly. Indeed, this requires careful deliberation. In Chapter 73, The Secret Alliance, Yi Lintian views this matter with a long-term perspective. He is acutely aware that if their two families were to publicly ally, it would inevitably provoke the dynasty. A transparent alliance would undoubtedly incite a sense of crisis within the dynasty. Therefore, while we must form an alliance, it must be done clandestinely. Only in this manner can both our families ensure their safety. However, what significance does a secret alliance hold? The Grand Elder believes that if an alliance is to be formed, it must be done openly to instill a sense of caution in others regarding the strength of their two families. If the alliance lacks transparency, its deterrent effect is lost, rendering it meaningless. We merely refrain from declaring it for the time being. Should the unwelcome scenario we all dread come to pass, we can then make it explicit. Indeed, and I fear that the very scenario we wish to avoid may not be far off. Upon hearing Liu Xinyang express this concern, Yi Lintian's perception of her shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Liu Xinyang would also recognize this point. He originally believed he was the only one who saw it. It appears that her years as the head of the Liu family were not in vain, since you have long harbored such thoughts. What preparations have you made? At this moment, Yi Lintian was particularly curious to learn of the arrangements his grandmother had undertaken. Do you truly wish to know? Yes, I genuinely wish to know. Seeing Yi Lintian's earnest curiosity, Liu Xinyang did not withhold information from him and the Grand Elder, as she considered them both to be her allies. I began preparations over a decade ago, dividing the entire Liu family into two factions. As she spoke, it became evident that Liu Xinyang was exceedingly cautious, checking the surrounding formations to ensure that there were no issues. One faction constitutes the public face of the Liu family, while the other encompasses the two other prominent families within Fengling City. Upon hearing this, Yi Lintian's eyes widened in shock, and the Grand Elder cast a look of astonishment at Liu Xinyang. He could hardly reconcile the Liu Xinyang before him with the one he had previously known. The depth of her cunning and strategy was astonishing. You managed to replace the members of the other two families with Liu family members in just over a decade? Yes, indeed. From the moment I sensed the impending danger, I commenced this endeavor. The Grand Elder found it difficult to fathom that in just over a decade, she could transform the two other families into covert allies of the Liu family. It was truly incredible. Even if the Yi family attempted such a feat today, it would not be an easy task. Your plan, should the Liu family encounter difficulties, for the remaining two families to take advantage of the situation to undermine us, thereby preserving their own strength and ensuring the continuation of their lineage? Yes, precisely. After Liu Xinyang affirmed this, Yi Lintian took a deep breath, astonished by the extent of his grandmother's strategic depth. You genuinely astonish me. I believe my astonishment at your capabilities surpasses yours at mine. While Yi Lintian was taken aback by Liu Xinyang's cunning, she was even more astonished by the maturity of Yi Lintian, who had reached such a level of intellect at merely 3 years of age. In the eyes of the Grand Elder, this elderly and youthful pair appeared almost superhuman. With whom have you studied these strategies over the years? The Grand Elder was genuinely curious about Liu Xinyang's education. He was certain that at the time of their initial collaboration, she had not possessed such knowledge. It must have been acquired later. When one is compelled to occupy such a position, even if they initially lack understanding, they will gradually come to comprehend. Liu Xinyang's statement laid bare the essence of the matter. In truth, as a woman, she did not relish these complexities. Yet, in her role as the head of the Liu family, she had no choice but to grasp them. If she failed to do so, her position as the head would be precarious, putting the Liu family in jeopardy. Had I foreseen this earlier, I should have retained some talent from the Zhao and Wang families. Yi Lintian felt a sense of regret at having eradicated the Zhao and Wang families entirely. Some individuals should have been spared. However, since you have already annihilated them all, it is too late for regrets. We should instead contemplate how to eliminate the dynasty. Eliminate the dynasty? Is this your intention, grandmother? Yi Lintian's thoughts were primarily focused on surviving the conflict with the dynasty, aiming to maintain a delicate balance between both sides. However, he was taken aback to discover that Lu Xinyang had already contemplated eliminating the dynasty. Of course, we must eliminate them. What purpose would it serve to leave them be? What, have you not considered their eradication? That is not the case. I merely believe that achieving such a goal would be quite challenging. Hence, I have not devoted excessive thought to it. Nevertheless, since you harbor such intentions, we can certainly discuss it further. Regarding the question of whether to eliminate the dynasty, Yi Lintian found little conflict in his mind. If an opportunity arose, he would undoubtedly not spare the dynasty and would strive to eradicate them entirely. Yet, the challenge lay in identifying such an opportunity and ensuring they could successfully eliminate the dynasty's forces. To eliminate the dynasty is indeed no small feat. Not only do they control numerous families, but the dynasty's own strength is formidable. I've been conducting covert investigations into their elite forces for quite some time. What are the findings of your investigation? At this juncture, Lu Xinyang produced a jade slip and handed it to Yi Lintian. Within it lies all the intelligence I have gathered. You both may examine it. Upon opening the jade slip, Yi Lintian discovered numerous profiles within, and upon a cursory count, found that there were 8 individuals at the saint level. Additionally, there were 2 profiles at the great saint level, though one was notably sparse in information. Why is there so little information on this second great saint? Is there a problem? In Chapter 74, Succession of the Lu family head, the first great saint is the one publicly recognized by the dynasty, while the second great saint is not mentioned in any public information. However, after years of investigation, I can confirm that the dynasty must have a second great saint, though they have concealed their existence. Now it becomes clear why the information on this second great saint is so scant. Yi Lintian grasped the situation, yet it was not favorable for them. If there were only one great saint, it would be manageable. 2, however, meant that the Yi and Lu families stood no chance at the saint level. The tactic of overwhelming numbers becomes ineffective, let alone at the great saint level. I understand that your Yi family possesses a great saint, but our Lu family does not. We can at most muster 4 saints. Given this disparity, do you believe we stand a chance? The chance is not entirely absent, but it is quite slim. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Lintian expressed his stance. No. If the odds are not favorable, then it is tantamount to having no chance at all, and ventures with no chance of success must not be undertaken. However, should we choose to abstain, it is likely they will take action against us in the presence of an additional great sage. Lu Xinyang is certainly no fool. He would never incite Yi Lintian to provoke a war with the dynasty. However, the reality of the situation is unavoidable. A war is destined to break out sooner or later. Should it commence, the absence of this critical portion of combat power will undoubtedly influence the entire battlefield. My master, Ji Mingyao, can secure 1 great sage, and the Grand Elder should be capable of enlisting at least 3 mid-stage sages. If the Grand Elder could reach the threshold of a half-step great sage, I believe there would be a chance to secure another great sage. After speaking, Yi Lintian turned to the Grand Elder. What do you think, Grand Elder? Do you have confidence? To be honest, I truly lack assurance. Although I have reached the late stage of sagehood, taking another half-step forward is exceedingly challenging. However, if I am granted ample time, while I cannot guarantee I will make that leap, I am confident I can take that half-step. That won't do. I cannot afford to give you so much time. Yi Lintian understood that if the Grand Elder were provided with time, he would undoubtedly elevate his realm, yet the pressing concern is that time may not be on their side. Moreover, Yi Lintian's approach to matters typically begins from the worst-case scenario, so he presently assumes the Grand Elder will not attain that realm. If that is the case, then our alliance holds little chance of success. Unless we can find another party with a great sage to ally with. Lu Xinyang, being quite thorough in his considerations, proposed a solution. No, we cannot seek a third party. If we do, the numbers will be too great and could backfire. Yi Lintian promptly dismissed Lu Xinyang's notion. If we truly wish to leverage other strength, we can only negotiate with them after we take action. Should several families unite, the dynasty's odds of victory would certainly increase dramatically. However, we absolutely must not reach out to them before we strike. Some families might defect to avoid losses on their end. Thus, it is imperative we rally other families only after the war has commenced. But if we proceed as you suggest, the risks are too great, Lu Xinyang acknowledged, realizing that Yi Lintian's perspective is indeed the most prudent. Yet, the risk they must undertake in the initial stages is considerable. If they act and are swiftly overrun by the dynasty, rather than acquiring allies, they might end up gaining numerous foes. I believe otherwise. The dynasty will not unleash their full force from the onset. We can first disorient them and subsequently draw others to our side. This does present a feasible approach. Lu Xinyang reflected and concluded that Yi Lintian's strategy might indeed be viable, albeit not without significant risk and lacking a guarantee of success. To ensure absolute certainty, their strength must increase, implying they require yet another great sage. By the way, why not return to the Lu family? After all, your elder brother is in the Yi family. You cannot possibly inherit the position of head of the Yi family. Should you join the Lu family, I can assure you will be able to inherit the position of head there. What began as a serious discussion took an unexpected turn when the Lu family head abruptly shifted the topic, leaving both Yi Lintian and the Grand Elder momentarily speechless. Particularly, the Grand Elder was taken aback by Lu Xinyang's intention to recruit Yi Lintian into the Lu family. Our affairs are between our families. You cannot engage in such endeavors. Tian'er is the future hope of our Yi family. Why be so stingy? Does he not have an elder brother? Let his elder brother inherit the position of head of the Yi family. At this point, Lu Xinyang began to haggle with the Grand Elder. That is out of the question. Even if Tian'er has an elder brother, the position will ultimately belong to him. Yi Xiong, you have wronged me for so many years. If I let him come to inherit the position of head of the Lu family, why do you oppose me? What exactly do you wish to achieve? Seeing the Grand Elder's outright refusal, Lu Xinyang became anxious, standing up and placing her hands on her hips as she began to argue with him. That is a separate matter. My wrongs are my own. If you truly cannot abide, then feel free to break a limb or two, but Tian'er must remain in the Yi family. This cannot be altered. The Grand Elder, stubborn as a bull, would never agree to allow Yi Lintian to join the Lu family. What is the problem? Why is this unacceptable? At this moment, Lu Xinyang began to act petulantly. It is simply unacceptable. Can you not see Tian'er's realm? At this point, Lu Xinyang paused, then began to assess Yi Lintian's strength. Yi Lintian, having ceased to conceal his realm, fully released his aura. A sage, and in the mid-stage. What is happening here? Upon realizing this, Lu Xinyang was left utterly astounded. Is your Yi family practicing some sort of dark arts? How else could he have reached the mid-stage of sagehood at the age of 3? The notion that a mere 3-year-old child could possess mid-stage sage strength was utterly inconceivable to Lu Xinyang. He firmly believed the Yi family must be up to something. Chapter 75. 2 positions of family head reserved within the realm of the Jiuzhou dynasty. While the great sage represents the pinnacle of combat power, they are seldom seen, with saints being the most formidable presence encountered in daily life. However, even the youngest of saints must generally be at least a century or two old. The existence of a 3-year-old like Yi Lintian attaining mid-stage sagehood is simply unprecedented. Our Yi family would never resort to such sinister practices. Tian'er's strength is entirely his own effort. I do not believe it. This is simply impossible. Lu Xinyang remained steadfast in her disbelief regarding Yi Lintian's self-cultivated prowess. After all, for a 3-year-old child, even with decades of training, starting from the womb, achieving sagehood, particularly mid-stage, remains inconceivable. Tian'er was born a sage. He is a natural-born sage who has, within 3 years, ascended to the pinnacle of mid-stage sagehood. His future potential is boundless, which is precisely why I cannot allow him to come to the Lu family to succeed the position of head. The Grand Elder understood well that Yi Lintian's future achievements would indeed be limitless. In such circumstances, should he truly hand Yi Lintian over to Lu Xinyang, it would amount to betraying the Yi family, and thus he could never entertain such a notion. A natural-born sage. That is simply marvelous. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's statement, Lu Xinyang's gaze towards Yi Lintian shifted dramatically, even causing Yi Lintian to feel somewhat uneasy. Grandma, please do not look at me like that. It makes me a bit frightened. Ahem, do not be afraid. I am your grandmother and would never harm you. Tell Grandma, would you be willing to become the head of the Lu family? At that moment, Lu Xinyang resembled a cunning wolf grandmother. And while Yi Lintian desired to refuse, he quickly reconsidered. Should he decline, He feared his grandmother might take matters into her own hands. Is it possible for me to be both the head of the Yi family and the head of the Lu family? Upon uttering those words, both Lu Xinyang and the Grand Elder were momentarily taken aback, but after exchanging glances, they simultaneously nodded in agreement. I think that would work. I agree. It poses no issue. Finally, both turned their attention to Yi Lintian. Are you both serious? Indeed, very serious. Absolutely serious. Originally, Yi Lintian had merely jested, yet he was astonished to find both the Grand Elder and Lu Xinyang in complete accord. He truly did not anticipate that at the tender age of 3, he would have preemptively reserved the positions of head for both the Yi and Lu families. These two families are certainly not minor clans. They are powerful families that dominate their respective cities. Let us forget this. I was just joking. The head of the Yi family should be my elder brother. As for the position of head of the Lu family, I shall decline. No, you have already given your word. You must be the head of the Lu family, but my surname is Yi, Grandma. I do not bear the surname Lu. Regardless, Yi Lintian's surname will certainly remain Yi. The Grand Elder would never agree to change it to Lu. What of being surnamed Yi? Can one with the surname Yi not be the head of the Lu family? Initially, they claimed that women could not be heads of families, yet after all these years, have they not been thoroughly subdued by me? If I say it shall be done, then so it shall. Lu Xinyang's authority within the Lu family is entirely distinct from Yi Mo's authority in the Yi family. Although Yi Mo is the family head, his strength does not afford him complete control. However, Lu Xinyang, second only to the Grand Elder in strength within the Lu family, wields considerable influence. Grandma, enough. This matter is settled. No further discussion is needed. Yi Lintian wished to express further thoughts, yet he was unexpectedly interrupted by Lu Xinyang, while the Grand Elder remained silent, as he truly had little to contribute. After all, having Yi Lintian serve as both the head of the Yi family and the Lu family was indeed a viable arrangement. However, let us not digress. We should return to the matter concerning the dynasty. Observing that Lu Xinyang had made her decision, the Grand Elder deftly redirected the topic back to the dynasty. Regarding the dynasty, I believe our Yi family should take the initiative, don't you think? Tianer, given the current circumstances between the Yi and Lu families, initiating action appears to be a feasible strategy. Previously, Yi Lintian opposed taking the initiative due to concerns regarding their inadequate strength. He feared that acting first might ultimately lead to their own downfall. However, if the Yi and Lu families were to form an alliance to confront the dynasty, the situation would be entirely different, as they would possess the necessary leverage to strike first, as long as your Yi family is prepared. My Lu family stands ready to act at any moment. After all, I have been preparing for many years. Very well, if that is the case, we shall commence preparations upon our return. At this moment, the Grand Elder's gaze became remarkably resolute. Indeed, let us not hesitate. We shall directly oppose them. Yi Lintian felt a surge of fervor, fully aware of the precarious situation the dynasty currently faced. Maintaining a delicate balance with them would be exceedingly challenging. And the longer they delayed, the deeper their wariness of the Yi family would grow, ultimately becoming detrimental to them. Thus, time is of the essence. We shall return now and notify you once we are prepared. Excellent, take this. It contains a special means of communication from our Lu family. The Grand Elder extended his hand to accept a jade slip from Lu Xinyang, examined it momentarily, and then passed it to Yi Lintian. Upon inspection, Yi Lintian recognized it as a unique technique, modified from the ordinary method of sound transmission, transforming it into a cipher-like communication method. The genius behind this technique is truly remarkable, my dear grandson. You mustn't flatter me so. Such praise will surely lead me to pride. You created this? Yi Lintian was genuinely astonished, never imagining that this technique was devised by Lu Xinyang herself. Indeed, it is something I have pondered over during my idle years. Yi Lintian silently gave Lu Xinyang a thumbs up. Enough of this. You must return now. Be cautious on your journey and avoid detection. Thank you for your concern, grandmother. Rest assured. Subsequently, Yi Lintian departed with the Grand Elder from the Lu residence. After all these years, I never anticipated that we could resolve this matter so smoothly. If you had come earlier, this issue would have been settled long ago. It truly isn't as complicated as you envision. This visit to the Lu family held profound significance for the Grand Elder. Chapter 76. The grim tidings arrive as it stands. The alliance between the Yi and Lu families against the dynasty has become inevitable. While there is no absolute certainty, The odds stand at roughly 50-50. Although the risks are considerable, both families deem it necessary to embrace them. In this impending confrontation with the dynasty, securing victory would be ideal. However, Tian'er, do you know what to do if we fail? On their journey back, the Grand Elder suddenly posed this question to Yi Lintian. Without a moment's contemplation, Yi Lintian nodded. I understand your intent, Grand Elder. If the worst comes to pass, I shall lead my brother to escape. Is that correct? Precisely. I am glad you comprehend. The Grand Elder nodded with satisfaction, fully aware that the probability of victory was exceedingly slim and the likelihood of complications was significant, thus necessitating a contingency plan. I believe we still have a chance to win. Let us hope so. Yi Lintian held a sense of confidence, though the Grand Elder remained skeptical. Soon, they returned to the Yi family, where they explained the Lu family's decision to the three elders, and Yi Mo wonderful. I never expected we could resolve this so effortlessly, brother. You truly are remarkable. Indeed, brother. The three elders expressed their admiration for the Grand Elder's capabilities. Enough of idle chatter. The priority remains our alliance with the Lu family against the dynasty. You all must be prepared. Rest assured, brother. We are always ready. The elders indicated they had long been prepared, and Yi Mo reassured the Grand Elder as well. Seeing this, the Grand Elder and Yi Lintian finally felt a sense of relief. Thus, upon their return to the Yi family, preparations for war against the dynasty commenced. The Lu family mirrored this activity, activating all prior arrangements. However, soon after, the Yi family was met with a grim message. How are preparations progressing on your end? Lu Xinyang suddenly contacted the Grand Elder. We are nearly ready and can act at any moment. What is the matter, Xinyang? Upon hearing Yi Lintian's voice, the Grand Elder sensed something was amiss and inquired further. Do not proceed with preparations for battle. Perhaps you should prepare for an escape instead, a full-scale retreat. What do you mean? Has something occurred? The Grand Elder's awareness sharpened at Yi Lintian's words, as he struggled to grasp the implications. I have just received news today. The dynasty indeed possesses two great saints. Moreover, one of them is not merely an initial stage saint, but rather one in the mid-stage. Do you grasp the weight of my words? Is the source of this information credible? The Grand Elder's heart raced at Lu Xinyang's declaration. If this news held truth, the alliance of the Yi and Lu families against the dynasty would be utterly hopeless. The information is absolutely reliable. Our people have witnessed the actions of the other great saint firsthand. After a prolonged silence, the Grand Elder finally responded, understood. We shall cancel the previously established plans. Yes, I have already done so. Following his conversation with Xinyang, the Grand Elder sat in contemplation for an extended period, realizing that this time, the Yi family was likely trapped with no escape point. Two great saints, and both at mid-stage, rendered victory unattainable. Subsequently, the Grand Elder sought out Yi Lintian. Xinyang just informed me that the dynasty has confirmed the existence of two great saints, both at the mid-stage. You should comprehend the implications of this. Is this news genuine? Yi Lintian's reaction mirrored that of the Grand Elder, both eager to ascertain the veracity of the information. They understood that if this news proved true, the plan for the two families to unite against the dynasty was fundamentally unfeasible, should they engage. Both families would face annihilation. The source is entirely credible. There are individuals on Xinyang's side who have witnessed the actions of the other great saint. After a brief silence, the Grand Elder looked at Yi Lintian and asked, Tian'er, what do you believe the Yi family can do? The Grand Elder sought out Yi Lintian to share this news because, after much contemplation, he had yet to devise a strategy to extricate the Yi family from this predicament. Even if he and the Lu family refrained from attacking the dynasty would likely soon turn its attention to the Yi family. After all, the Yi family currently held dominion over a city. And even if their joint plan was abandoned, the Yi family still faced peril. This situation is indeed challenging. Please grant me some time to contemplate. Very well, take your time. The hopes of the Yi family rest upon your shoulders. The Grand Elder never anticipated that, ultimately, the fate of the Yi family would hinge upon the shoulders of the 3-year-old Yi Lintian, a notion that was rather absurd. By the way, Grand Elder, please inform my father to halt preparations temporarily and revert to our previous state. We must not allow the dynasty to perceive any irregularities. Understood. I will notify them. Once the Grand Elder departed, Yi Lintian rapidly pondered how to resolve the current crisis. Altering the situation was no simple task. Facing two great saints made resolution seemingly impossible. Even if one could be dealt with, the other mid-stage saint posed an insurmountable challenge. leaving Ji Mingyao only capable of contending with one. System. Are there any elixirs available to enhance my power in a short time frame? There are elixirs with corresponding effects, yet the system does not recommend their use. What is the reason? The host may examine it independently. Subsequently, a user interface materialized before Yilin Tian, displaying a selection of elixirs that could be exchanged to enhance his prowess. After a brief glance, Yilin Tian noted that each elixir bore immense side effects, to such a degree that consuming them was unequivocally inadvisable unless one found oneself in dire circumstances. Was there truly no elixir without adverse effects? Not at the moment. Initially, Yilin Tian had contemplated utilizing the system to exchange for several elixirs that would augment his abilities, thereby elevating his strength. However, upon witnessing the severe repercussions associated with these elixirs, he promptly abandoned that notion. It seemed he would need to devise alternative strategies, for this approach was evidently unviable. Chapter 77. A dreadful situation. Although the elixirs within the system could indeed amplify one's strength in a short span, their terrifying side effects rendered them unusable for Yilin Tian. Thus, he was compelled to seek other solutions. At this juncture, as he pondered potential remedies for his current predicament, the system once again prompted him, reminding him of an unfinished task. This task involved the previous directive to usurp Yilin Fan's innate Dao body, a task Yilin Tian had consistently refrained from undertaking, fully aware that such an action would inflict profound psychological trauma upon his parents. Wait, that's not right. Upon seeing this task, Yilin Tian fell into deep contemplation. It appeared there might indeed be a feasible solution to his current dilemma, albeit one that carried a certain moral weight. Upon recalling the task, he suddenly conceived an idea, albeit one that seemed somewhat nefarious. Yet, if this strategy succeeded, it would yield a dual benefit. Yilin Tian meticulously reviewed the details required for this plan, and once he confirmed that there were no significant issues, he finally broke into a smile. What a brilliant plan. I am truly clever to have thought of this. Yilin Tian cast aside the clouds of despair that had shrouded his face and swiftly approached the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, I have devised a method to resolve our current issues. Is that so? Tianer, have you truly found a solution? Indeed, I have. Quickly summoned the other 3 elders and my father. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder felt a surge of excitement. Having pondered for an age without arriving at any viable solutions to extricate the Yi family from their predicament, he had not anticipated that Yilin Tian would arrive at a solution so swiftly. Soon, the Grand Elder summoned the remaining 3 elders as well as Yilin Tian's father, Tianer. My elder brother mentioned you have a solution to our current plight. What is it? The second elder was the first to approach, grasping Yilin Tian's shoulder in inquiry. Yes, Tianer, what is your plan? Yimo, the family patriarch, also expressed curiosity, acutely aware of the precarious position the Yi family found themselves in. What do you believe is the primary reason the dynasty fears our Yi family monopolizing a city? Isn't it obvious? They fear our development. The second elder responded without hesitation. Precisely. They fear our growth, so what do we rely upon to foster this growth? After posing this question, Yilin Tian surveyed the assembly, but none among them grasped his intent, all shaking their heads in confusion. Ultimately, it hinges upon people. Only with a promising younger generation can the Yi family hope to flourish. Yet, what if our younger generation is either fleeing or inept? Can the Yi family still prosper then? Tianer, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing Yilin Tian's words, the Grand Elder instantly sensed a troubling implication and solemnly questioned him. Grand Elder, I trust you understand my previous statement. What I intend to do is quite simple. I will personally extract my elder brother's innate Dao body, rendering him incapacitated. Following that, you may pursue me, resulting in our promising descendants being either lost or rendered useless. Tianer, what are you saying? How can you proceed with such a course of action? Are you suggesting we sacrifice your brother for the sake of the entire Yi family? Yimo was the first to express disbelief. Unable to fathom that Yilin Tian could devise such a malevolent scheme, it was utterly unacceptable to him. He could never agree to trading Yilin Fan's well-being for the safety of the Yi family. Why the urgency? Allow Tianer to finish speaking. I believe he is not so heartless. The Grand Elder, recognizing that despite Yilin Tian's seemingly frivolous demeanor, he would not undertake such actions without substantial reasoning, urged patience. Indeed, I have my reasons for this. I am aware that once my brother's innate Dao body is removed, it can regenerate. This is a case of destruction leading to rebirth. Thus, My brother shall not come to harm. Who told you this? At this moment, the Grand Elder remained composed but sought clarity on the source of Yi Lin Tian's knowledge. While training under my master, I perused ancient texts that detailed this very phenomenon. It should not be erroneous. Even if your brother's innate Dao body can regenerate, what about your own safety? The Grand Elder posed the most critical question. Even if Yi Lin Fan's innate Dao body were to regenerate, Yi Lin Tian would likely be forced to leave the Yi family, as they would be compelled to hunt him down. As for my safety, you need not worry, I can flee to my master or any other location. With my current abilities, I assure you I can escape anywhere. Absolutely not, Tianer. We cannot permit you to take such a perilous risk. Even if it means sacrificing the entire Yi family, we cannot allow you to come to harm. Yes, that's right, Tianer cannot be allowed to suffer. After Yi Lin Tian explained his plan, the Grand Elder immediately dismissed the notion, and the second Elder shared the same sentiment. Both were acutely aware that Yi Lin Tian was the true future of the Yi family. A born sage with boundless potential, I understand your good intentions, esteemed elders. But have you considered that if such an outcome were to occur, could I truly live with myself afterward? Furthermore, I trust you have seen my talent. Given time, I will undoubtedly break through to the great sage realm. When that time comes, I shall return to avenge us, so there is no need for you to worry about me. At that moment, Yi Lin Tian stood resolutely before the elders and Yimo, appearing to be a martyr for a noble cause. Yet, in truth, he felt no peril, and he could simultaneously fulfill the system's task. Achieving a perfect balance? Absolutely not. This cannot be allowed to transpire. Yimo, realizing the implications, recognized that they could not proceed with the plan, as such an action could result in the potential loss of 2 sons. Even if Yimo could reconcile with this, he was certain that his wife, Bai Ling heir, would never accept it. Father, it must be this way. If we do not act, the dynasty will inevitably strike at us. And once they do, we stand no chance. At this moment, Yi Lin Tian appeared tragically noble, yet internally, he reveled in joy, knowing full well that he would not be endangered. No, this is unacceptable, under no circumstances. Chapter 78. A delightful scheme. The plan proposed by Yi Lin Tian, if executed, might indeed rescue the Yi family, but the risks were extraordinarily high. The prospect of losing 2 sons was an unbearable notion for Yimo. I now have 2 questions for you, Tianer, and you must answer truthfully. The Grand Elder's gaze bore into Yi Lin Tian with grave seriousness, who returned the look with a somber expression. Grand Elder, please proceed with your inquiries. First question. You are certain that your brother's innate Dao body can regenerate, correct? Yes, I am certain. Yi Lin Tian nodded earnestly. Good. Now for the second question. Can you guarantee your own safety? Without question, I can assure my safety. After Yi Lin Tian provided his answers, the Grand Elder straightened up, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. Since you are confident, let us proceed with your plan. Grand Elder, you cannot. Yimo attempted to object once more but was halted by the Grand Elder's hand. As the family patriarch, must you always act on emotion? Tianer is sacrificing so much for what purpose? To ensure the survival of our Yi family? And what are you doing? You should not be in this position of leadership. The Grand Elder felt a profound sense of helplessness and despair regarding the current situation, and naturally, some frustration simmered within him. Yimo's repeated opposition without offering alternative solutions was infuriating.